BUCS is back, and it's bigger than ever.
We've got a man in the corner, and it's caught!
Can he hold them off? The roof will be raised in Bronx.
Like an enemy in the night, mission impossible for two.
Both teams hungry, desperate to win that title.
Welcome to the fourth and final day of BUCS Regatta 2024, and we are on the start line now, live for the AB1 semi-final of the Women's Beginner Double Sculls. And you can see the lanes on the screen here. We've got Plymouth A, Bath Spa B, Birmingham A, London B, Queens B, and St Andrews A. And these crews, you can see they are now under starters' orders. They are aligned and ready to go. And hopefully we will stay with this shot for you to see them out of the state boats.
Tricky conditions out there today, so these beginner boats just making their way onto the start in these windy conditions, getting onto them can be a real challenge.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, some of these crews, this might be their first weekend ever getting on a state boat, so that's a challenge in itself. But as you said, with these conditions that we have been seeing over the last couple of days, that will add an extra element of toughness to it. So we can see here some of them are just adjusting their lines here. They've unsquared their blades, they've got them feathered flat on the water, as the other person will be just tapping to realign.
Crews, we're ready to go, so final check please, and we'll get it away. Plymouth, Bath Spa, Birmingham, London, Queens, St Andrews. Attention.
And here we go, we are off out of the blocks in this semi-final AB1 of the Women's Beginner Double Sculls. Looks like a relatively clean start for all crews, off nice and straight. Some of them just veering off now, and I imagine we might see the umpire getting their flag out to realign them.
Yeah,
looks like they've corrected it themselves there.
All these beginner crews will be looking to make a strong start to the 500, settle into their rhythm and see where they go from there.
Yeah, these conditions are obviously proving difficult for these beginners here today. We can see in the middle of the screen there, the umpire is warning two of the crews to just move apart there as they both made their way to their shared buoy line.
Yeah, very difficult conditions out there. Some of these rowers, most of them only starting this year, so steering in these conditions is something they'll have to adjust to.
Yeah, absolutely, and some of them might not have had the pleasure of going down a straight course with a buoy line, so they might not be used to having that there in their periphery and having something that they could accidentally clip their blade on. So it is really important lessons being learned here today of how to steer straight whilst getting out the blocks nice and quickly and delivering your race plan. And there you go, the umpires getting their white flag out again to warn the crews. So they obviously are struggling slightly in these conditions here today as we reach the 500-metre mark. And we have got St Andrews A in the lead over Birmingham A, followed by Queen's, followed by London B, followed by Bath Spa B, and Plymouth A rounding up the pack. And some pretty close contention there for second and third in this AB semi-final. We've got only 0.5 of a second between Birmingham and Queen's, so it's really all to play for here.
Yeah, all crews will be looking to make their moves as they look to be one of the first three finishers that will go through to the A final later on this afternoon.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's 3 to final A, and the remainder will go to final B. So this really is where it all counts. They can't leave anything out on the water here today in this semi-final. They have to give it their all, otherwise they will miss out on that coveted spot in the A final.
And after some earlier difficulties with steering, it looks like all crews are on the straight and narrow, looking to deliver as much power as they can down this coveted 2K course.
We are approaching the 1,000 metres, the halfway point in this 2K course, and it does look as though St Andrews do have a commanding lead here over the rest of the field. We're just losing them off the screen there as they push away from the pack. About 8 seconds ahead of the rest of the field. That's a really great start for them there, with Birmingham and Queen's just behind. But it looks like there will be a battle at the moment. If we stick with this, there will be a battle between Queen's and London for that final spot in the A final.
Yeah, that race for third looks to be hot, and as we go down the next K of this course, it's all to play for as we come into the finish.
Definitely, you can just see on our screens here this beginner's double from Plymouth. Does look like these conditions aren't particularly fun to be rowing in today. We just saw a moment ago the steers in a bow there, taking a look over her shoulder, chatting away to the stroke girl, letting her know what the plan is here. Super important in all boats, but in this beginner category as well, for them to communicate with their teammates, to let them know what the plan is, what's going on. Just keep calm, keep talking to each other, get through it together.
Yeah, especially in a double, you've got to have full faith in your partner to deliver the same power and just work with you to do the best you can in the race. The St Andrews crew still out there and leading, looking really strong here in the first semi-final of the women's beginners doubles as they look to state their claim for the best lane in the A final later on.
Yeah, absolutely. As you said, it's not just a place in the A final, but it will help them draw the lanes as well. You want to have the best lane, so this will also help with that. And here we go through the 1500. We've got St Andrews really dominating this semi-final now. They are about 14 seconds ahead of the rest of the pack. That's incredible, you know, especially for a beginner crew to be that far ahead. That will be a great boost for them, and that will really set them up for their A final later. And at the moment it looks as though it'll be Queens and Birmingham who will be joining them, but London aren't far off. You know, they're only a couple of seconds off, so who knows what they've got up their sleeve as they come into the last 500. They might have a really impressive burst to the line, and it could be a fight for third here for that A final.
Yeah, as you say, the fight for third is very much on, and it looks like Birmingham have stretched out maybe a second more of a lead, so it'll be interesting to see what London can do to respond to that if they want to make the A final.
And as the crews here come into view here for us at the finish tower, they're getting a little closer now. You can really see the gap between St Andrews and the rest of the pack. Super impressive. And they look to be really calm and controlled in their rhythm. You know, they're not particularly spinning their hands too fast. They're not pushing the rate up. They can see everybody ahead of them. They've got that advantage of having that clear field of vision of all the crews ahead, and that will give them that extra confidence. You can see they're just really taking their time round the back, getting their hands clear in this choppy water, taking their time forwards, setting themselves up for the next stroke, and more importantly, conserving that energy ready for their A final later, because they've done the hard work. They're not in danger, and they can just conserve their energy now for later as they cross the line to secure place in the A final.
Yeah, an excellent display of sculling from St Andrews there as we have the fight for second and third coming up now.
And there we have Queens taking the second position, with Birmingham A taking the third position in the A final. And it will be London, Bath Spa and Plymouth who will progress to the B final in this women's beginner double sculls. I mean, 11 seconds there to win by, and I mean, look at that difference between first and sixth. Like that's incredible. Like you know, St Andrews can look at that, and that will give them a real boost to show how far ahead they were of the last place in that race. That'll be a really good boost for them, that they were that far ahead. And here we have now on the course, on your screens, semi-final AB2 of the women's beginner double sculls. And we're at the K now, just going down the lanes from lanes 1 to 6. We've got Bournemouth, Edinburgh A, Durham A, Hartpury, Leeds A and Leeds B, and it looks as though Leeds B are leading over Leeds A at the moment, only by a second, followed by Durham, Hartpury, Edinburgh and Bournemouth. That'll really ruffle some feathers at the Leeds camp there, that B crew is ahead of the A crew.
Yeah, and just in the previous semi-final we've got a great battle for third there, with Durham only a second ahead of
And as a reminder, same as the previous semi, this will be 3 progressing to the A final to join the previous 3, with the remainder joining the others in the B final. And it's really great here as well. you know, Leeds B might be leading over Leeds A, but that's really great. That just shows the depth in the squad, that they've got not just two doubles that are in the semi-final here today. That's really impressive, but the fact that they've got the B crew actually, you know, just narrowly beating that A crew, that just shows the strength in their squad.
Yeah, absolutely. Having both Leeds boats in first and second absolutely shows the strength and depth, and I'm sure the A boat will be wanting to stake a claim to see if they can overturn their B boat.
Absolutely, and as we come through the 1500 here, it is still Leeds B leading over Leeds A by about 2 seconds now, so they're pushing that out, and looks like we've got a little bit of trouble there for that Durham crew. Might have just caught the water a bit, and it is Edinburgh in third at the moment, progressing to the A final, followed by Hartpury and Durham, followed by Bournemouth.
Yeah, it looks like Edinburgh have managed to open up a 3-second gap over Hartpury as they look to claim their place in the A final.
You can see here from this shot, it is choppy out there. This will be tough for the beginners, but a lot of crews, they, depending on where they're based and where they train, they might be quite lucky with having flat water, so they might not have the experience of training on a lake like this or training on choppy waters, so this will be an even bigger learning curve for them, but you know, they are handling it very well.
Yeah, absolutely. All these beginner crews doing fantastically, incredibly tricky conditions, and especially if you're not used to it, as you say, Zoe, it can be a real challenge. So credit to all beginner doubles out there today.
You can see here on our screen we've got the Leeds B and A crews. Leeds B at the top, Leeds A at the bottom. Can't be sure from this angle, these angles are deceptive, but it does look like Leeds A have rowed through Leeds B. Yeah, I think they have been rowing through, but you know, the display of sculling we've got here today is really impressive for these beginners, and it does look like Leeds A will be going through first, followed by Leeds B, and it will be Edinburgh who will be joining them in the A final.
Yeah, a really strong finish from Edinburgh there, and again, celebration on the line as they're thrilled to be making it through to the A final.
Yeah, super happy. That's really nice. It's really nice to see how much it means to these crews. But yeah, really great there from both Leeds crews, and a great little burst there to the line from Leeds A to take the crown in that semi-final. And here you have on the course now the Open Beginner Quads. This is semi-final A, B1 with 3 progressing to final A, with the remaining to final B. And roll call 1 to 6. We've got Birmingham, Nottingham Trent B, UEA, that's the University of East Anglia, Queen's B, Queen's A, and Nottingham Trent A. So we've got 2 Nottingham Trent crews and 2 Queen's crews. So again, just really shows the depth in these beginner squads, that they've got 2 crews representing them to go through to the finals.
Yeah, and at the K mark it looks like it's one of those Nottingham Trent boats leading, followed by Queen's A and Queen's B provisionally sitting in those spots for the A final. All these beginner quads looking very strong here. Again, as we said, very tricky conditions out there, and all these beginner quads are handling it fantastically well as they look to deliver an effective race plan to make it through to the A final.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't know about you, but I love watching quads. The technical skill, you just have to be really together, as you do in all boats. But there's nothing better to me than watching 4 people take that catch together perfectly in time, perfectly sharp, as you see on display at the likes of Henley Royal. It just looks really, really effortless when they get it all together. And some of these beginner quads here today are displaying great technical ability. You know, again, we keep saying it, but the conditions aren't great here today, and they are handling it so well. You wouldn't look at them, I'm not looking at them thinking I can tell they're beginners who have only been rowing, you know, the category, to be able to row as a beginner here, it has to be your first year at rowing. And some of these guys might have been rowing for as little as 6 to 8 months. So for them to be rowing this well in these conditions, they should all be really proud of that.
Yeah, absolutely agree, Zoe. A quad running well is so fantastic, and these beginner quads are just looking really good. And as we go through the 1500, it looks like that Nottingham Trent A crew is still out ahead, followed by the 2 Queens crews. And here we get a close-up shot of the Birmingham crew as we see how they are progressing in their race, looking very clean and together there.
And it's quite a big gap actually between Nottingham Trent and Queen's A. That's a really good timing gap they've got there. And between second and third, it's only about 3 to 4 seconds in it. So, you know, this could be the 3 progressing to the final, Trent A, Queen's A and Queen's B. It could be a 2-3 for Queen's B here today. That would be really, really great for them as a club to have two crews representing them in the A final. And as we come up to the finish line here, the final burst, this crew from Trent A, again, as we said earlier, they're at an advantage here. They can really conserve their energy. Nice controlled paddle up to the line, celebrations there all round, well deserved. And here we have Queen's A and Queen's B.
A fantastic finish here as the B crew looks to try and push through to the A crew, but it looks like the A crew have just kept it on the line.
Yeah, great work there. Not far off at all, so that'll be really great for them to have them both in. And there they are celebrating together, the 2 crews, having a little chat over the line. Great work by all. And next we will shortly be going back to the start line for the next Open Beginner quads. This will be Semi-Final AB2. And again, just to remind you, 3 progressing to Final A, with the remainder to Semi-Final B. Final B, sorry.
Yeah, you can see that semi-final on your screens now as the quads look, as these everyone in this race looks to make their way through to the A final.
Coming up to the 1K, we've got Queen C, Plymouth A, Loughborough A, Strathclyde A, Bath and Leeds. And it is Bath who are leading for about 4 seconds over Leeds, who are, quick maths, 5 seconds, 6 seconds, sorry, about 5 to 6 seconds ahead of Strathclyde. So some really, really big margins there as we come into the K. Really impressive from these beginners to have that much gap between one another. But as we've said before in previous races, not just today but over this whole weekend, you can't say for sure that this is going to be the same coming over the line. It is all to play for still, and anything can and will happen. We've seen people come through from 6th up to 4th through to 1st as the race has progressed. So we're just going to have to wait and see what happens here today in this semi-final AB2 of the Open Beginner Quads.
Yeah, absolutely, Zoe. As you say, we have 3 clear leaders looking to go to the A final, but until they cross that finish line, that is by no means secured. And especially in these beginner events, you see some fantastic finishes of crews rowing through other crews that can see the fight and hunger that they all have to do as well as they can at this great regatta.
And I'm pretty interested to see how the crew from Strathclyde do fare today, because you know, being from Strathclyde, with Strathclyde Park there for them to use, I have memories of racing there as a junior. Similar conditions to that we've got here today, so you know, they might have that little advantage up their sleeve there. They are in third at the moment. We've got Bath followed by Leeds. You know, a big margin there, 7 seconds between first and second. Oh, it's so unfortunate there. We can see here that unfortunately Strathclyde in third have caught an awful crab. Gosh, I feel like they're better off stopping, aren't you? I don't think he's going to get that out while they keep moving. I understand why they want to keep moving, but
Can see the desire to keep moving, but sometimes it just have to stop, let him get that blade under control.
yeah, that might break if they carry on like that, unfortunately. As you said, the desire to keep going, they're probably not thinking, they won't want to stop, but it will be better that they stop to not damage the equipment and then get going again, because he's never going to get that out while they keep moving.
And as you just saw there was a shot of the Loughborough crew. They will now be looking to take advantage of that misfortune as they look to get third and progress through to the A final.
I feel like that's my fault, commentator's curse. I said that I thought they'd fare well in these conditions, and that anything was to play for, and here we have a prime example of that.
Yeah, some interesting steering going on.
And back to the finish here, we have the crew from Bath who will be progressing first to the final A. Great sculling there from Bath, followed by Leeds. You know, 11 seconds lead there for Bath. That's really impressive.
Yeah, and it looks like Loughborough will be coming through to take that third and final spot in the A final.
And I believe some of these Bath guys, they might be part of the pathway, the student pathway team there. So great work from them.
Yeah, all these beginner crews start their rowing career here, and who knows where they go. We could be looking at some future Olympians out on the course here today.
Absolutely. And here we have the remainder crews who will be progressing to the B final. We have Plymouth. And here come Strathclyde with their bow pair. Shout out to their bow pair here, who have got them through most of this, the remainder of this course, and across the finish line. They'll be gutted, but you know, the positive here is they still do have another race. They will be progressing to the B final, where hopefully they can redeem themselves. They can go away. It's gutting when something like this happens, and you do blame yourself, but the silver lining is there is a B final to go. They can go and get themselves sorted, fix that equipment, go back out there and prove to everybody, you know, who knows, we could be looking at the winners of the B final there. They could, you know, that could really fuel the fire for them to go back out there and win that, and we round up this semi-final with Queen C.
Now on the course we have the first semi-final of the Women's Beginners 8, and running you through the order we have Cardiff in lane 1, Surrey B in lane 2, Oxford in lane 3, Queen's B in lane 4, Edinburgh B in lane 5, Queen's A in lane 6. And yet again we have two Queen's boats in the final, again showing these great depth in these beginner squads.
Yeah, exactly. It's completely gone out of my mind here, but I was chatting with one of our fellow commentators earlier saying that I might get this completely wrong here, but if the Edinburgh coach built up the Edinburgh beginners squad, then moved over to Queen's to build up their squad. So they do have a really great beginners program with a lot of depth to it. So yeah, having two 8s here will be great for them, and be interesting to see, will they get 2 through to final A, or will they be split one final A and B each? We'll find out.
I know you mentioned earlier, Zoe, you love watching quads race. For me, there's nothing better than watching an 8, especially when you get to top 8s with likes of BUCS. Absolutely fantastic to watch. And these beginner women's 8s looking absolutely fantastic here as well as they look to make their way through to the A final.
Yeah, definitely. And I've got memories myself of racing at BUCS Regatta here in the women's A. It is fun, but it certainly feels a long way when you're a beginner. So, as we've been saying, these guys, their first year of rowing, coming down this 2K course can feel quite long when you've not done it before. And here we reach the 1K, the halfway, and we've got Queens who are leading, and that is Queens A who are leading over Edinburgh, followed by Oxford, followed by Queens B, Surrey, with Cardiff rounding up the pack. And some really great times there in terms of the margins. You know, you've only got 4 seconds separating positions 2 through 5, so this really is going to be all to play for. I feel like this, depending on what happens in the next sort of 750, this could be a really tight battle for the positions.
Yeah, absolutely, Zoe, and you're getting a shot here of the Edinburgh crew who will be looking to make their way through. And as we approach the 1500, all these crews will be thinking about how they can make a move, especially those crews battling for third. Their cops will be motivating them, asking them for more, seeing what they can do if they want to progress to the A final to compete for medals, which everyone here wants to compete for.
Definitely, and this is of course the final day of this inaugural 4-day event at BUCS Regatta here at the National Water Sports Centre. Some of these crews, some of the competitors in this event, in these crews, this might be their only event all weekend. They might have doubled up, and this might be their first or final chance to get a medal, so they really will be hungry for this. And I really can't wait to see the battle when they get into this, when they get into closer view for us here at the finish tower, when they reach those red buoys that obviously denote 250 metres to go. That's when they all go for it. They'll start to wind it up. The Coxes will be chatting away to them, letting them know what's going on around them, and delivering that race plan, telling them, right, this is where we go. This is where we make the move to get the lane that we want and to get the position that we want in the final.
Yeah, absolutely. And the fight for third is very much still on, but it looks like Queens and Edinburgh have managed to stretch over Oxford.
Yeah, great shot we just had there of 3, now 2 crews side by side. You can see they're all really going for it here, really hungry for that position in the A final. Yeah, it's really great to see, and you can obviously see on those close-up shots as well. Again, I keep banging on about it, but not nice out there. And these beginner crews are really handling it well. And here we are coming into the red buoys now in the final 250 of this, of course, 2K course. I don't know if you can hear what we can hear, but we can hear the roar of the Coxes and the cheers from the bank, which will hopefully gee them on to really go for it and start winding it up for the line as they come into view here.
Yeah, it looks to be a great battle for second here. Obviously, if both of them get through, they'll both go through to the A final, but it's that race for all-important race for lanes.
Yep, and it will be here as we are at the finish line. You can see the first crew crossing now. That is Queens A, and it will be Edinburgh taking the second position, followed by Queens B, and that will be the 3 progressing to final A.
A really strong finish there from Surrey as they look to build on that and through to the B final.
Yeah, definitely. Great push there, but obviously not quite enough to get them into the A final. So that will be Cardiff, Surrey and Oxford, who will progress to the B final. And next we will have the semi-final AB2 to see who will be joining them. Ooh, spinning around there, and there we go. We have the remaining beginner 8s in semi-final AB. Well, it says 1 there, but it's going to be 2, isn't it?
Yeah.
To go first 3 to the final A, and remainder to final B. Yeah, I think that's it. Unless we've got that wrong. I think this is final.
No, I think it's the second semi-final.
Yeah. So we've got Cardiff, Surrey B, Oxford B, Queen's B, Edinburgh B, and Queen's A. That's what we just had, isn't it? That's what we just had.
Like
Apologies there. It will actually be Cambridge, Swansea, Oxford Brooks A, Liverpool, Nottingham and Surrey. And I'm excited to see this Nottingham crew actually. You know, this is their home turf, home water. See how they fare in these conditions here today.
Yeah, absolutely. Nottingham being the home crew, they'll have lots of supports on the bank, and so they will want to be delivering the best they can on home waters.
Definitely, and they are away. They're out the blocks. They are probably settling down now into their race pace. And here we are at the first 500. Our first times. We've got Surrey A leading the pack by 3 seconds over Liverpool. A further second to Brooks. 2 seconds to Cambridge. A further second to Swansea. And 2 more to Nottingham. So, you know, there isn't a lot in it at the moment. So anything can and will happen in the next 1500. And here we are at the K.
Yeah, a pretty bunched field here. So, and as we just saw with that other crew catching a crab, anything can happen in these races. So it's getting the legs down, keeping on it the whole way down the course. Even if it feels like you're down, you never know what can happen in a rowing race. Absolutely,
and there was a really nice shot a minute ago of that Surrey crew. They look super clean, really good rowing there, but it did look like Brooks were making a move there to come through the pack. Again, these angles, we're not straight side on, so we can't quite see how they're lining up, but Brooks certainly looked like they were throwing a little push in there to start making their move through the pack to push away.
Yeah.
So we will see what the next times bring us.
Just looking at these times here, it looks like Nottingham was 6th at the 500, and just going through that K mark, they were in second and looking to push on to Surrey. So an excellent 500 there from Nottingham is on their home water.
Amazing, yeah. As I said, home water, so hopefully home advantage. So yeah, for them to come through that many positions in that short space of time is incredible. So maybe they are one to watch for this race.
Yeah, all these crews looking fantastic out there on the water today as the top 3 progress through to the A final and the next 3 to the B final.
And here we are, race 417, 1500 meters in, 500 to go. And any minute now we'll have some times. There we go. It is Surrey who are still leading, followed by Brooks. So as I mentioned before, that push at the K that I saw Brooks doing, that's really worked in their favour, but only by just over a second. So Nottingham are still hot on their heels, closely followed by Liverpool. So, you know, there's only 6 seconds there between first and fourth, and between second and fourth there's only 2 seconds. So this could be a really exciting final 250 here as they come into view here at the finish tower. They're super close to those red boys now. They will be winding it up for the line. And I can't wait to see when they get closer what happens.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like we've got a fantastic finish here, Zoe, with that Liverpool boat making a huge push there to try and put themselves in contention for the A final.
And here they come, and again, it's hard to see from here.
Looks
the
like
angles. It looks like Surrey are still pushing out ahead there in those neon t-shirts.
But incredibly close racing here, impossible to call at the moment.
It is super close. It looks like those next three crews there in second, third and fourth are all going to be battling out for second, and again for third as well, to get into that A final. But it does look like, and again, anything can still happen, but it looks like it is going to be Surrey A who will be progressing first to that A final. Who's going to join them?
Yeah, all
it
crews
looks
jacking
like
up the
Brooks
race.
might miss out on this A final.
Incredible.
Here.
An excellent finish here, yeah.
And there you have it, Nottingham followed by Liverpool. Really great work there by all. And, you know, Brooks just, they had it there for a minute. They came through from third to second, and then maybe they were just caught sleeping there. You know, you can't be complacent. You have to pace yourself right the whole way through, and you've got to have a little something left in the tank for that last 250, because that's where people will surprise you and just push straight through. We've seen it happen so many times this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. You get to that last 250 of a race, it's all about jacking the rate up and seeing what you can do.
Definitely. And next here on your screens, we have just three crews for you in this repechage one of the Women's Championship Double Sculls. And we've got Cambridge, Edinburgh and Bath here for you.
It's been great to see Cambridge here competing at BUCS Regatta, obviously renowned for the famous boat race with the Oxford versus Cambridge, and now they're here competing at BUCS Regatta. And at the K mark it is Bath out leading in a time of 3:39, followed by Edinburgh, who are only 2 seconds behind at Cambridge, so all to play for those two spots to make it through to the A final.
And some great displays of sculling here, of course, in this championship category of the women's double sculls. And Bath, we can see here, they are still pushing ahead of the pack, keeping that lead on as they get closer to us here in the tower. It is quite obvious from this angle that they are ahead. They have got a good lead as they hit the 1500 meter mark there. Hopefully we'll have some times for that through for you very shortly.
Obviously hard to tell with the camera angle, but to me it looked like Cambridge were putting in a great move there as they look to try and move up on that Edinburgh crew to take that second spot.
And just to let you know, it will be the first 2 out of 3 here who will progress to Final A. The remainder will progress to Final B. And we don't have any 1500 meter times for you yet, unfortunately, but we are now progressing to those red boys to the final 250.
Looks to me to be a great fight here for second. Cambridge look like they're trying to make a massive move on Edinburgh here, and this could be a very close finish.
Definitely, they are trying to find a little something extra there. Again, difficult to tell at these angles. It does look like they need to find a little something extra if they are going to progress to that A final.
Edinburgh with a great move there now. Can Cambridge respond?
Oh gosh, wow, yeah, they did just find something extra there. And it's definitely going to be Bath here. And they cross the line to progress to that A final. Oh, they're trying.
Oh.
I don't think it's going to be enough, unfortunately, but really great move there from Cambridge.
What a race that was.
Yeah, not quite enough, but well done to all. So that will be Edinburgh and Bath progressing to the A final, with Cambridge to the B final. And in the next one coming up here shortly on your screen, we will have race 419, where we will have 4 crews for the Women's Championship double sculls, 2 of which will progress to the A final to join Bath and Edinburgh, and the final 2 will join Cambridge in final B. We will have for you lanes 2, 3 through 5, Reading C, Durham, Newcastle and Birmingham.
And as we went through the K, Birmingham were leading in a time of 3:37, with Newcastle behind them in a time of 3:42, and 3 seconds behind them was Reading C.
Yeah, 15 seconds there between first and fourth. That's pretty good going here as we come through the K. You know, really impressive show from these champ doubles. Just really handling those conditions as if it's nothing, really. And here we are at the 1500.
Yeah, you can definitely tell the step up. Beginner crews doing so well, but championship crews obviously with more experience, learning how to ride those waves and just get the power down.
Yeah, absolutely. And here we've got Birmingham at the 1500, 500 to go, still in the lead. They're leading 6 seconds over Newcastle, with Reading behind, followed by Durham. And Birmingham there, they actually train in Worcester, on the Avon in Worcester, occasionally going to the reservoir in Birmingham. So they've got a great stretch of water there at Worcester.
Great shot of the Newcastle crew there, who at the 1500 look to have made a move to establish themselves as the second crew to go through to the A final.
Yeah, some really nice solid catches there in that Newcastle crew.
I know Zoe says we keep banging on about it, but those conditions out there are something else today. It's really hard to battle with these. Even these champ crews struggling with it.
Yeah, they're not letting up at all, are they? I was really hoping for these crews that it would calm down a little bit this morning, but the windsock here is still going. The flags at the trade stand are still waving around like crazy, and yeah, fortunately they are handling it as well as they could as they come into shot here now past the results boards. I think we can confidently say that it will be Birmingham who will be progressing to that A final to join Edinburgh and Bath.
And it looks like it will be Newcastle that will take the second spot as well.
And look at that again, Birmingham, they're really bringing that rate down now, conserving that energy. They know they've got another race to go. That's where it's more important for them. Obviously it was important here to get that spot, but now they've got it, they need to conserve that energy, and they'll be up against Newcastle, Edinburgh and Bath, as we have Reading C.
An excellent sprint finish from Reading C I saw there. Not enough to challenge Newcastle, but some confidence going into the B final.
Absolutely, and it'll be Reading C, Durham and Cambridge who will come together in final B later on today. And on your screens for you now, we have another treat for you in the form of the Open Championship pairs. This is Repechage 1, and you'll see there on your screen, first 5 to final A. So only one of these will unfortunately miss out and go into final B. We've got Newcastle A, ICA, Newcastle B, Durham A, Durham B and London B. So double Newcastle, double Durham. It's the battle of the Tyne. This will be personal to them. They'll both want both of their crews in that A final. So let's see, will it be a double Newcastle, double Durham? And here we have it at the K. We've got Durham B, followed by Newcastle A, followed by Durham A. So Durham B leading over Durham B, followed by London, then Newcastle, then IC.
Yeah, a pair is a renowned tricky boat to row. I was out there on the course in the intermediate pairs, and let me tell you, it was tricky out there. I'm sure these championship pairs are doing a much better job than I did. But pairs renowned for being tricky, technical boats. Even in champ boats, having to be really on it to deal with these conditions.
Yeah, definitely. And obviously it is ever changing here today, but can you tell us and tell the viewers, what was it like up at the start? Getting onto that state boat, was it tricky, or yeah, how was it?
Yeah, getting onto a state boat can always be tricky. Obviously this morning was just a time trial, but carnage getting up, and the wind was actually worse at the 1500 going off the start. It was something else.
Yeah, really tough. And here we are at the 1500 now. We've got Durham B still in the lead over Newcastle A, 4-second lead. As I said before, the battle of the Tyne, Durham versus Newcastle. They are fierce competitors, fierce rivals. They will want to beat each other for sure. And we'll hopefully have some more times for you shortly. There we go, we've got London, followed by Newcastle B. Who's next? I'm predicting Durham, then IC.
Getting a close shot of one of the Durham crews there. Again, showing you how difficult those conditions are, but they are dealing with it fantastically well as they look to progress through.
Yeah, they really are. You know, we were talking earlier about the doubles and how it's super important for people in a double to gel with each other, to put that trust in one another. But in a pair, I feel like it's maximized, because, you know, in a double, it's mirrored. You're doing the same either side, but in a pair, well, you are each other's mirror. One of you's going one way, one of you's going the other. So you really have to be top tier in sync, and we can hear the crowds cheering now as we progress to the finish line.
Some great
and what an amazing sprint. Everyone's got something extra in their pocket here, haven't they?
Yeah, this is an insane finish. Who's going to miss out?
Great to watch.
A blanket finish there.
Wow.
I think if I had to say, I would say Imperial are the ones that misses out, but an absolutely fantastic finish there.
And there you have it on the screen. We've definitely got the best seats in the house here, haven't we? That was an amazing one to watch. And if that's the the repechage, if that's the rep, what's the final going to be like? It's going to be super tight. It really will be photo finishes.
Absolutely.
So there you have it. We've got Durham B, followed by Newcastle B, Newcastle A, Durham A, London with IC, who will be progressing to final B.
And now we're back up to the start for the Women's Championship Coxed fours. In lane 1 we have Cardiff, in lane 2 we have Nottingham, in lane 3 we have Edinburgh, in lane 4 we have Cambridge, and in lane 5 we have Newcastle. And these crews are awaiting to start. The nerves will be jangling here. I've rowed for 8 years, and getting attached onto that stake boat and waiting for that go marker is still some of the most nerve-wracking things I've ever experienced.
Yeah, definitely. We've spoke about it a few times over the weekend here on this live stream for you, but being up on that start line is incredibly nerve-wracking. You know, it's pure silence, and then that buzzer goes, and then the noise starts, and here we are underway in these fours. Obviously it won't be as noisy as if you're in an 8, because there's more oars moving in the gates and you've got the cock shouting, but you will have somebody designated in each boat to make those calls. Looks like a relatively clean start here for these champ fours in this first repechage.
Yeah, and the first two of this repechage will progress to the A final, and the remainder will be going into the B final.
This Newcastle here in these Champ 4s, they were second overall at BUCS Head, and a different boat class, but 12th overall at Weehawken and third in the unis. So some great results there previously this year. So let's see if they can bring this into this shorter 2K course today. What is that going to translate to over this shorter distance? And shortly we will have some times for you at the first marker, and there we go. As if by magic, they're coming in on our tablet. We've got Newcastle leading over Edinburgh, followed by Cambridge, Nottingham, and then Cardiff. And you know, relatively close times there, still all to play for. We've only got, you know, less than a second there between Newcastle and Edinburgh.
Yeah, and then Cambridge only a further 3 seconds back from that, but only into the first 500. I'm sure they'll be looking to make a move to try and make sure they can get into second to progress through to the A final.
Definitely, it looks like, you know, there could be a battle between Newcastle and Edinburgh for first, and Edinburgh Cambridge for second, then Cambridge Nottingham for third. So great start already. We're going to have some great viewing here. So if you are watching this at the course, in your marquees or your cars, wherever you are, get yourself down to the finish line. That's where the best seat in the house is. That's where the battles are taking place. So get yourself a spot near the finish line. Come and visit our trade stands. But also keep watching on here wherever you are, because then you get the pleasure of listening to us. Isn't that right?
Absolutely. It's always great to be out there on the bank supporting your crews as well. You never know, you might just give them that extra lift, especially into the last 250, where I know I appreciate all the support you can get. It's just that motivation to just do as well as you can into the finish.
Absolutely. And if you are watching on YouTube, make sure you send us some messages on there on the stream. We can see your messages coming in. We love to hear them. We love to see them. So let us know who you're cheering for today. And here we are, coming through the K now, halfway down, halfway to go. And we've got Newcastle leading 2 seconds over Edinburgh, followed by Cambridge, followed by Nottingham.
And that race for second is very much on, with Cambridge closing the gap to only a second. So we could be in for another great finish here in this repechage of the women's champ Coxed 4s.
Definitely, and like we said, 2 seconds there between first and second, and a further second behind for Cambridge. But Nottingham are dropping off now. They are about 6 or so, 7 seconds behind Cambridge. You know, this is their home advantage. Not quite working for them today, unfortunately. And you know, it even looks like these champ crews are not struggling, but you know, not having a great time out there on this rough water. When we had the close-up shots there, it didn't look particularly comfortable for them either. So they'll just be looking to make it down the course without any accidents, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Champ crews can still struggle in tricky conditions, especially Cox's 4. Maybe not as unstable as a pair, but still, you've got to have full trust in your teammates to replicate and get the legs down at the same time.
Definitely, and as we bring you the 1500 metres here in race 421, the Rep 1, repechage 1 of the Women's Championship Coxless 4s. We'll have some times for you very shortly. Any minute now. Great shot there down the course of all the crews there. just having a little delay with our times, but not to worry. You can see for yourself in lanes 3, 4 and 5 here we have Durham, London and Oxford. Nope, sorry, we're having some issues here. We have Nottingham, Edinburgh and Cambridge. And you can see there the two crews on the outsides, either side of the screen, are both pushing away. Can't tell from this angle, but looks like they could be in a little battle for their position, whilst Cambridge drop behind. And they are coming into much better view here now. I can't quite call it, but it does look like it is Newcastle who are ahead ever so slightly over Edinburgh. What do you think?
Yeah, I would agree, and it looks like Edinburgh have absolutely managed to drop Cambridge in that battle for second.
Definitely, Edinburgh, Cambridge, sorry. They could still have something left in them, but I'm going to say it's not going to be enough.
There's a great sprint finish here from Edinburgh as they look to close on Newcastle. Obviously, both could go through, but the race for lanes, as we always say.
Definitely, me, and it is a shame they are going slightly off course with their steering there. They are at danger of catching their blades on that buoy line here.
But yeah, it looks
luckily they haven't.
Looks like Newcastle will take that, with Edinburgh also progressing through to the A final in second. As you just see Cambridge come over the line as well.
Lovely, and there we have Nottingham rounding up the pack, and it looks like we lost Cardiff there. We didn't have Cardiff at all, so I'm not too sure where they went. But next we will be bringing you Race 422, the repechage 2 of the Women's Champ 4s, which sees Exeter, IC, Durham B, London B and Oxford lining up there to get their position in the final A of this Women's Champ 4s. And here they are for you on the screen there.
Yeah, all crews are looking to make a good start here, see what they can do to try and progress through.
Exactly, you've got the first two going to final A, the remainder to final B.
It's great to see all these B crews out here racing today. It shows great depth in these projects to have your B crews also competing and getting as many as possible into an A final, because the more crews you have from one club in an A final, the better chance you have of getting some medals, which is what everyone is here for.
Yeah, absolutely. The more in there, the more chances, and the more chances of medals, and the more chances for those all-important points for the Victor Ludorums, which we will be announcing later on today once the finals are complete. And at the 500 metres, we've got apologies there. At the 500 metres, we have got Oxford leading over Imperial by just 1 second, followed by London B by a further 2 seconds, with Durham about a second behind and Exeter 2 seconds behind. So super close margins here as we approach the 1,000 metres, and now we have Oxford 1 second over IC, followed by London 5 seconds behind. So Oxford and IC have really pushed out ahead of the rest of the pack now. London, Durham and Exeter 4 seconds between them.
Yeah.
So at the moment, 2 to the A final. Is it going to be Oxford and IC, or do you think London, Durham or Exeter have got anything left in their back pocket?
A 5 second gap is a real margin to overhaul, but you never know what these crews have as a sprint finish. If you all work together to get a great move going, it is absolutely doable.
Yeah, definitely agree that it's a big margin. You know, 5 seconds is a long time if you count it out, but we've seen bigger margins being decreased here over this weekend. So everything is to play for as they make their way down this 2K course now. You can see all 4 of them there for you on the screen. Great shot there of all 4 crews. but it does look like in the top of our screen there. There we go, we've had to move down, otherwise we were going to lose them.
So Oxford there in the lead.
Yeah, looking really good and clean there, this Oxford crew.
Yeah, catches are really together there, looking really strong in these conditions as they look to take first place in this second repechage.
Yeah, that's a really, really nice shot of them moving through the 1500, really hooking on that catch, getting that lock in, heels down together, as all of them are. It's really important in these choppy waters that they really get a good hold of that catch, so they've got something to hold on to and send through to the finish. 500 to go. No times for you just yet, but we can see all 4 crews there making their way down, and it looks like we've got Oxford and IC who are just ahead over the remainder of this pack. And it could be Oxford and IC who will progress, 2 progressing to the A final. Could be those 2. Or could someone else disrupt them?
Yeah, some more shots of Oxford here, looking absolutely fantastic through the 500 here, 1500, sorry.
Yeah, really nice sweeping there from Oxford. Looking really confident in these conditions. And, you know, they are still going at a reasonably higher rate than some of the other crews. Not quite allowed to bring that rate down yet to conserve the energy, because it is not over. Any of the other crews could come and make a jump on them if they do calm down. And here we are, just a matter of strokes to go. Oxford will be progressing to the A final as they cross the line for you now, and it is going to be IC who will also progress to the A final.
And it looks like...
And there we go, we've got Durham.
Durham might have rode through.
Yeah,
obviously
just
still,
about.
Obviously both crews going through to the B final, but that will give Durham confidence knowing that they can row through a crew like that in the last 100.
Yeah, absolutely. It's great for any crew to know that they've got that little something extra there left, something that they can find to just help them get their bows ahead when it matters. So that will be Durham, London and Exeter who will go through to the B final. And here we have, as we were talking about earlier, these are the stake boats at the start line that we have to connect to, and it can be a little tricky for all crews, especially when it's windy, but especially for beginners. Some of them may have never even heard of, seen or attempted to attach to a stake boat before they came here this weekend, so it is a skill to learn.
Yeah, absolutely. It's attaching to stake boats is incredibly difficult, and for these beginners that haven't maybe done it before, it's definitely an experience.
And here we have through the lanes for you in this final B. We've got Bournemouth, Bath Spa B, Plymouth A, Durham A, Hartpury A and London B. So a nice full B final here for you today in the women's beginners double sculls.
I have been competing here at BUCS Regatta, and I have been racing under Bournemouth colours, so I'm very excited to see how they do in this B final.
And you know, it's great here to see we've got a mixture of A and B crews in this final. So the fact that we've got A crews in the B final, oh, little trouble there on the steering.
Incredibly difficult off the start.
Corrected it. No, I think they've slightly over-corrected it.
Easy mistake to do.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, it's all a learning experience here for these beginners, but as I was saying, the fact that we've got 3 A crews in this final just goes to show the standard here, even in the beginners, that all these A crews can't make it through to the A final.
Yeah, absolutely. And these beginner doubles wasn't long ago we were commentating on their repechages, so incredible effort to be back up here for the final B.
Yeah, exactly. That's a super quick turnaround for them. I didn't even realise the time had gone by. So yeah, they weren't here that long ago, and they're back again. So not an awful lot of recovery time there for them, which again, as a beginner, is another learning curve for them to have to recover that quickly, get back up there, refuel, and get back up ready to go again. And just as a reminder for you, again, going through the lanes from 1 through 6, we've got Bournemouth, Bath Spa B, Plymouth A, Durham A, Hartpury and London B. And we've got all crews there in shot for you as they make their way down the course.
Yeah, looks to be still a little bit of difficulty steering in places, but it's so tough out there, and I'm sure they will all recorrect soon.
Yeah, absolutely. I did see some warnings being given not long after the start for their steering, which is completely understandable in these conditions. Even some of the intermediate and champ crews have been warned over this weekend. It just takes one stroke to make you go off course, and here we have the 500-metre times for you, and it's London who are leading over 6 seconds over Hartpury. That's a really great margin, only 500 metres in.
Absolutely, very strong row from London there so far to have such a margin at the 500.
And we've got Durham following Hartpury, followed by Bath Spa, and 3 seconds between third and fourth, followed by Plymouth.
Yeah, seem to be missing Bournemouth there from our timing sheet. Hopefully they are still up and running.
Let's hope you haven't cursed them there.
I would not want to be cursing the club I'm racing for. That would be the last thing I would want.
No.
I really want to see them do well here today.
But as you can see from the times there that have just left the screen, it was about 20 seconds between first and fifth, which is a huge margin. So looking forward to seeing the next scores at the K to see whether the pack tightens up or spreads apart even further.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see with such a spread out pack if some of them can make some moves to bring themselves back into contention, or if it will stay as spread out as it is currently.
And these beginner doubles, as we keep banging on about these conditions, it does actually look that since we saw them this morning in the reps, that was really great experience for them in these conditions, and it looks like they're handling it a little better than they were earlier. They've got that experience in it now. They know what they need to do.
Yeah, especially for beginners, every racing experience you will be learning all the time, so it's great to see them out there competing today in this B final.
Definitely. And here you can see we're coming through the K now, halfway down, halfway to go, and it's London who are still leading. And there you go, that's 5 seconds over Hartpury, and a further second to Durham, and a further second to Bath Spa. So it does look like those margins are going down. They're tightening up in the pack.
Yeah, definitely. We've got London out ahead, but then for that race for second is very much on.
Absolutely, and we're just missing times from Plymouth and Bournemouth at the moment. I am a bit concerned that Bournemouth have not started this race. We've not seen any times from them yet, so hopefully everything is okay with that Bournemouth crew. So we've just got London, Hartpury, Durham, Bath Spa and Plymouth in the mix at the moment in this B final. And, you know, I've said multiple times this weekend, I think it's really great that all of the crews will get at least 2 chances to race here. They will at least have a time trial and a final, or a time trial, a repechage or a semi, and then a final. So it's all great experience for them. It would be a shame if it wasn't like that as it is at some regattas, because it can be a long way for some people to come to just have one race.
Yeah.
So it's great for them to be in any final.
Yeah, and as much as for these crews having to race 3 times in a day, as much as that can be tiring, it's just great experience, and I'm sure they're loving getting out there despite the conditions and doing the best they can.
Yeah, absolutely. And they are coming ever so closer to us now down this course. Not long before they will reach that 1500 meter mark, 500 to go. That's when they'll probably start to switch up their race plan, maybe put another burst in. And although there's no medals up for grabs here in this B final, it's still, you know, bragging rights that you've won that. Just to say you've won the final, even though it's a B final, is great. It's great for them. So here we go, 1500 meters. Oh, see, even tighter margins now. 1 second between London and Bath Spa. 2 seconds between Durham and Hartpury.
Yeah, that is an absolutely fantastic move from Bath Spa to put themselves in contention for first, because we mentioned how spread out the pack were, and I did say if someone could make a move, and it looks like Bath Spa have very much made a move on London.
Yeah, I mean, before they were, what, 5 seconds? Yeah, 5 seconds behind, 5 or so seconds behind at the previous timing mark of 500 meters ago. So the fact that they've, you know, shaved 4 seconds or so off that is incredible. Oh, slight wobble there, but they very well recovered. Really well recovered there from Bath Spa, so that's great. And there we go, we've got a time from Plymouth there at the 1500s. I don't know what you've done, but you've really cursed your Bournemouth crew there. I hope everything's okay with them, but they're nowhere to be seen. No, nowhere to be seen, so hopefully everything's okay. And they are coming into closer view for us here at the finish tower. They're approaching those red buoys. Red buoys means go time, 2:50 to go. Who's going to go first?
Yeah, absolutely. In for a great finish here. Who's got that little left in the legs after all this racing today?
Yeah, we've got slightly concerned for the steering here in this crew closest to us at the tower here. They are riding very close to that buoy line. Let's just hope they don't catch their blades on that, because that could be a real issue for them there. And here we are coming up to the line, and it is going to be, oh gosh.
Oh my gosh, what a finish this is.
Here, Bath Spa, look at Bath Spa coming through, look at them go, oh my gosh.
Great sprint finish here.
That could be, oh yes, well done Bath Spa, look at the celebrations there. Amazing from Bath Spa to pull that out of the bag there after being, you know, 4 or 5 seconds behind London. To pull that out of the bag there is amazing. And we just got a quick change over here. We say goodbye to Joe. Thanks, Joe. See you later. I'm Zoe, and I will now be joined by Kate. Welcome, Kate. And that was the B final of the women's beginner double sculls. Really great sprint for the finish there. And next, now in progress, we have the A final of the women's beginner double sculls. And we've got Edinburgh A, Birmingham A, Queen's A, Leeds B, Leeds A and St Andrews A. And for Leeds to have 2 crews in this final and to have a B crew over other clubs' A crews is really good for them. Really, really good. And as we make our way down the course, we're just getting some times in now. Down the course, it is St Andrews A, who have been leading all the way, followed by Leeds B, who have been in second all the way, and Leeds A in third all the way. So to have that Leeds B crew leading over Leeds A is amazing. And I think I actually remember this morning, not that long ago, gosh, only about an hour ago, Leeds A and B were in their semi together, and Leeds B were leading Leeds A again, so that's really great. And again, as Joe and I were just saying, for them to only be here about an hour ago in their semi-final, to get back off the water, recover and come back again, that's hard work, especially for a beginner.
Yeah, I think the turnarounds for the beginners today have been insane, and to see that these girls powering down the course with such ferocity in these conditions, which can be difficult even for the more seasoned crews today. They seem to be doing really well, and at the 1500, St Andrews has a huge margin actually over the rest of the other crews. Still leads for being looking very competitive, but it's the B crew leading. That's not uncommon, I don't think, for inter-crews for beginners. Sometimes just race day pressure can really crack, especially if you've got some higher expectations, which some of the A crews do. This can be some of the biggest races of the year. And on the screen now, that should be St Andrews, who could still be leading by quite some margin as they come towards the line.
Yeah, St Andrews have been displaying some excellent both sculling and sweep over this weekend so far. They've been doing really, really well. I've seen them pick up some medals as well. And here in this A final of the women's beginner double sculls, wow, look at that. Very, very excited to be getting the gold there. Very close there. I think that will be Leeds A, who just pipped Leeds B over the line there. So for Leeds to be taking away 2 medals in this beginner event will be a massive boost for them, with Edinburgh just narrowly missing out on the medals. You can see there the disappointment there, but they should be really proud as beginners in their first year of racing and training to make the A final, to be that close from the medals. All of the crews here today should be incredibly proud of themselves. That was a great sprint to the line there. And it will be our first medal ceremony of the day. St Andrews, Leeds A and Leeds B will shortly be coming round to collect their medals.
Yes, I know. I'm trying to get some information from CC from race forwards.
On your screens now on the course, we have the B final of the Open Beginner quads. We've got Queen C, Birmingham C, Nottingham Trent B, Strathclyde A, Plymouth A and East Anglia A. And again, these crews were only with us just shy of an hour ago, so super quick turnaround. It's a lot for them to be, excuse me, 3 times on the water today, back to back, with not a lot of recovery time. Great learning experience for them. So it looks like we are just waiting for at least 1 crew to attach to the stake boat, so we should be with you shortly.
Very odd. We did find yesterday that there was a bit more spaced out, so we had race forward 2, that's the far one, race forward 1, well, exactly. Send start, Marshall. Yeah, okay. Just we had a positive report from CC Recorder, but I think we've come to the same conclusion that we're going to go down. Thank you. Out. Over to you.
2 minutes. Lane 3, Nottingham Trent. Late at the start. Official warning. Acknowledge, please. Race 425. Open beginners. Quadruple scull. Final B.
So it looks like we are currently waiting for Strathclyde A to surface and attach to the stake boats. And when you're sitting here aligned waiting to go, it can be quite nerve-wracking, but especially when you're waiting for longer for someone. It looks like they might be aligning them, so maybe we are going to be missing Strathclyde. But just quickly, in the bottom right of your corner, we are seeing the first medal ceremony of the day for the women's beginner double sculls. and we're off. So we are missing Strathclyde, so it will just be Queen's, Birmingham, Trent, Plymouth and East Anglia. And we are away, relatively clean, just a little close to the buoy lines there in lane 3, which is Nottingham Trent. So as I said, they were only out here about an hour ago. The conditions have not really changed at all since then, so that's a good thing for them because they've got that experience. They know what it's like down the course. They know where the gusts are coming in, and hopefully they've had that practice at how to handle these conditions today. It does look like from this angle that lanes 2 and 3 there look like they're both honing in on that buoy line there. Hopefully they... Oh, there we go. Out comes the umpire's flag, warning Birmingham to just move away there. And again there in your bottom right screen we've got the medals, the women's beginner double sculls, very well deserved. Really happy there, as you can see, to get their medals. And hopefully we'll be bringing some times to you shortly for this B final of the Open Beginner Quads. And we're at the 500 metre marker now.
So we have the first times coming through. It is Queen's that is leading the pack, followed by East Anglia. Then very close together it's Birmingham and Plymouth, and finally it's Nottingham Trent in lane 3 taking us up. But still very tight between all 5 crews.
Absolutely, really close margins there. I mean, just 0.7 of a second between 3rd and 4th, and less than a second between 2nd and 4th. So it's going to be all to play for here in this B final. And even though there's no medals up for grabs here again, they'll still want to get that first place. Again, being warned there in that crew, having a little bit of trouble here today, that Queen's C crew. They are in first, but if they want to remain in first, they are really going to have to watch their steering, because moving off course and being on those buoys and having that danger of clipping their blades on the buoys could really damage their chances. And obviously you're going to gain time by weaving around as well, so let's hope they can fix that as they move down. And here in shots we've got UEA, University of East Anglia and Plymouth. And we are 1k in, 1k to go. And it's Queen still leading, 1 second over UEA. Followed by Birmingham, followed by Plymouth, with Trent rounding up the pack.
Even at this halfway mark though, with beginner events, as we saw in the previous event, it can still be so close with the sprints that can be put in at the end. And with the whole pack here being so close together, it's maybe it's only about 10 seconds between the start and the end, which can seem like quite a large margin, but especially in these conditions for beginners, with the steering going on, it can still all be to play for.
Yeah, absolutely. And that steering, again, as we were mentioning before, you've really got to be hot on it, because it's an incredibly big responsibility, one that they will be learning to perfect as beginners, to focus on your race plan, actually doing the rowing and steering at the same time. It's a lot to think about. It really is a skill, and it's a lot of pressure, but they have to really keep that crew straight to give them that extra advantage here, especially in these wins. They've got to be on it all the time. But these beginner quads here, you can see on the screen now, we've got lane 6, which is UEA, University of East Anglia. You know, not particularly looking like novices. They're really well together. As I said before, they've had the practice a couple of times today, the time trial and the repechage, so they've been out on this water twice. They know these conditions now. And they're looking really, really good there, really well put together as we come through 500 to go. And it is UEA who are leading 2 seconds over Queens, and Birmingham 5 seconds behind Queens. So UEA and Queens there have got a really great advantage over the rest of the pack, with Plymouth 2 seconds off Birmingham and Nottingham Trent rounding up the pack there. And there we are back to UEA, the current leaders of this B final of the Open Beginner Quads, quadruple sculls. They are really pushing ahead now as they come into a better view of us here in the finish tower, as they are just coming up to, I think they're just coming up to the results board now. That UEA crew, really pushing on, but they are being contested by Queens on the opposite side of the course, closest to us here in lane 1. But unfortunately, Queens do look like they're having a little bit of trouble, not just with their steering, but with clipping the blades on the water as it is getting choppy here. But it does look like it's going to be UEA comfortably taking the lead here in this B final. I think, unfortunately, the course that the Queen's boat took did affect them there. I think if they'd managed to keep it a little bit straighter, they would have been in contention to win this one, followed by Birmingham. But again, a great effort by all here today. You know, they are beginners. They've probably never done multi-lane side-by-side racing before, so great experience and really well handled by all of them today. They must be exhausted doing 3 back-to-back, but that's going to be great experience to set them up for future multi-lane races. And that concludes the B final of the Open Beginner Quads, sorry. And next we move on to the A final on your screens. Loughborough Queens B, Queens A, Leeds A, Bath A and Nottingham Trent A. So for Queens to have 2 in the A final and 1 in the B final, that's great for Queens.
Yeah, really, really impressive performance from Queens in the semi-finals earlier today, and at the 500, sorry. First place was Bath, in second place was Nottingham Trent, and competing very tightly for 3rd and 4th was Leeds and the Queen's A boat, just less than 0.5 of a second between them. And then coming in for 5th at 500 was the Queen's B boat, followed by Loughborough. Still very tight, and as we come into the 1K, we can see that Bath is still in the lead, followed by Queens, and then Leeds about 10 seconds behind first place, followed by Nottingham Trent. So still quite spread out at this stage. But we'll see what happens as we come into the second half of the race.
Yeah, absolutely. Really great so far as we have the shot now of the 1500 metres. It is Bath who are leading there. Well, that's a great margin there. They've got about 5 seconds over Queens, who've got 2 seconds on Nottingham Trent. Who've got 3 over Leeds, who've got 2 over Queens. So that's a really great position that Bath have put themselves in there today. So at the moment, as it stands, it's going to be gold to Bath, silver to Queens, and bronze to Nottingham Trent. but is somebody going to contend that as they come into slightly better shot for us here at the finish? It really looks to me like everybody is starting to wind up now. It looks like they're moving quicker up the slide now. Everyone's going for it. They know those red boys are coming in now, coming into view, and this is where it all counts now. This is it. The medals are up for grabs and nobody wants to miss out. And you can really hear the cheers now. You might be able to hear them as well. Big crowds on the bank here today at the fourth and final day of the 2025 BUCS Regatta. And great display of sculling in this open beginner quads here. You wouldn't think they're beginners because this is just truly excellent sculling on display here today from Bath. And it does look like they are just slightly taking the rate down a lot more than the others, because I think they were quite confident there that they had that in the bag. So that's going to be gold to Bath. Celebrations from them. Silver to Queens. And that is a bronze to Nottingham Trent. On the course, we bring you the B final of the women's intermediate lightweight pairs. Queens A, Cambridge B, York B, Bath B, and Glasgow B. And they are off, and you can see already the umpire is at work warning them with the white flag for their steering. You know, a pair is you know, one on either side. They've got to be completely in unison, you know, a mirror image of each other as they lean out together the same amount at the same time to keep that boat perfectly balanced. If just one person takes a shorter or a longer stroke, or takes their stroke before the other one, that will really quickly affect the course of their boat.
So at the 500 we have Glasgow leading, followed by York, and then Cambridge, then Bath, and then Queens. This York crew looking fairly strong. These are two athletes who won the C final of the 8, came fourth in the C final of the 8 yesterday. So they've already done a one-up on their bigger boats and their bigger boat counterparts. So let's see if they can pull through and place higher in the B final than they did in the C final yesterday.
And just a reminder, if you've just joined us, this is the B final of the women's intermediate lightweight pairs. Lanes 1 through 5, Queens A, Cambridge B, York, Bath and Glasgow. And we will shortly be reaching the K. Here we are, the 1,000 metres halfway point. And the current positions are, it's Glasgow leading. Two seconds over York. Good margin at this point, but they might need to push it out a bit further to confidently take the win in this race. Followed by Cambridge, Bath and Queens. And this is the B final, so no medals, but they will still want to be the top of the league in this round. And we will shortly be bringing you some medal ceremonies in the bottom right hand corner, so keep your eyes peeled. That's going to be the medals. Here they are for the Open beginner fours. And there they are, that's Bath receiving their medal there.
And the 2 seat, lift it up.
Great work by those beginner quads in their first year of rowing. Really impressive to get to where they are today. And back to the race, you can see here, it looks like it's getting windier out there. Unfortunately, these pairs, you know, they're still handling it very well, but it doesn't look very nice out there. And of course, these are lightweight, so they will have to have weighed in before they race to be an average certain weight. So they really will be getting thrown around a bit more in this wind being lighter. So it will be on them to be really on it technically, really sharp. And there, I think you've got Queens there in the bottom corner, just getting their medals. Congratulations to them.
And now we have the racing coming through the 1500 metre mark. Jumping times very quickly, and it's York in first place, followed half a second later by Glasgow, then Bath, then Cambridge. And this is looking to be very tight between first and second, and then again between third and fourth, with Queens coming through finally a couple of seconds behind everyone else.
Yeah, great work by York there to swap positions with Glasgow. That'll be keeping Glasgow on their toes now. They were leading all the way through to the 1500 or just before, so York could have made a move there. So now Glasgow have got to go, right, wake up, 500 to go. What do we need to do to regain that first place? With Bath also moving up from fourth to third, so really great work by all there to change the outcome of this B final of the women's intermediate lightweight pairs. And they're just coming into view now. And again, quickly in the bottom right hand corner, that's the medal ceremony for the Open Beginner Coxed squads. Congratulations again to all there. Back to the race. As the crews are making their way to, they're just reaching the red buoys now, 250 to go, where they're going to start to wind it up. Are we going to see some tight battles for the positions in this B final?
It looks to be York pulling out in front of Glasgow, who has been leading for most of the race. So this will be really interesting to see how this final shapes up. It seems that York has put in a good shift, a good sprint right at the end. They can just watch their steering to the finish line, but it doesn't look like that's not going to impact the result, as it's York coming through the finish line just about in their lane in first, looking ecstatic to have won, followed by very closely by Bath and Glasgow in second and third, only about half a second separation of them, then Cambridge, and then it looks like Queens will be coming through in the fifth spot.
Yeah, well done to all there. Really great race there, really close throughout, really battling each other, and even Cambridge there, who came through fourth. A high five between the crewmates there. Obviously still very pleased to have made that final and to got through that race together. So well done to them. Next, we will of course be bringing you the A final of the women's intermediate lightweight single sculls. They have them on your screen now. Through the lanes, Nottingham, UEA, University of East Anglia, Surrey, Cambridge A, Newcastle A, and Birmingham A. Go. We are already at the 1500 metre mark now in this A final, so medal contention, and look at that, we've got Birmingham who are in the lead now followed by Newcastle, and followed by Nottingham. 10 seconds between first and third. That's a great margin that Birmingham have got there. Cambridge in fourth. Surrey followed by UEA. That pair there in Birmingham, we saw them earlier in their, I can't remember if it was a semi or a wrap, but they also won that one, so they'll be really pleased to be here in this A final today. And they'll be wanting to prove themselves. You know, they've picked up quite a few medals this weekend. Birmingham have in many boat classes. They've been doing really, really well here today. So hopefully they will be adding another gold to their tally here in this women's intermediate lightweight pair. As they come into the red boys now, they're really winding it up. They are probably about 5 strokes away from being in front of their marquee here on the far side of the lake. So they're about to get some big cheers from their crew. I can see them, from their teammates now, I can see them giving them a cheer on. That will just really help them. Just hearing the crowds, whether you can hear them cheering for you or if you can just hear noise, it just really does give you that boost and pushes you on. And there you have it. That will be Birmingham. Look at that, splashing the water. Big hugs. Really pleased to have won that A final, followed by Newcastle taking the silver and Nottingham for the bronze. And Birmingham there, they actually they didn't have enough pairs for all of their crews today. I was just speaking with their coach Alex Darby previously, and they didn't have enough boats for all of their crews, so they've had to borrow that one very short notice from Royal Chester. So they were just working on the heights this morning before their time trial. So for them to go out in a boat that is unfortunately a little bit too big for them, and one that they're not used to rowing in, to go on and do so well in their time trial and in their semi, and then to go on and win the final is really impressive. So really well done there to Birmingham and to all crews in this A final.
We're just looking at the lineup for the Women's Beginners 8 Final B, and so moving across lanes we should have Swansea, Cardiff, Surrey B, Cambridge, Oxford Brookes A and Oxford. They look to be lining up and preparing for the start. This is a big final. This will be a lot of the biggest events of the year for these rowers. They've all been rowing for give or take under a year. So it's really interesting to see how these beginner programs stack up, particularly at bigger rowing universities like Oxford Brookes. It's really interesting to see how they coach their new and developing rowers.
There was. It's gone back in. Swansea, Cardiff, Surrey, Cambridge, Brookes, Oxford.
And here we go, they are probably under starters orders now. Most of them have got their blades squared and almost buried. And there we go, they're off. And it just looks like that crew there. Who is that in lane 4? Cambridge. They weren't quite all buried there.
Oh, no, yeah.
They weren't quite all buried there, which probably is why they didn't quite go off in a straight line there, but they have recovered it nicely. The Coxes recovered it, and they are all off. Great shot there down the course, seeing them all come out the stake boats. And again, these crews would have been on the water twice already today, so they will be tired, but it's all the name of the game. And you might be able to hear a lot of noise now at the finish line from the Blue Stars of Newcastle as their pair is coming in. That should be coming into shot for you very soon. The women's intermediate lightweight pairs will be with you any second now. Back to the race. Looks like a really nice clean race here so far. And there they are, so by magic there is Newcastle getting their silver medals. Looks like a great clean race, as I was saying. You know, all these crews, nobody seems to be warned yet, which is always good. And then you've got Nottingham coming in to collect their bronze. We bring you some timings shortly. And here we go. We've got Oxford leading 1 second over Brooks, 1 second over Cambridge, 0.6 of a second over Surrey, and another second to Swansea, with 4 seconds to Cardiff. So it's going to be the battles of Oxford versus Oxford Brooks here. And there you go, picture in picture. You've got Birmingham now, well deserved, getting their gold medals there in the lightweight pairs. So yeah, we've got a really close, you know, you've got 2 to 3 seconds between 1 through 5 here in this 500 meters of the women's beginner 8s. So this is the B final, but look how close those margins are. That's really impressive. Just goes to show the level of talent that we've got here this weekend. For the margins to be that tight in a B final, that's really impressive. And here we can see, if you're just joining us, this is the B final of the women's beginner 8s. Going through the lanes, we've got Swansea, Cardiff, Surrey B, Cambridge, Oxford Brooks A, and Oxford Uni. And it is a battle between Oxford and Oxford Brooks at the moment for the first place. You can see them there side by side, and look at that, half a second between the two crews. This is going to be a really exciting race and a really exciting sprint for the line. And we've got Swansea, who are 6 seconds behind Brooks. Followed by Cambridge, Surrey and Cardiff. So this is really switched up, because previously I believe Swansea were in 5th at the 500 metre mark. So they've really dug deep there. There they are with the swans on their oars there. They've really jumped from 4th to 3rd. That's really impressive push they've done there. And here we are back to the battle for first place in this B final of the women's beginner 8s. You've got Oxford on the left of your screen with Oxford Brooks on the right of your screen. Oh gosh, very unfortunate there in the bows of the Brooks crew. They have just caught a crab. She is unfortunately struggling to get out of that, and she's got out. Congratulations. And on to Oxford here. And they've got to see that now, the Coxed and the crew, and use that to their advantage. Somebody's caught a crab. Okay, focus in our boat. Let's push away whilst they're recovering.
Especially with these tight margins, something that can cause such a huge upset in the boat. The other crews are definitely going to be looking to capitalise on that. And you can see here Oxford University pulling away, definitely hoping to make some huge gains on them over the course and widen that half-second margin that we saw at the 1K.
Yeah, definitely. And here we come through the 1500 metre mark. 500 to go, and it's Oxford through first. And then now they've got about 6 seconds over Brooks. So previously it was half a second and now it's gone out to 6. So unfortunately that crab did really cause them some problems there. They've got Swansea behind them, 4 seconds, followed by Cambridge, followed by Surrey and Cardiff. Yeah, that'll be really gutting for Brooks there. They were so close to pipping Oxford for that first place in this B final, but there's still time. There's 500 to go. They can come back fighting. They'll be annoyed, but they need to use that now, dig deep and push through, see what they can find. But from this angle and that margin, they may not have enough time. As we come to the 250 to go, the Red Boys and the progress boards, Oxford, from our view here from the finish tower, are looking really clean. They are rating much lower than Brooks. Brooks are really going for it to see if they can close that gap, but Oxford are looking really calm, really collected. I think they probably know that they've done enough here and they're not in any danger as long as they row a clean race in these next sort of 10 to 15 strokes. And here we have them coming up to the line now. It's going to be Oxford University who take this win in the B final of the women's beginner eights, and there they are. I think they got a little confused on the finish line there. It was the yellow boys, not the orange, but still, congratulations to Oxford, followed by Oxford Brooks, followed by Swansea there. Well done to Swansea. You know, like we said before, they've come through from 5th to 3rd in that. You know, that just shows don't give up. It is all to play for. And they really turned that one around. So that was a really great B final there. Well done to all. And next we will be bringing you race 430, the A final of the women's beginner eights. And here you go, as if by magic on the screen, we've got Liverpool, Queen's B, Edinburgh B, Nottingham B, Surrey A and Queen's A. And again, Kate, you know, having 3 B crews in this final, super impressive by all.
Yeah, I think Queen's has been putting on a huge performance, particularly with their women's beginner squad at BUCS this year. To have 2 crews in the A final of the eights, which is obviously one of the biggest events for beginners, for beginner women, is huge for them. And as we can see, they're currently sitting in 2nd and 5th, but the competition is quite tight. There's less than 6 seconds between 1st and 6th. So as you can see in that last race, upsets can happen, particularly with these kinds of conditions, which beginners especially may be unfamiliar with. So it's really important they all just keep composed, keep calm, and that they just make sure that they're focusing in on their own boat, because I think when you start to focus outside of what you're looking at, of the people in front of you, it can cause problems, and losing focus can cause the upsets like we saw with Oxford Brooks in the last race. And coming through the 1K now, it's Surrey in the lead. Still waiting on the remaining crew times. But it does seem to be Surrey in the lead, but they do seem to be neck and neck from this angle. Sorry, it's Queen's in the lead, followed by Surrey, Nottingham, Edinburgh, Queen's and Liverpool rounding us up. Again, it seems to have widened the margins, as there's now a much larger 15-second margin between 1st and 6th, going pretty much down the lanes in order from 6 to 1 in terms of positioning. Still very much to play for silver and bronze though, only 0.3 seconds in that between Surrey and Nottingham. So they're going to be looking at each other, trying to make that push as we come into the second 1K. This is the section of the 500, which is really tough to just power through.
Yeah, absolutely. And Moore and Queens, you know, they were 3rd at Bucks Head and their B crew was 4th. So both of these crews here today put on a really strong showing at Bucks Head, which they've managed to bring into this race here today. And Edinburgh, you know, they had a clean sweep in their crews at Bucks Head. And they've been the reigning champion in the women's beginner 8s ever since as well, and also winning the beginner academic pennant at Weehawken. So yeah, really, really good from all of those. And also Surrey, BUCS Head, both of their 8s finished in the top 5, which is incredible. And their A crew was only 15 seconds off gold. So 4 incredibly strong crews there in this A final. And as we reach the 1500 meters here, 500 to go, it is Queen's A who are still leading, 2 seconds over Surrey. 0.7 of a second to Edinburgh, so you know there's just around 2 seconds between first and third, which is going to show for a really tight battle to the line. It's going to be really exciting when these women's beginner 8s get closer to us. Queen's, Surrey, Edinburgh, Nottingham, Liverpool, with Queen's bringing up the back of the pack.
Nice to see Edinburgh moving up into that top 3 over Nottingham. Still very much to play for the silver medal position, and there are medals up for grabs in this final, so they're all going to be thinking about that. They've raced so many times today already, but this final push, this final 500 as they're coming in front of us into better view.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to these 8s getting closer, because even just now, just as they hit the red buoys, they're almost at the scoreboards. They're all just really descending on us with a lot of speed now. They're getting, they're really winding the rate up, all of them. This is going to be a really tight battle for the medals here today. I think the battle for third will be really, really tight here today. It looks like Queens are still going to be taking the win here. Let's just let them get a little bit closer so we can see the angle better. Oh dear, that's very unfortunate there for that Surrey crew. They're going to be really upset with that. So that is Queen's taking the lead, Edinburgh second, Nottingham third. Really unfortunate there for that Surrey crew. I strongly believe that they were going to medal here today, but with about 10 strokes to the line, unfortunately they did catch a crab. They will be heartbroken with that. Yeah, look at that. She's really upset, bless her. But still an incredible sprint from all crews there in that A final. That just goes to show it's not over till it's over, and unfortunately you just missed out there because of that little slip. We will be bringing you the medals from that very shortly, but next on to the B final of the women's intermediate double sculls. We've got Surrey B, Leeds B, St Andrews A, Glasgow A, Durham A and De Montfort A. Here we have on the screen for you now the 500 metre scores. We've got St Andrews in the leads of about 3 seconds over De Montfort, followed by Glasgow, Surrey and Leeds. And we are at the 1K now in this B final of the women's intermediate double sculls. And it is still St Andrews A who are leading the pack. 4 seconds now over Glasgow, so they're really pushing out now. And it's half a second between Glasgow and De Montfort, so that's super tight, followed by Durham, Surrey and Leeds. So they're halfway in now. They'll be really into their mid-pace rhythm. Starting to look on the next 500 metres, they'll probably have a focus for the next 500, possibly, you know, they'll be focusing on maybe their catches or their finishes. They'll be communicating with their crewmates. What do they need to do now? What's going on around them? What do they need to do to push on? This is obviously a B final, so no medals here, but they still will want the bragging rights of crossing that line first over their opponents.
Yeah, and I think as we come into the second half of this race, it's really important just to keep the power on and keep the pressure up, because this is the most difficult part of the race for many people. You've crossed the halfway line, you've done so much work, and the finish line still seems so far away. And as we pan out, we can see all of the crews pushing onwards. Still pretty tight in those middle 2 lanes there. Still fairly neck and neck in these conditions. A double's much more stable than the pair we saw earlier today, but it's still so important to keep your composure and keep your cool.
And you'll be seeing very shortly in the bottom right hand side of your screen, there will be a medal ceremony which is just coming into our pontoons now, which is the medals from the women's beginner 8s. Back to the race now, the B final of the women's intermediate double sculls at the 1500 metres, 500 to go. We've got St Andrews still in the lead, 3 seconds over De Montfort, so they're really pushing that lead out. They're maintaining it, they're staying ahead. They've got Glasgow behind, followed by Surrey, followed by Leeds. So De Montfort there have progressed from 3rd up to 2nd. They've swapped over with Glasgow. Let's see if they can maintain that. And there we go. We've got Queens getting their medals there in the bottom corner for you. And as this B final gets closer to us in the tower here, it does look to me like some of the crews are sort of increasing that rate of striking now. They know that those red boys are ever near, and it is time to go. It's time to dig deep. It's time to find the next gear and hopefully stay away from those boys. Yeah, here they go. They're coming into shot for us now in front of us at the tower. They're passing the scoreboards. And it does look like St Andrews are maintaining that lead. A really nice sculling here from these intermediate double sculls, and that will be St Andrews crossing the line first in this B final, followed by De Montfort and Glasgow. Next over the line we've got Surrey, followed by Leeds. And that was the B final of the women's intermediate double sculls. We have been Zoe and Kate, and now we're going to pass you over to Nadine and Sam. So thanks for having us, and enjoy the A final.
I'm here with Nadine. Nadine, how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. It's nice to be back in the commentary box for the last day.
Yeah, I don't know about you, but I'm still reeling in from that race with the beginner race. What a finish.
I know, it was such a good race, and we were just watching, waiting to swap over to the headsets, their medalling ceremony, which was really wholesome.
Yeah, it was really nice seeing them go. Right, we're here in the final for the women's intermediate doubles, the A final. Since the last bits of this race, what's it looking like out there?
Yeah, I mean, it's not looking like conditions that I would want to be racing in, but as we are looking at the intermediate standard of rowing, I can expect a lot of these crews will be able to persevere with the conditions and still put in a pretty good race.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. It does look like it is that Reading crew in the far lane 6 that are currently in the lead. Seems to reel in quite nicely, but in lane 4 and 5, it does seem to be quite a good battle. It seems like that lane 4 other Reading crew are sort of just maybe flipping ahead.
Yeah, potentially. You can see the other crews now, they're trying to put in that last stint of a race to push it through to the finish, but first place does look like it might be a given.
Yeah, does seem just that Reading A crew, but it is the Reading, between the Reading C and the Bath A crew, that seems quite close.
Yeah, it does look like that Reading C crew has managed to put a little bit of a push in. Wondering if they're going to be able to keep it up for the last 5 strokes that they've got until they're going to cross the finish line.
There we are, that is Reading A who have taken that win. With Reading B, looks like they're just going to pip out ahead of the Bath crew, about 3/4 of the length, taking the win.
Very close call for 4th, but it does look like it went to that Durham crew. And which Reading crew have we got over in lane 3? Reading B.
Yeah, ahead of the Newcastle.
Probably a very, very tough race, but it is nice to see 3 Reading crews in that final. Very high standard of rowing to be able to produce 3 intermediate women's double sculls in the A final.
Yeah, Reading have really had a good season. They've had a really good show at this regatta. I mean, their strength in numbers really shows everything about them, but they've managed to take a lot of wins, a lot of different other pieces of silverware. So there's no doubt their program is really working. They've got strong, good sized squad. Their coaching's working well, their program's working well.
They do have a lovely stretch of river to be training on as well.
Really do. You can see that Nottingham crew down there, the beginner 8, just taking up their medals there. So they'll all be really proud, really happy about their result.
Definitely a few tears of happiness.
Yeah, for sure. It's a tough race, and what a finish it was. You can see the 1K mark here of the B final of the women's championship doubles. Reading currently out in the lead, followed by Durham. A sizable lead, just over 6 seconds.
So this race only got 3 boats in it.
Looks like it, but it looks like the Cambridge might not be in the race, so it is just between that Durham and that Reading crew. Yeah, looks like the conditions still out there. The past couple of days it's really just picked up. The wind's picked up from sort of yesterday. It's really been chopping up. Luckily for them it's a tailwind, but for some of the sort of lesser experienced crews, especially the beginners, it's going to be very challenging for them.
Can't be a fun race knowing you've only got one opponent next to you. That really is a constant battle all the way to the finish line, because you don't want to be left behind in this. It's not like when you've got 4 or 5 other crews surrounding you. It's you and this one, so really all eyes are on you. I wonder if they're going to be feeling any more pressure at this moment.
Yeah, definitely. When you're out there and it's just you, one other person for the single, if it's the double, when you're just, or even the pair, when it's just you, potentially you and someone else, there's definitely a lot more eyes on you as an individual.
So looking at the times, it is the Reading C crew that is currently leading in front of the Durham crew. Based on the times, it's only about a 6 or 7 second lead. You can probably see that gap in your screens at the moment.
It looks like they've just kept about the same lead, about just a 6.5 seconds, so maybe extended it, but not by very much. Potentially shows that the Durham crew are just putting in a good shift, but with less than 500 metres to go, are they going to be able to catch up to that Reading crew, or will they just run out of water?
And also whether Reading are going to find the upper hand in this race, knowing that they've got that push just in front of the Durham crew that they're able to keep working off of them. Whereas, like, especially for the Durham sculler that's sat in stroke, not being able to see the Reading crew is knowing like how much more they're needing to push to gain that distance back.
Yeah, we can see in the bottom corner there the women's intermediate doubles collecting their medals. Looks like the Reading crew getting their gold and then getting the silver medals from the Reading crew again. A lovely gold and silver from Reading. They'll be very proud of that, very happy.
So just a reminder that there aren't any medals up for grabs in this Women's Championship Double Sculls B final, but it is a pretty good accomplishment to be able to say that you're going to have placed first or second in it. No one you tell is going to know that there wasn't 6 boats in this final, so a first or second place is definitely secured.
Definitely, you know, it looks like that Reading crew, they are holding their lead, but perhaps Durham have closed in that line a bit. They are putting a good shove. They're definitely out there just to try and show how good they can be against the Reading crew. And it looks like that Reading crew have just crossed the line, and the Durham are just finishing the line there. Perhaps about a length, maybe just over a length of water between the two crews.
They did manage to close that gap just a little bit by about a second or two, so...
Yeah, and you can see on the picture there how high the waves are coming up on the boats. You can see just how choppy the conditions are out there. So it is a tailwind, so it's going to work with the athletes, but nonetheless it's not going to be easy to be rowing in that. The less experienced and the smaller boats especially, it's going to be quite a tough challenge. So we're going into the A final here for the Women's Championship doubles. Edinburgh lane 1, Newcastle lane 2, Birmingham lane 3, Bath in lane 4, Reading B in lane 5 and Reading A in lane 6.
Once again, lots of Reading crews. They really managed to put a good field out there this BUCS Regatta. I wonder if they're going to be bringing home any more silverware during this race.
Sure. How's the regatta been for you this week then?
Yeah, it's been a great weekend. It's my last BUCS Regatta as an athlete, so it's been bittersweet really.
So what have you managed to been racing this weekend?
Saturday I was in the women's intermediate quad, which we did make a final for, and then yesterday I was in the women's intermediate 8, which we didn't make a final for, which we weren't actually too surprised about. We were just super excited as a club to be able to actually get a women's 8 out, as we have about 14 females within our squad, so getting an 8 out is a pretty good accomplishment.
Yeah, I was really glad you managed to get out, but say yesterday it started to get a little bit colder and importantly it started to get that choppy. So how did you guys find the conditions? How did you battle against them?
So we actually row on a river which leads out to the sea, so we're pretty used to some coastal conditions. I do think though it wasn't what we were expecting, but we were able to use that in our stride. For a lot of our girls as well, they had only just learnt to sweep in the last couple of weeks, so it was a good opportunity for them to put their coastal abilities and their newly learnt sweeping abilities into play.
Yeah. So it looks like at the halfway it is the two Reading crews, Reading A then Reading B, who are the leaders. Only about half a second in it between them, so very, very close. Seems like it still could be either of those two, the games between the Reading A and Reading B. So it'll be interesting to see if they manage one pulls away from the other, or if they are just going to be so matched. It's going to be a good inter-club sort of battle there.
Yeah, definitely.
That Birmingham crew is currently sat in 3rd, not too far behind the other crews. They're still in with the match. You know, if they put in a bid shift now, then they could still claw back and take the win. But it's really going to be a big show of whether it's going to be now, whether they're going to have it in the tank, or if Reading are just going to be that dominant. So we're into the last 500 metres now. You can see the crews just coming past. They're less than a second in between the two Reading crews. Birmingham sitting just under 3 seconds behind the Reading B.
It's looking pretty close from here, you know, so as they're coming down to the eye line of all of the spectators, it's going to be interesting to see how people respond to their friends and family on the bank cheering them along. I can see a herd of cyclists following them along, so I imagine lots of support has been following them down right from the start of this race.
Yeah, and we just got a nice little shot just then of the Birmingham crew sculling, looking like they were handling the conditions quite well, which was not surprising for a championship crew. in their double that I believe was sport from the Tokyo Olympics. After that, it's the double they used there. And
God, you can see over in that lane 6 though, those poor conditions that they're having to face with waves actually just hurtling at them.
Yeah, you can see that bow just dipping under the water here and there. Waves coming up and over it.
It really hasn't put a dampen on their stroke though. They have managed to keep pushing, and I believe they are still gaining a lead in this race. It'll be interesting now as we are entering the Red Boy sprint finish.
Yeah, wow, that's looking really tight. Looks like that Reading B have put a little push in. Maybe they're just pipping over. So I've seen them using those comp blades, which famously haven't worked always quite well in the rougher conditions, but they seem to be using them perfectly well here.
It really is canvas to canvas at this point.
They've really taken that rate of striking right up and looked. Ooh, yeah, we'll have to wait for the official confirmation, but it looks like Reading A just beat Reading B. And wow, the Bath crew looks like they've just come over to take 3rd place from Birmingham. What a huge finish from them. Come out absolutely of nowhere.
And a battle for 4th. We've come down in pairs for this race. It does look as if Newcastle just pipped over that line ahead of the Edinburgh crew.
Yeah, very close. It looks like that Birmingham with the 500 metres to go was sitting about 2 seconds behind the Bath crew. So to take that up and over and then to just pip over the Birmingham crew, that was a huge shift from them.
Yeah, and if you look at the times at the top left of your screen right now, you can just see how those boats came down in pairs. You've got the 2 Reading crews less than a second apart, then the Bath and Birmingham crew milliseconds apart, and then the Newcastle and Edinburgh crew crossing the line pretty much at the same time.
Yeah, what an amazing race that was. Coming into the open intermediate lightweight quads final, the A final, we've got Queen's B in lane 1, Surrey lane 2, Queen's A in lane 3, Reading in lane 4, Exeter lane 5, and Nottingham in lane 6. It's been interesting watching those time trials earlier. It was always fun to watch the lightweights in these kinds of conditions. It was very choppy, arguably maybe a little bit worse than it is right now, but with the quads it's a bit easier to sit up in those. It's a tailwind, so it's going to work well for the lightweight, so I think we can definitely expect some fast and beat speeds during this event. We don't have a championship lightweight quad, so this is essentially the top class of the lightweight quads, so we should expect some high speeds, some good splits, some really fast rowing, and some decent rowing as well, because you know the lightweights, they always have to row that a little bit better to make up for the lack of sort of size and power that the heavyweights have.
Yeah, usually rate a little bit quicker, get those blades in and out of the water enough to, you know, try and generate that gap.
Yeah, and it's going to be really good seeing this. We've got obviously the 2 Queen's crews. Queen's always they've done really well there. I believe they were the winners at BUCS Head. And we've got the Reading crew as well. Reading, obviously, we've talked about them enough today. They've got some resurgence. Nottingham, who's got their home waters. And it seems it is the Nottingham crew who sort of lead at the 500, with Queen's just behind them, Exeter behind them, and then it's the Surrey, Reading, and then the Queen's B crew.
I'm enjoying this shot right now. You've got one guy trying to start the engine of the launch, and the other one sat chilling on the front of it. Disparity in jobs right there, but nonetheless, they are very important.
Some people just have it easy.
Yeah. Not these rowers though. They definitely do not have it easy today in those conditions, but I mean, this is what they came for. You've got everything to race for in this race, especially with medals on the line. You want every opportunity you can to take back a piece of silverware for your club.
Yeah, quads are always, I mean, there are a lot of people, quads are their favourite boats to race. They're the fast boats. When you're in a good quad, they really move.
Yeah.
You know, they're very fun. And in a lightweight quad in a tailwind over the 2K stretch, when it's going to be tight, as it's already sitting fairly tight, that 500 metre mark, it's going to be a really interesting race. And I know they're probably going to, well, it's going to be very tough. They're probably going to come out and really enjoy it.
Yeah, definitely. Personally as well, the quad category is one of my favourites. Interestingly, that and the pair. I'm not really sure where the correlation lies between that, but those are my 2 favourite boat classes.
Oh, and it just seems like one of the crews there, the Nottingham crew, just caught a little crab. Already going to take that advantage and just shove away from them just before the 1K as well. So I wonder what happened there. Maybe they just caught a little bit of the water in these tough conditions. It's going to be interesting to see. Are they going to still be ahead? Are they going to be overtaken? And it is just barely the Nottingham crew who still hold that lead, just over a second over the Queen's crew. But how's that going to change? Because they have to build up their speed again now. They have to get right back into it. The Queen's crew no doubt would have seen that and trying to take advantage of it.
Oh, there you can see in the bottom right of your corner the medalists from the previous race, which was the women's championship double A final. So probably some very happy athletes down there.
Yeah. So ask Nadine, so if you're in that race, you're the Nottingham crew, if you got to about the 1K, you've got Little Crab, you know, you're just barely still ahead, but that Queen's crew, they've put a big shift, they tried to move, and you've got to restart your race. How would you sort of approach that in your mind? How would you deal with that?
Oh, I mean, being in a crew boat, straight away I'd be thinking, oh my god, one, I don't want everyone else panicking, and two, I really don't want to let them down. So it would be a case of how quickly can I get it back together, and then how quickly can we put a power 10 on to try and gain that distance back that we might have just lost.
Yeah, and it's not unheard of for crews to catch crab, to get left behind, and then to crawl up. I mean, we saw the Europeans not but last year or a couple of years ago with the Dutch men's 8, who got a boat stopping crab, placed them straight to last, and then up corner back and taken second just barely behind the British crew. Oh, and look at that, 500 meters to go, and it's dead on with both Queen's crews. The Nottingham crew just barely behind them, just under a second behind them.
Oh, we've got another crab on the course.
And another crab. Who's that? Who stopped there? Seems like that's the Exeter crew. Yeah, the Exeter crew. They caught a crab. They're behind now. It's going to be a real battle for gold here, because the Nottingham crew, while they're probably behind only because of that crab, it doesn't mean that they're the slowest out there. They might be having more speed than the other crews, and being less than a second behind, they can claw it back. But the two Queen's crews, being so matched, they're going to have, I mean, they're going to be wanting the bragging rights, they're going to be wanting the medal, they're going to be wanting the gold. It's going to be a real good show here. We can just start to see them coming in close to the tower. Last couple 100 meters. Wow, it does look like that Nottingham crew, they're struggling, but they are trying to put in a big surge, a big push, and they're battling out with that Queen's crew.
It does look like, though, the three boats following them, we might have a bit of a contest going on for that third position. Like we said earlier, there are medals on the line for this race, so you never want to give in. You want to give it everything you can, and you want to come off this race knowing that you left everything on the water. And we're going to see that now as these crews come into the finish line. We'll probably see quite a considerable rate increase.
Yeah, and it seems like the Queen's crew have made the most out as they're coming into the last final strokes, while Nottingham are sitting just behind them, maybe half length, maybe a length down. Queen's cross the line in first, Nottingham in second.
Oh, look at
look how happy those Queen's crew are.
And there it is, that third position going to lane 2, which is the Surrey crew.
Yeah, what a good show from the Surrey crew to come back from there. I mean, the Surrey crew, they're sitting 4th at the 500, 5th at the 1K, 3rd at the 1500 meter, and then to come in at 3rd again. A really good show from them. The Surrey next to crew just crossed the line. Wow, what a drama-packed race, but what amazing racing from them.
Some very, very happy rowers right there. They'll be heading on it over to the medaling pontoon to win their very deserved medals.
Yeah, and I wonder what the Nottingham crew will be thinking now, because they seem to be just a bit defeated. They should still be happy. It's silver medals, nothing to be shunned at. You know, it's very tough conditions. Ultimately, the Queen's crew just handled it a bit better, and that's what allowed them to take the win in this event. And
yeah, they definitely should not feel disheartened by that second position, because at the end of the day, that is still a fantastic result, and honestly, to finish top 3 is an accomplishment in itself.
Yeah, it's really good. We're seeing the open intermediate pairs come in through now. We have Newcastle B in lane 1, Durham C lane 2, Nottingham A in lane 3, Warwick lane 4, Durham B in lane 5, and Newcastle D in lane 6. Coming in just at the 1K mark now, just waiting on the official times. But it does seem that Newcastle pair are leading, with Durham behind them, Warwick, then the other Durham crew, and then another Newcastle crew. It's another quite challenging boat in these tough conditions. Say the smaller boats, the tailwind will be nice because they're quite slow boats, it'll be nice to move a bit quicker, but the tough conditions will make it quite challenging. You know, the pair is quite a difficult boat to set, trying to keep that boat balanced, trying to work together.
Yeah, watching the time trial for these boats earlier was an interesting thing to spectate. I don't know if you watched it yourself with them coming down the course. It appeared that a few of the crews were having a little bit of trouble dealing with the tough conditions, but obviously these crews were able to persevere and put in some of the best times of the day.
Yeah, and it'll be really interesting to see, to compare some of the times and see if with the time trials, if they were just struggling to handle conditions so much that perhaps they've been a bit more conservative with themselves, and then coming into this race, they got the competitive spirit. They've gone out, they've dealt with the conditions in the pair already, so they know what they're expecting, and then they got the side-by-side racing there, so they want to push a bit harder. So whether the crews who maybe come first, maybe second, see how that compares with the A final results as well.
Yeah, and just thinking about what's probably going through their heads right now, and especially in the lead up to this race, having to deal with that mental battle of knowing what you're going onto the water to face the conditions like it's not very fun. And although I did say the pair is one of my favourite boat classes, in choppy and unstable conditions it does make it considerably less enjoyable. Nonetheless though, when you are able to master the balance of that boat, especially in these conditions, it makes it even more enjoyable, and knowing that you're going to be leading this race and battling against everything you are with the wind, I think you'd feel pretty good in yourself.
Yeah, and we can see the quads there just starting to receive their medals. That'll be our... seems like the Nottingham crew. And there's the Queen's crew getting their golds. At the 500 metre to go mark though, in this B final, it was the Newcastle B crew sitting in first place with a decently comfortable lead, just over 5 seconds ahead of Durham C, who are very closely matched by Durham B. So that'll be a really interesting race. See which of the Durham crews comes out for the second place. A real good ferocious battle there. Warwick are sitting in fourth, but they're not too far behind either, so it's still possible for them to claw that back, but I think it will be a tough ask for them. So we're coming in just the last couple hundred metres now. We can see that lane 1 Newcastle B crew, they seem to be quite comfortable holding their position. And in lane 2, that Durham C crew still holding, maybe extended the lead slightly. And it does look like that Nottingham crew have actually just made a huge push through and are currently sitting in third place.
That does look like it's going to be a tight call as we come into the finish line now.
Yeah, a real battle for, I think second is pretty much guaranteed, but third place now, that outside Newcastle crew, they've just up there a streak of writing.
I don't know that second place is a complete given. You've got Durham and Newcastle here battling it out, and that is half a boat length in front.
Oh, wow, that was tight between the Newcastle and that outside Nottingham crew.
Yeah.
Wow, that was tight. I think that might be a photo finish there. That Newcastle crew, they seem to quite comfortably take the win. Durham took a second. I wouldn't call it comfortable, but I would call it a decent enough lead for them.
We'll just wait for the times to come through confirmed. You have got some up on your screen right now, but we will wait for the picture finish results.
Yeah, in just a moment I'm sure we'll see as well the Nottingham crew, they're just coming in to collect their silver medal. I'm sure will come up in just a moment in the bottom corner. There they are. Smiles on their faces, they're still happy, as they should be. It's a big result.
Doing pretty well in the lightweight category, as their stroke person there had medalled, I believe, gold yesterday in the lightweight championship single sculls, so, or maybe not even championship, but that is a double medal at least that I've seen from this athlete.
Yeah. Currently on progress though is the open intermediate pairs, the A final. At the 1K mark, it is Bath in lane 1, Bath B in lane 1, sitting in first, with Durham A lane 4 sitting second, Edinburgh A lane 2 are sitting third, London A in lane 3 are sitting fourth, Strathclyde in lane 6 are currently sitting in fifth, and in sixth place is Edinburgh B in lane 5. Yeah, Simpson very close. Looking at it, the 1K mark, there was like about half a second between Bath and Durham battling for first place. I think that's going to be a really tight race. In third place, Edinburgh weren't sitting far behind those either. I think it still could be anyone's game here. We're coming up. They're getting up close to the 500 metre to go mark. We can see that Bath crew still holding first. Looks like they've extended their lead to almost about 3.5 seconds over the Edinburgh A crew, who are sitting just under a second ahead of the Durham A crew. So it looks like that Edinburgh crew have managed to push through Durham to take that second place spot. Are they going to hold it? That is the question. And not far from them, the London A crew in 4th, again sitting less than a second behind Durham.
It's interesting now as well, you can see they've actually managed some pretty straight courses, which obviously we have said they are currently battling with well, not battling, they are being boosted with a tailwind, so they're getting that little push down the course that a headwind would obviously not be giving them. But a pair is one of the hardest boats to steer, because you've got to make sure you and your partner are putting in the same amount of power and at the same time, so that one of you isn't pulling each other around. So it's nice to see some very straight courses from these boats.
Yeah, it is really nice, and it does look like that London crew have just managed the huge move. They pushed through Edinburgh and they're starting to challenge Bath. Bath still look like they've just had the lead, but I don't think they are the fastest crew currently moving, and it looks like they may be struggling just a tiny bit against these conditions. I mean, we've seen a lot of the crew, especially in the time trials, struggling with the course. They're getting close to those boys. They're still holding the lead, but just barely. Are they going to manage to hold it all the way to the line? And that London crew, are they going to hold in the second place ahead of the Edinburgh crew? A huge sprint from them. And Bath just crossed the line in 1st, London 2nd, Edinburgh take that 3rd place. Wow. A really big move from London there to come all the way from 4th to 2nd. Durham there taking the 4th place, with Strathclyde taking 5th, and then our 2nd Edinburgh crew taking 6th.
And just a reminder that this is the A final, which means medals are up for grabs, so we'll shortly see those crews head over to the medaling pontoon. Until then, we have just started the race for the Open Championship pairs. We are on the A final. In lane 1 is London, lane 2 Durham A, lane 3 Newcastle A, lane 4 Newcastle B, lane 5 Durham B, and lane 6 Edinburgh B. We're looking very north right now, other than that that London crew. Yeah. Probably quite familiar for Durham, Newcastle and Edinburgh to be racing against each other.
Yeah, we've definitely seen a big surge of northern crews doing quite well at this regatta. There's been a sheer number of volume of them, but there's also been a good amount of results from them. You know, the London and especially the Reading have sort of been the big challenges this weekend, especially in some of the sculling events. But sitting here in the A final for the Championship Open pairs, currently at the 500 metre mark, it was Durham sitting ahead, but not much of a lead ahead of the London crew. So it's hard to call at this early stage of the race. I think the 1K mark will show what's going to happen there, whether it is just that they manage to get a better start or if they are just the faster crew.
We had a few splashes there from the Durham crew, obviously battling hard against those conditions. Doesn't look to be affecting their rowing too dramatically, but obviously they might be ending this race a little bit wet. Yeah. But we are obviously a water sport, so we can't anticipate finishing a session or a race dry. Contrary to what many of us want or believe.
Yeah, it seems like the rowing is still quite nice from them. You're coming into shot now is that London crew there. You can see that, you know, with the championship events, while they're dealing with the same conditions everyone else is dealing with, they seem to be very comfortable in the rowing. They're very relaxed. You can see nothing's changed with their technique. Nice, a really good strokeman there. He's just getting a nice, good technique, stroking in. Looks like that London crew are just sitting about just over 2 seconds ahead of the Durham crew. Edinburgh sitting quite close to them in 3rd, with Durham not too far behind.
We've got less than 10 seconds separating the 1st position and 6th position of this crew, this race right now, so really not much in it as we're just coming in past halfway, approaching 1,500 metres.
And we can see what seems to be maybe the Bath crew there, I think, collecting their medal from the intermediate pairs. And there's the Edinburgh crew. Collecting their bronze medals. And looks like those crews, the pairs are coming close, the championship pairs are coming close to the last 500 metres. Be interesting to see if London have managed to hold their lead, or if Durham are going to sort of take through them, take back the lead they had at the 500 meter mark. Should be waiting for the results of the 500 meter to go at any moment.
It's interesting looking at them from the commentary tower right now, as they're just little dots on the lake, but you guys have got a great view on your screens right now from this live stream, so I hope you're enjoying and supporting from wherever you are.
Yeah, and we were just talking earlier in the commentary, the on-site commentary box, that we've worked with a lot of other commentators for other sports, and it's always quite strange for them to have commentators actually on person, because with like the stadiums now, everyone can always see what's going on, but because we race over 2,000 meters, they're so far away that we can't actually see them when they're all the way down there. So having on-site commentators really makes a difference. Even if you're by the start, you're not going to see the finish, but if you're by the finish, you're not going to see the start. So having the on-site commentators is quite unusual, but for rowing it just makes a lot of sense. For us, we're very used to it. We don't really think about it.
No, exactly, and I think it makes it so more enjoyable. As a spectator myself, I want to know what's going on and who's in what position, and we've got a great team of commentators here, so it's always lovely to hear what they have to say, and when they get excited or passionate about a race, I think it gets all of the spectators involved just that bit more.
Yeah, and you can see that London boat there, they've just extended their lead out, here and there, just the boat's wobbling a bit, but they're holding it quite steady. It's quite impressive rowing. So we can see they've just held that lead, still ahead of that Durham crew, extended it to just over 5 seconds, who themselves are sitting about 1.5 seconds ahead of the Edinburgh crew. So it seems that everyone has just spread out a bit more. Perhaps that middle, that third 500, which we all know is the tough part of the race, just really got to them and just allowed everyone to spread out a bit. It does seem that Durham crew and the Edinburgh are still battling quite hard, but the Newcastle crew, the Newcastle pair, working quite well together as well, as is the Lane 2 Durham crew. So I think second place is going to be a tough battle between Durham and Edinburgh, but it still could be anyone's for third. We're coming into just the last few strokes now. It seems like that London crew have claimed the gold. And that's, wow, that is tight. Could be anyone's game there.
Oh my goodness.
Wow, what a finish.
I don't even think I could call that.
No, that was definitely a photo finish. It looked like perhaps, the Durham crew seem like they think they've got it. It looked like they may have just timed their strokes just perfectly to maybe just claim that silver medal,
Yeah,
but we'll have to wait for the official
over.
times. See, unofficially it seems like the Durham crew have just taken it. But wow, what a finish. The pair is such a boat that it's quite hard to, it's really hard to build up that sort of momentum, because you've got to work so well together. In other boats, you can have a few different people just build up power. Like the 8, you've got the Coxed still steering up. In the 4, you still got, the foot steering to go with you, and you sort of all just move a bit together. But with the pair, because you are the sole person responsible for your side of the boat, it's quite hard to sort of move together. You've got to be so in sync with the person you're rowing with. You've got to have perfect trust in them that you're going to build up, not only build up pressure together, but build up the same amount of pressure together at the same time as each other. It's quite a challenge. So to be able to do that and to squeeze through and be so close to the finish there, and really go for it, be able to respond to what the other crews are doing together. So really impressive show for them. Okay, we have the women's intermediate Coxed 4s, the B final here. In lane 1 we have Queens, lane 2 is London B, lane 3 is London C, lane 4 is Imperial A, lane 5 Durham B, lane 6 is Surrey. So what we can expect out of this race, do you think?
I think I will be able to give a more informed view once we see these crews off the start. We'll see if anyone is able to gain a slight lead, if any of them have got a punchier push off of that stake boat.
Yeah, and the Coxed 4s, they're always quite challenging, but they're a lot of people's least favourite boat to row because just how heavy they are. So perhaps the tailwinds just can do some favours. We can just see in the bottom corner there some of our athletes collecting their medals. Seems like London pair very, very pleased about their gold medal. Durham crew just about to come in behind them. Here comes the Durham crew. Durham getting ready to collect their silver. we're just starting to get some results in the 500 meter. Just waiting for the times to come in through. But it seems like Imperial were leading at the 500 meter mark, with Surrey barely behind them, as were Durham. In fact, actually, all three crews were within half a second of each other. That's really, really tight racing. In this kind of boat, that's going to be quite a challenge for them, so it'll be interesting to see how that pans out. And behind them, in fourth place, was London, really, really close behind them too. London C behind London B. Again, about half a second, just over, and then just half a second behind them was Queen. So all crews were very tight racing. The top three were all very, 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 very tight, and then the three crews after that sitting just barely behind them. So it's going to be a really interesting race, I think.
Yeah, and I was banking on using their start times through the 500 meter mark to potentially predict how the rest of this race is going to go. But looking at those times, I really don't think I'm going to be able to call anything. It's everything in it at this point, and we've still got another 4 minutes of this race left. Like, anything could happen, and we've seen a lot of crews already catch some pretty big crabs if they've come into the finish line. Definitely something to do with the pressure of the spectators coming into the finish. It's when it really becomes a mental game of trying to stay in the zone and just focus on that rhythm that you've set.
Yeah, certainly, you know, certainly those top three crews, that could be just down to how they managed to do the start. You know, it doesn't really show about their speed, but just shows about how well they managed to get off moving together. In the Coxed, being such a heavy boat, that's quite a real challenge to get off going together, but they seem to be moving quite well. Coming through to the 1K, we'll just wait for the times to come in. Just starting to get them in. It seems like Surrey maybe have just taken the lead, with Imperial just behind them in second, just over a second, about just under a second and a half between them, with London C holding third, come from fifth to third. That's quite impressive for them, with Durham coming in at fourth, and then we have Queens and then the London B crew. So London B have gone from fourth to sixth, whereas the Queens have gone from sixth to fifth. Some big changes there, so going to show really that is perhaps just about who managed to get off well off the start and then build some speed off of that.
Yeah, this is when it really comes down to that race plan that the crews have figured out with their coaches, with themselves, especially their Cox. It's everything is important at this moment, and making sure that you rely on your training, you rely on each other, and that you trust your Cox. You don't want to be looking round, potentially upsetting the balance, especially in these conditions. You know, a simple look out of the boat can send you into one of those waves that the wind's causing a little bit more, and that's when we've seen those crabs get caught.
Yeah, you know, it's always interesting to see with what the 500 metres to go. It's always a good show of who's sitting where is most likely where they're going to end up, especially with the sort of gaps we've got at the moment. It's always normally going to stay about where it is, but we've seen over today, yesterday and all the other days that there's been a big surge of big sprint finishes from loads of the crews, so it's been really hard to predict who's actually going to win in the end off of the times we've been seeing. But it does have a good show of where they're sitting, whether they can get the sprint finish in, whether they're going to run out of water or not. So we're coming into the last 500 metres. It looks like on the image it's still that Surrey crew leading out ahead.
Yeah, they've got a very marginal lead there, but quite considerable then for London falling into third place. So
yeah, and it seems like that Durham crew are still sitting in second, but they have, the Durham crew are sitting in second now. They were in fourth, and they are sitting very close in behind that Surrey crew, with the London B crew now sitting in third. Wow, they've gone from sixth to third. That must have been a big shove from them. Really big move there. And the London C crew sitting in fourth, and then Imperial A, who were in second, who started leading it, were second at the halfway, now sitting in fifth.
still really nothing in it at this point. Everything to play for, with just 6 seconds separating that first position and sixth position.
Yeah, and in the top four, just having about 1.5 seconds between the top 4 crews. And with the sprint finishes we've been seeing and some of the position changes we've already seen just through this race, it really could still be anyone's game. It seems like the Surrey are holding off all the other crews, and they are managing to do so very well, but the other crews, it seems like they're just starting to make their moves, up their rate of striking, and perhaps that lane 3 London crew just coming out.
We've also got a crew rowing down in lane 0.
We do. Unsure about who they are.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what's going on there. Because if they're not in this race, they sure are putting up a push to be part of it.
Maybe. But yeah, it seems like just coming through into the last few last few strokes. And wow, that seems really close to second place, second and third between any of the crews. Yeah, and it does seem that it was that Surrey crew just to the first place with the London B crew, and then the Durham crew, it seems like, took third. Maybe the London C were fourth, Imperial were fifth. We'll wait for the official times to come in for that. But wow, that was a big race, lots of position changes. I'm sure it was very tough for them.
It looks like the wind might have actually picked up a little bit. There's a few more waves coming down.
Yeah, just before we get into the A final here for the women's intermediate, Coxed 4 with Bath A in lane 1, Cambridge in lane 2, London A lane 3, Newcastle A lane 4, Edinburgh A in lane 5, and Durham A in lane 6. So lots of crews here who have multiple boats. The only one who doesn't have more than one boat entered and racing in this is Cambridge. Obviously have a lot of their development as well as some of the Blue Boat and some of the Goldie members. So it'll be really interesting to see how they fare up against all these crews who have managed to put out quite a few. It did look like it was the Nottingham crew. It looked like it was their colours, the Nottingham crew that was sitting in that lane 0 out in the previous race. Unsure of what they were doing there, but
they are down on our sheet here, so that might have caused a change in position. So hopefully when we get that confirmed through.
Yeah, potentially, but say the B final wasn't a medley final result anyway, so it's all purely for pride.
Unlike this one where they're really gonna want to push for that medal.
Yeah, and at the 500 meters in, it was the Newcastle A crew sitting in first place, Durham A just barely behind them, with the London A crew sitting behind those, Edinburgh, then it was Cambridge, and then the Bath crew finally. Not much in any of these crews, but the first two positions especially just sitting very close to each other, less than half a second. And as we've seen from pre-results, the 500 meters, we can't really call who's going to take the win in this, especially off the previous race. We can see them coming in there, some nice shots of the rowing. Newcastle seems to be rowing quite nicely there, but it is the Durham crew just ahead of them at the 1K mark. Edinburgh sitting there behind those, less than a second behind the Newcastle crew. Seems the top three certainly all still quite close together. London A in fourth, not too far behind them. Cambridge still holding that 5th place. So it seems like Newcastle, who were leading out off the start, are currently sitting second, and Durham, who were second, currently in the lead. So they swap positions, as have Edinburgh and London, who have swapped positions. Edinburgh were 4th, they're now 3rd, and London were 3rd, they're now 4th. Cambridge holding their position, as are Bath. Seems like Bath are sitting a bit behind. Perhaps they caught a crab or something, but they were just sitting a little bit behind the other crews. You can see the times coming in. Some decent splits holding. You know, our top crew in the, you know, it's only intermediate Coxed 4s in the A final. Our fastest split for that, the 1K, the Durham, were sitting at 1:47. So it shows just how much of a tailwind, while the conditions are definitely very challenging.
It's definitely as much in our favour as it can be.
Yeah, and it's really working with the athletes. They're really getting some good speeds out there. We have seen some really good times this week already.
Yeah, it just makes it so hard, you know, in preparation and training for BUCS Regatta, because you never know what the conditions are like when you're going to get here, and you can do time trials back on your home stretch of water, but at the end of the day, sometimes it just doesn't make a difference, because it all depends on what's going on when you're here.
You know, coming in for the last 500 metres now. Seems like Durham have held on to their lead. Newcastle hold into second place. Edinburgh still hold third. London still hold fourth. Cambridge still hold fifth. Bath still holding sixth. Seems like none of the positions have changed. But Bath have managed to come in a lot quicker now, so I'm not sure if it was just an error or if there was a mishap. Probably just a mishap with the timings. But they are sitting just under 2 seconds behind Cambridge. It seems like a real good battle between the Durham and Newcastle boats. Perhaps Newcastle just putting a big shift. They've just upped their rate of striking. They're putting a big sprint now. Are they going to take through the Durham crew? Edinburgh still have also managed to put up a big shift. They're getting close. They're still in third, but they are holding close to that Durham crew. They could still move through. Newcastle really putting a big shift here. Who's it going to be? Anyone's down to the line. Wow, Edinburgh really upping it now. Newcastle shoving it. So between, I believe it's going to be between Durham and Newcastle. So we're coming in just the finish line there. Wow, how close. That seems it was Durham, lane 6, who took the win just ahead of Newcastle. With Edinburgh just behind them. Half a length between first and third. Durham also taking fourth. Cambridge take fifth, and Bath take sixth.
That was such a good final to watch, and having watched the race before, it's nice to see just how much the standard, you know, it can go up just in that racing finish.
Yeah, definitely. That was a huge finish from all of them, and to sit so close to each other to really give it their all in their sort of tailwind. You know, it was a bit mixed at the start, but then they found their positions and they held it all the way through. And they shoved it, everyone gave it their absolute all, ended exactly where they sort of should have. Next up we have the Women's Championship Coxed 4, the B final. We have Cardiff, Exeter, Nottingham, London B, Durham B and Cambridge. It was the London B sitting in the first place at the 500 metre, with Nottingham the second, Cambridge third, Durham B in fourth, Exeter in fifth, and Cardiff currently in sixth. Yeah, so the Coxed 4s just slightly a bit faster boat than the Coxed 4s, so should hopefully be seeing some faster times over here, especially in our A final. You know,
And especially being a championship category, you would expect the standard of rowing just to be that slight bit better.
Yeah, definitely. You know, it'll be a tough but and stressful time, I'm sure, for all the steersmen of all these boats. But no doubt we'll see some fast times, and for them, I'm sure they'll be grateful that the race will be over a bit quicker. See the quality of racing really nice there. That London crew are rowing really nicely. You can see them getting in strong finish. They're still getting every stroke in nice. You know, in these tough waters, it's really important that, you know, the finishers are still clean, you're still completing every stroke. It's easy to want to cut them off a bit early, either to wash out or to just end them a bit early, but they're still pinning at every stroke, finishing off, giving that boat a good amount of send, and letting that water in the boat do a lot of the work for them. See, it's not too much drama, but the London B crew still holding the first place at the halfway, Cambridge holding second, Durham in third, Nottingham fourth, Exeter fifth, and Cardiff in sixth. Quite close up with our top three, or certainly top two crews, less than a second between, or about just over a second between them. Third place sitting just a little bit behind them, but being challenged quite a lot by fourth place, less than half a second between third and fourth. So we are going to see a good battle here. It's obviously not a medaling event because it's a B final, but the pride of it is definitely an important factor here. So yeah, at the bottom here, I'm sure the picture will just about to come up. We've got some of the intermediate Coxed fours just about to collect some of their medals. Newcastle just being pulled in right now. The championship Coxed was fours. There we go. The picture just on the bottom of the screen now. The Newcastle crew picking up their medals. Coming into the last 500 meters, we'll be getting the times up for those shortly. And it is the London crew still holding first, just extended their lead a bit over the Cambridge crew, holding second, who have also extended the lead over Durham B. Durham B now sitting a bit behind them, who have pulled away from Nottingham, currently sitting fourth. Exeter still hold fifth, Cardiff still hold sixth. You can see the Edinburgh crew there in the bottom corner just collecting their medals too. Seem to be very pleased. I believe they're picking up the bronze medals. Hear a good amount of cheering coming from outside. Seems like all the supporters still around, still cheering on their crews.
Yeah, so we can see lane 3 is currently leading this race, but over in lane 1, sorry, they are challenging them for it. It looks like it's going to be a race between lane 1, 2 and 3 for the 3 top positions.
Yeah, it does seem like Durham crew still holding their third position quite comfortably. Cambridge perhaps moving a bit on the London crew, but London have been holding the first place the entire race. I think they feel quite comfortable themselves. They're rowing very nicely, very clean, as are the Cambridge crew, to be fair in them. I think it's still quite close, but the University of London maybe feel comfortable enough of their lead. They're holding it quite nicely. Are they going to come up for a big sprint finish? It seems like their rate of striking has gone up a bit, as of Cambridge. Durham clawing back a bit, but I think it's going to be just too little too late. So we're coming up to the final line. And there we go. University of London finish a length up from Cambridge, who sit just about a length up from Durham as well. Coming in, we've got the Nottingham crew will be coming in very shortly, followed by Exeter, followed by Cardiff in 6th. Then we have our final crew, Durham, they're just about to go in to collect their medals. So once they get pulled in, we'll see the shot of that, getting ready to pick up their gold medal.
So you can see on your screens now, we have moved in to the A final of the Women's Championship Coxless Fours. So this is the next race from the one we just watched, where in this one they will actually be able to medal. So everything on it for this race.
Yeah. We can see in lane 1 we have Edinburgh, then we have Imperial, Oxford, Newcastle, London A and Durham A. And we can see in the bottom corner Durham picking up their gold medals from the previous race, the intermediate Coxed 4s. And it seems at the 500 meter mark, it is Durham A who were leading, just barely ahead of London A, who themselves were sitting just a decent lead over Edinburgh. Oxford in 4th, Newcastle in 5th, and Imperial in 6th. It seems that Oxford have managed to push their position into 3rd at the 1K. Durham still holding 1st, London still holding 2nd. It seems Durham have extended their lead to just over 2 seconds with a decent lead over the Oxford crew. The Oxford are holding just under a second ahead of Newcastle, so they're still in a medaling position now, but they're only just ahead of their opposition, so it'll be a tough race for them.
And they're going to have to try and hold this out for the next 1,000 meters, so everything can change as they're coming down this course.
Yeah, and we're then past the halfway now, the 3rd 500 meter. We've seen this is where a lot of the crews earlier today have managed to either managed to get through some of the other crews, or they've managed to be hit hard by the conditions and perhaps just lost their position slightly.
Looking at the shot on the screen right now, though, it looks slightly as if they're in a calmer part of the lake.
It does look a little bit nicer. It seems like it's just calmed down a little bit. Still a bit of a tailwind, it's still moving, but it seems like the conditions have just lowered slightly, so it's a bit nicer for them. So perhaps not as quick conditions as before, but the nice conditions means it's going to be a lot more just on perhaps on their power and how much they apply that well.
This Durham crew here, their timing is impeccable.
Yeah, really good timing from them. They're moving really nicely together. Still that London crew, it seems like, just sitting in second, just behind them.
They're all very punchy off the finish in their strokes.
Yeah, and it seems we're coming into the last 500 meters. I would imagine it's looking about the same. Still Durham in the lead. They've taken over London, who are sitting just under 2 seconds behind them. So perhaps a bit about the same lead as what they had before. With Newcastle in 3rd now, so they've overtaken the Oxford crew. There's just about 7 seconds, or about 8 seconds between those two. So that Newcastle crew have managed to push back to the 3rd and extend their lead over Oxford, who themselves sitting just about 2 seconds ahead of Imperial, with Edinburgh still in 6th, not far behind the Imperial crew. We're in the last stage of this race. It's going to be a big show now of can Durham hold their lead, rowing really nicely together. London looks like they're trying a bigger push in. You can see there the splash of their catches coming in. They're just really aggressive, their rowing, really trying something hard. Newcastle trying to push up, but they're sitting just a bit behind. So I think there's a comfortable lead now. And it does seem like that University of London crew are pushing through the Durham crew. The Durham crew is still holding the lead, but the London crew perhaps being the slightly faster crew out there. Is it going to be too little too late? We've got about 100 meters left, and that's all. Durham crew really pushing up now. Their rate has gone right up, as have the London crew, rating really high, giving it absolutely everything on the line. About half a length between them, absolutely nothing. The last few strokes, these are the ones that really matter. Coming in for the gold medal, and it is Durham who crossed the line first, just over half a length up from University of London. Newcastle sitting behind in the 3rd position. They're about to cross the line. And the fight for 4th between Imperial and Oxford. Very tight between the two crews, but it does seem like Oxford sitting just maybe canvas up from Imperial. Edinburgh still sitting 6th, about a length down from Imperial. And there we are, just over a canvas between Oxford and Imperial, with Edinburgh just over a length behind. Wow, what a race. Durham really were rowing really nicely. University of London, they put a big surge, it was really hardly fought, but I think that was a really great race from Durham, don't you think?
Yeah, definitely, and quite a considerable difference from Durham finishing in 1st position and Edinburgh crossing the line about, what is that, 20 odd seconds later? So
yeah, almost 30 seconds after.
Yeah, like it just shows the difference, you know, to get you into this A final. There is still quite a big disparity potentially in performance.
Yeah, it's been really great racing there. It's been a really good show of quality racing.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. So I'm off now, handing over to Antoinette, but Nadine, it's been really lovely chatting to you. It's
yeah,
been really
definitely.
Nice. We've had some really great races, so it's been a good day, and I hope the rest of the day goes really well.
Okay, so we're back on. I'm Nadine and I've been joined by Antoinette.
Hi Nadine, thanks for having me.
That's all right. This is your first time doing YouTube commentary, correct?
Yes it is, I'm so excited to be here.
You've just been doing site commentary downstairs.
It was so exciting, the tension in the air, the excitement is palpable.
Yes, definitely. And you've got a rowing background yourself, correct?
That's right. I was here in 2018, 2019 with King's College London. I'm here as an alum of King's College. Fun fact, the alumni rowing society of King's, it's called Juniper.
Juniper?
Juniper, like juniper berry, juniper flower, yeah.
Oh, that's fun. So is there a group of you here this weekend, or have you come?
I've come to try out this commentary business. Okay. I'm absolutely really enjoying it. I've seen some of the folks from King's. They had great racing earlier today in the pairs and in the Coxed fours.
Yeah, definitely. So what you can see on your screens right now, we have started the Women's Beginner Double Sculls G Final. So earlier today you will have gone through the A and Bs where the double sculls were able to medal. But to get to the A and B final, actually, they would have had to have gone through semi-finals. So those rowers earlier will have done 3 races today, whereas these scullers are on their second race of the day. No medals up for grabs, sadly, but nonetheless, making a final, they had to beat quite a few crews to get here, I believe. The women's beginner double sculls had quite a contested category. Which I would definitely say for beginner doubles, you know, one thing is learning to row, the next thing is learning how to steer, and then the next thing is learning how to get into a small boat and stay afloat.
And, you know, let's talk about sculling as well. Sculling is such a perfect sport, such a symmetrical sport in my opinion. Get yourself in a single scull, a double scull, the boat just moves differently. The double, by the way, Nadine, is my favourite boat class.
Oh, is it? I was having this conversation with Sam a minute ago, so why do you like the double category?
Do you know, it's a fast boat, it's a small boat, you're 2 people in a lightweight shell, and you've got 4 blades, it's lots of water, lots of speed.
Yeah, no, definitely. Personally, mine is either the quad or the pair, so slightly different. If you asked the junior version of myself, I probably would have told you a double or a single is my favourite.
Quad is a great boat, very fast boat.
Yeah, definitely. What did you row yourself?
I have medalled in doubles and 8s, but right now I row single. I race a single.
Oh, lovely. I raced a single, but that was back in my junior days. I've done and moved on. I quite like a crew boat and not having to deal with the pain of the race by myself. So we have got some times through that 500 metre mark for you now. Let me just load those on our iPad because it's actually not matching what you guys have got on your screens. Okay, so not a clue what's going on there, but we'll go off the times on the screen. In lane 5 we have Bath. Is that Bath Spa? I'm gonna go potentially. Perfect, thank you. That is Bath Spa. They are currently leading this race, but it looks as if Strathclyde have actually, their times just popped up slightly ahead through that 500 metre mark. You will have to bear with us because we currently don't have any clubs or paperwork or times. So what you're seeing on the screen is what we're seeing. Unfortunately, we can't give you any more information than that.
So this is Birmingham coming up in their lane. I think they're trying for 2nd place in this final of the beginners double sculls.
Slightly moving on to the boys there, so we will probably see quite a few steering issues in these races because, as we were saying a minute ago, you have to master rowing and then figure out how to steer.
Have you seen that every boat that goes past, the amount of water clearing under the bows at the end of the stroke just goes to show the size of the wake here on this lake, the power of the wind and the bumps and the bobbles taking them underneath.
Yeah, definitely. And for beginners, it's not conditions that you really want to be rowing through. And that time coming up now as we're now entering the halfway through this race, that Birmingham crew on your screens a second ago is currently leading. They have quite a considerable lead, I would say, over the crew in lane 6. we go. We've got some more times through for you now. So in lane 2 in first place is Birmingham, followed by, I believe, is Lancaster, then a Bath Spa crew, and then Strathclyde following in behind. You've got to remember that these rowers only picked up the sport in September of this academic year, so to get to this point today, being able to race this double is definitely an accomplishment, and even just to finish this race for some of these girls, I think is gonna result in a lot of pride, really.
It's all about club pride, right? You're wearing your club colours, you're here around every other university rowing club, and you want to show off, you want to be the best that you can be.
Definitely. Do you remember what your first race was like as a novice rower?
I could tell you, word for word, moment for moment, I was so slow I finished in a different race.
I mean, I don't know that many people would have gone through that, so, but did you feel pride for finishing it?
Oh, absolutely. It was a tough race. It was 2,000 metres at Metropolitan Regatta in a single. And I suppose once I started, I was like, I've got to finish this. It was hard work, you know, it's a long way to go by yourself.
Definitely. I don't even remember what my first race was. I was just a young girl. But I do remember what my first BUCS Regatta race was, and honestly, it was so nerve-wracking. Coming from a very small club and not doing events like this to coming up and having lanes actually plotted out was very new to me. So
at what age did you start rowing?
12.
Oh, awesome.
So I feel for these girls right now. I do think though having the boys either side of them is going to be really helpful. Less turning round, so easier to navigate this course, and it does look like the wind currently is heading straight down. It doesn't look like there's much of a crosswind going on, so hopefully not going to be affecting their steering too much.
It's creating exciting conditions though, exciting rowing today on this final day of BUCS Regatta.
Definitely, and we have just had the first crews start the last 500 metre stretch of this race. Birmingham have managed to gain a lead and continue it throughout this race and hopefully hold it off to the finish, but it is just in front of us that we have seen a few crabs get caught, so everything really is in it until the last moment. It does look like they're having a slight steering issue there, potentially crossing into another lane. It'll be interesting to see if they're able to straighten up and not obstruct any crews in the meantime. And I believe it is the crew over in lane 6 that is challenging them for that first position, but sat very comfortably in second place. And there it is, that Birmingham crew has just crossed back over into their lane. No impeding today.
No impeding today, but will it affect their finish position by the time we get to the end of this race?
Yeah, they've probably added in another 10 to 20 metres with that side steering. We've just had another 2 crews about to row through the 500 metre finish of this stretch.
So I think, Nadine, it looks like Birmingham are coming in for the first position in this final, this G final of the beginners women's double sculls.
Yeah, definitely. They've put up a really good race to make it down this course.
Well, I mean, it's the start of a great success story for all of these rowers in this division, isn't it?
100%. You know, we're going to probably see some happy faces as they're about to cross the finish line. They're coming in now, Birmingham taking that first position, and then over in lane 6, coming in second. Oh, we've got some steering issues down the course right now. I believe we might have a crash between lanes 2 and 3.
Let's see if they can sort this out.
A potential crab from one of the scullers in the lane 3 boat. Not on your screens at the moment. But
huge deviation off the buoyed lines.
We've almost had 2 races go on in this category. We've had those 2 boats already cross the line, and here we are now with the final 4 boats within this race coming into the finish line.
I mean, steering issues are inevitable in the small boats in these kinds of conditions, but crews are trying their best to get back on that straight line, get back in the right positions.
And I mean, as long as you finish the lane that you started out in, it doesn't really matter how you got there.
Good to know.
There we are. We've got that Strathclyde crew rowing through the finish line now.
They'll be taking third position today, we think.
Two more crews about to row through the finish line. They look like some pretty tired girls right there, but honestly, rowing in these conditions in a beginner boat, I really do think that they've put up such a fight to make it to this finish.
If you look closely on your screen on that on the boat that's coming in, that sixth position, the waves is like clapping up the sides of the hull. Really, quite something special to see today. You know, what do you feel like at the end of a race?
Usually don't feel like anything. Relief that it's over and enjoyment.
Oh, relief is such a strong feeling, right? This is the F final on your screens of the women's beginner double sculls. We have Kiel, Lincoln University C, Northumbria C, Durham B, Harper Adams B, and De Montfort University B.
So just to remind you how these girls got to this race today, earlier this morning, one of the first, well actually the women's beginner double was the first time trial of the day. So that was at 8 o'clock this morning, and we are now like nearly 6 hours, potentially over 6 hours later in the day, competing in their final. So the G final was looking at 37 to 42, is that correct? And then here we are looking at 30 to 36 within this category.
How did you spend the day, Nadine? If you've got an all-day racing event like this, what do you do between sort of your time trials and your final rounds? How do you spend the time in between?
Usually eating, resting, not doing a whole lot. In comparison to what I've seen some of the universities doing is, I did overhear a pep talk from one of the coaches, was that as soon as they got off the water they were going straight back onto the erg and refueling after. Definitely different standards of performance here, which you can obviously see within the crews making certain finals and clubs consistently medaling, but it is just interesting to see the disparity across all of the clubs' performance levels. So we've just got about halfway through this race, and the times that we've been given is the Durham B crew are currently leading. They've got about a 12-second lead over Harper Adams B, who are following in second position, and just less than a 10-second lead over the De Montfort crew in third. But as we know with beginners, anything can happen as we can come down this course. So everything is still in this race. So as we were saying earlier, with some of the split times for those championship Coxless 4 crews, we were looking in the 147 to 150 range. As we now jump down into the beginner categories of small boats, quite a considerable difference. We're looking at about a 230 split, which just shows how much performance can change as you develop and move through the boat categories. So for these girls, they really are putting in every bit of effort that they have, and it's mainly fighting against the conditions and keeping the boat upright. I imagine their forearms from hanging onto those handles are probably dying, and that's why we often do see at the finish line a few crabs getting caught, because you start to lose, you know, control. Probably quite splashy as well with the waves and trying to stay balanced, that they're slipping around. So it'll be exciting to see how these boats come into the finish line, to see if anything changes in the positions.
And you know, in the small boats as well, once your hands get a bit wet with the splashing, it's hard to keep control of your handles. You've got to really grip. No, you over grip, but you don't want to over grip too much. Anything could happen. I reckon what's going on, Durham B are looking over at Harper Adams B, and Harper Adams B are looking over at Durham B. They're trying to find what is left in their little engines to get over to the finish line in the first position in this F final of the women's beginner double sculls. They're holding true to their lines. They've got some great skills coming here to the finish line.
I think I'm seeing some surges as we're coming in. Slight ups in the rate. Just trying to tap it through that little bit quicker. See if there's any more power that they can get down. It does look like that crew that we've got in lane 2 is currently leading. So in lane 2 is... I want to say Harper Adams. Yeah, so that was Harper Adams that crossed through that finish line in first position. We'll wait for the official times to come through in a second to tell you who took that second and third place. We've just got the last crews rowing through the finish line now. A great effort from all of the girls within this race, persevering through some pretty tough conditions. I can, however, introduce the next race that we've got going down this course. So carrying on in the women's beginners double sculls category, we now have the E final. In lane 1, Nottingham Trent C, Herefordshire C, Plymouth B, Kent B, Heriot Watt B and Lincoln B. Lots of C and B crews in this. I wonder as we move up the finals if we'll get to find their A crews.
This is sort of boat class where you can try different things, right? If you're a pair of athletes and you want to go and have a race and just see where you land, this is the kind of boat class where you get in, have a go, and see where you land in those minor finals, see what happens on the water on the day. This is not quite like where, you know, you're looking at the 8s, the quads, the 4s, where you've really got to get that crew gelling together and everyone you want to sort of get the right kind of build in the boat or the right kind of, partnerships, momentums, things like that. It's a great way to try out what you're capable of in the small boats and in these sort of smaller finals as well, in these minor finals.
No, definitely. And we do have some times as they are now halfway approaching that 1500 metre mark in the course. We've got Plymouth currently leading the pack, not by much. Nottingham Trent are chasing them down, not letting them gain too much of a considerable lead. Following behind them over in lane 6, is the Lincoln crew. But if you look at those times for 3rd, 4th and 5th, they're within a second and 1.5 seconds of each other. So as we come into the last stretch of the race, you're definitely going to see a change in that leading. That's a good visual on your screen right now of just the conditions that they're having to battle through. Plymouth still strongly leading the pack, just gained a bit more of a considerable touch in front of Kent, and then following behind them is Heriot Watt. For a lot of these scullers in this race, it will probably be their first time competing in a side-by-side regatta, as we've obviously just finished the head race season and we are moving into regattas. BUCS usually initiates the start of everyone's regatta season, so it's great experience for them today to get used to racing side-by-side. Hopefully they will have done a lot of it in training. Not everyone has the facilities to do that. Some training on small canals don't necessarily have the berth to be able to boat a few crews side by side.
That's right. If you're down somewhere like Lee Rowing Club in North London, you know, you are on a canal, you are sharing the water with lots of other river users, but down at the Lee they pack up their boats every couple of weeks and they take them to the lake in the London Docklands, the racing lake, and they have a go out there. I'm not a fan of head racing. I'm always one for a regatta. It's a nice short sharp sprint, see what you got, get it over and done with in a day. Sometimes I can't deal with the marshalling in the head races as well.
No, I completely agree. I personally love side-by-side racing. You definitely get immersed into the atmosphere a lot more. I'm quite chatty as well. I love getting up to the start and conversing with all of the crews that are around me. So I find regattas just to be such a fun and social event.
We are coming into the final few hundred meters here at this E final of the women's beginner double sculls. We have leading Kent University.
I think we've got... We're going to have to wait for some of the times to come through confirmed, but right now I believe this might be Kent leading the pack.
This is Plymouth taking the lead and coming... Okay.
And then following behind them, I believe we had Heriot Watt and then Plymouth.
Folks, thank you for bearing with us if you're on YouTube Live. We are both new to commentary. We just want to give you the best possible detail of the action. And in our enthusiasm, we are making some mistakes. Stay with us, bear with us.
That looks like a very happy strokes person from that Kent boat. I'll be able to confirm the positions of that race in a second. For now, we can introduce the D final of this race, where I do have one of the crews from my club competing, so there might be a bit of bias as we come down this course.
What's your club, Nadine?
I am from Portsmouth University,
Nice.
so we are currently in lane 4. We have 2 of our scullers, Julia and Eve, competing. But I can take you from lane 1, we have Royal Holloway, lane 2, Nottingham Trent A, Harper Adams A, Portsmouth, Sussex A, and Bangor A. They're about halfway through this race now. Currently leading the race is Nottingham Trent. Just to confirm the race results of the E final, it was Kent who took first position, Heriot Watt in second, Plymouth B in third, Lincoln B in fourth, Herefordshire in fifth, and Nottingham Trent C in sixth. So in this race now we're seeing the Nottingham Trent A crew leading. Still battling some pretty tough conditions. I know we keep referring to it, but you've really got to give it to these girls being beginners and putting up with some conditions that even the intermediate crews are not wanting to row in. It's windy, it's choppy, it's cold.
There's a wind chill, isn't there? It's not just that it's windy, there's a wind chill, and your fingers will be feeling it in the small boats as well. And you'll be holding on to every stroke and waiting to see how fast you can get to the finish line.
Not only that, these poor girls have had to sit up at the start and wait for their final to commence, so you do get cold at that point.
Yes,
so
that's true.
All the muscles get tight. You might not feel like you're able to perform up to your normal standard. There's a lot to think about.
What are some of your tactics for dealing with difficult conditions?
Just have a good time. I don't really have a tactic. Rowing is such a fun sport for me that obviously medaling and doing well is what you're in it for, but also just pure enjoyment of the sport. You don't want to go out there and get in your head and not enjoy it. You've got to remember why you row, and for me I row because I love it.
You absolutely have to remember why you're doing this, why you row, what's in it for you. And then, here we are in the picture, we have Nottingham Trent University coming up. And you just see the size of each wave on the side of their hull. And the other thing as well is that everyone is in the same boat, figuratively, not literally, right? You are rowing the same lake in the same conditions pretty much. No one has got any one advantage in the conditions over another, and you've got to do your best and give it your best paddle.
God, they're practically surfing at this point. I didn't realise we were doing beach sprints. Like, what is going on?
I mean, LA 2028, right?
Yeah, honestly. They're really putting up a fight in these conditions. Definitely got a considerable lead. We can hear everyone cheering on the bank right now. They're just entering the final stretch of this race. Coming in front of the commentary box now is Nottingham Trent University, their A crew, leading this race very considerably and very comfortably. I can't tell you who's in it for second position. We have a few different crews coming up now. By the looks of it, it is Royal Holloway that are leading in front of the pack. They might be there for second position. Does look like Bangor is putting up a fight in front of this crew. Oh, a slight crab on the line there, but they're already crossed through, so it didn't matter. That final crew, note the fifth crew rowing through the line. Portsmouth putting up a fight in the back. They're looking pretty good now, so I'm not sure what happened to put them into this position, but the girls, they obviously put up a pretty good fight. They'll be happy with the result regardless.
They would have known they've done their best in these very difficult conditions, and it's coming to the end of a 4-day regatta as well.
Exactly.
On your screen now, pictures from the C final of the beginners women's beginners double sculls.
Some interesting crews in this race. As we just seen the Nottingham Trent A crew win the D final, we have now got two more Nottingham Trent crews in this race. So we have Nottingham Trent D and Nottingham Trent B. So they've really put up a field of beginner scullers, haven't they?
It's
beginner
great.
Double sculls.
Lovely representation for the university.
Yeah, I can tell you the rest of the crews in this race are Sussex B, Newcastle, Edinburgh B and Liverpool John Moores. Just to confirm the results from the D final, it was Nottingham Trent A who took that first position. Coming in behind them was Bangor in third position, Royal Holloway, fourth Harper Adams, fifth Sussex A and sixth position went to Portsmouth. The girls in this C final are now halfway through. Leading currently is Nottingham Trent D. They started the 500 metres out in third position, so they've managed to gain 2 places in the space of 500 metres. Following behind them is Nottingham Trent B, and in third place is Liverpool John Moores. So the crew that was leading off the 500 metres was Sussex B. They've now dropped into fourth position, so I wonder if they suffered from some difficulty at some point in this race.
You know, they had a very fast first 500 on a 2:07 split, and maybe it was just settling into their race.
Yeah, maybe they've got some very strong starts, which we might see a very strong finish. As we say with these races, is you never know what's going to happen as we enter the latter stages. And it does look like time's coming through. We have had another change. Nottingham Trent B have just been able to push out in front of Nottingham Trent D to take the lead of this race. Following behind them is Liverpool John Moores. So they've held a steady third position in this race for the majority of it. We've just come up to 500 metres to go, so these girls are really going to be giving whatever they have left. They're going to want to push for it. They missed just out on a semi-final, being the what number would this be? 13 to 18? 13 to 18. So that goes back to how big this category has been, because we were earlier on in the finals we were referring to the 42nd crew to qualify. So quite a large number of doubles have been entered, and I'm going to say some of them have been represented by Nottingham Trent. We're looking at their D crew right now, and I believe we had a H crew a minute ago. So they're really filling up this category. I do love seeing their pink on the water as well. I think it's such a fun colour, and it's really easy to spot them from here in the commentary tower. No one else really looking too much like them, so they are a very identifiable club colour all in one. Makes it very easy for us here in the commentary box. Yeah, so Nottingham Trent D is still leading this race. I think from what I can see, in second position is Nottingham Trent B. So has that been a change again in positions? That has not been a change in positions. It is Nottingham Trent B that is leading. There they are now crossing the line. Very happy for placing first in the C final of the women's beginner double sculls. I believe now we have Edinburgh. But oh, we've just had a capsize on the course just before the finish line. I really hope these girls get on that boat and swim it through the finish line. I would hate for them not to finish this race. What a gutting end to what an amazing race they'd put forward.
And that really was a slow motion tumble as well.
Oh,
I'm
those
sure they
poor
felt
girls.
every second of that. We're just seeing the launch coming up to assist with the rescue. We've got a couple of launchers stepping in to see to make sure they're safe and that they are collected.
Do not worry though, those of you watching at home, I can confirm the lake water is very warm at the moment. Because we've had such lovely weather the last week, it has warmed this water up, so I doubt these girls are going to be feeling too cold. Maybe a little bit defeated for being so close to the finish line. As you can see, one more stroke and they would have just crossed over. But fantastic effort. What a well, not a wonderful race, but you know, what an eventful
what a way to spend the day.
What a way. I think they're going to try and self-right it. Are they going to swim it? There's definitely something going on, which you guys can't see on your screen right now because you are looking at the Open Beginner Coxed Quads E-Final. We have Harper Adams, Glasgow, Swansea, Liverpool John Moores, De Montfort and Surrey in this race. Just to keep you updated on that double that capsized a second ago, they are now being rescued into the launch as they drift across the finish line. Looking back at this race on your screens currently, they're not quite through the 500 meter mark just yet, so I'm not able to tell you who's in the lead, but it does look like that crew at the back of the screen suffered a minor problem. Hopefully they're able to get that back and bring it back in. There was no F final for this race, so we went straight to the E, and there you go, you can see it just 2 times on the screen.
An update on the rescue. The 2 athletes have been rescued into the launch and their boat is being taken care of as well.
There you go, it's on the bottom right of the screen now. Aww. Giving each other a little hug. It's nice to see they're still in high spirits despite the events of their race. Honestly, it's all part of the learning process. And you know, how many people can say they came to BUCS Regatta and capsized? Not many.
Hopefully fewer and fewer every year.
Yes, I mean, we were having this discussion downstairs earlier that there have actually been very few capsizes this year. There were more capsizes last year in the double categories than there have been this year in the single categories.
I've taken a dunking in a single many a time, and almost always on the tideway. Oh yeah.
How is it capsizing on the tideway?
There's a lot of scrubbing that goes on afterwards. You know, like green side of the sponge kind of scrubbing.
Yes, I can understand that. I think looking on your screens right now, we are looking at Swansea. Yep, they have E3 on their bow, so that would link to Swansea. Oh, I can see their all-in-ones a bit better now. So they're over halfway through this race. They're going to be coming up on the 1500 meter mark. The times on our iPad don't seem to want to be working, so I wish I could give you a bit more information. You can just see how hard these crews are battling through the tough conditions. It makes it so easy to catch a crab when the waves are coming up on the side of the boat, and you really have to do everything you can to fight against the balance and tap down, keep those hands away, and not get them caught on your rigger, because that can actually be quite painful and can result in you dropping your handle. So it's about trying to keep everything as clean as possible, which as a beginner, it's not always the easiest thing to do.
No, and you know, you've got the left hand sliding over right hand when you're in sculling as well. You want to keep those hands just far enough apart that you don't catch your nails on the back of your skin. You know, all these things that you think about in rowing, all of this comes together on a day like this for a day of racing here at BUCS.
Definitely, and looking at those times on the screen right now, it is Surrey that is leading the race. Following them is De Montfort. Then we have Liverpool John Moores University, Swansea, Harper Adams, and I believe we're waiting for Glasgow to come through that 1500 meter mark. God, those poor crews right now going through that, it is not easy. Looking like they're doing pretty well on the steering right now. A little bit close to those yellow buoys on their left, but not crossing over them. They've just had that first red buoy come up to tell them they're approaching the last 250 meters of this race. It'll be interesting to see if in any of these conditions the crews are able to up the rate, keep it clean, and still manage to put power down. One thing that you do sometimes see in the open category is they love to put the power down whether or not their blade's in the water.
It just bump and go. Doesn't matter if you got the water in the spoon or not.
No, and I do find between coaching the men and women that men start with power and then learn technique, and as we are looking at beginners, I do think we're probably all power at this point.
It's all power, goodwill, good vibes. You're here for a great day of racing, seeing what you can do in a quad. I mean, these quads are moving, but they are coming to the finish line, and every stroke counts.
We've got De Montfort here, about to cross through the line in first position. Yeah, there you go. You can see that on your screen now. I can tell you we have a close call for third position, but it is going to go to the Surrey crew. A slight crab as they've gone over the line, but it didn't matter. And that third place, I believe it just about went to Glasgow? Nope, sorry, Liverpool John Moore. Swansea. There's the times come through. So, based on those times, we had De Montfort in first, Surrey in second, Swansea in third, Liverpool John Moores in fourth, Harper Adams in fifth, and we are just going to wait for the Glasgow crew to cross through that finish line. I believe that's the crew at the beginning that we watched have a little bit of difficulty coming out of that 500-meter start. Probably something that they just weren't able to recover from. But looking at them now, they look pretty good. So I wonder if they'd had a different start, if the rest of the race would have gone slightly differently.
Well, you got to keep cool, calm and collected, don't you, during these races?
Yeah, exactly. And beginners aren't necessarily equipped with those skills just yet, but nonetheless, what a fantastic race for the Open Beginner Coxed Quad E final. With that, we have started the D final for the same category. We have lane 1 Lincoln, 2 Heriot Watt, 3 Reading, 4 Nottingham Trent C, 5 Exeter C, and 6 Portsmouth. Sorry, I think there's a car alarm going off.
If you're hearing a car alarm going off, we don't know where it's coming from, but we'll, I'm sure we'll be taken care of as soon as possible.
One of my own boats in this race again. I can confirm it is in fact not the C crew. It is just the A crew.
Just the crew.
Just the crew.
The crew.
They've obviously got caught up in the Nottingham Trent C and the Exeter C. So in first position, coming out in that 500-meter mark, it is the Exeter crew that are leading this race. Second position, following a little bit slower behind, nothing crazy too far yet, is Reading. In third position, Nottingham Trent. In fourth, Lincoln. Fifth, Heriot Watt. And sixth, Portsmouth.
I mean, these are fast times for beginner quads and for the D final as well. We're looking at a 1:52 split for the leading Exeter crew, and you know, the quad is a fast boat as well. But this is a great show of racing. It's a great show of energy and enthusiasm, and crews coming together to see what's going to happen in this D final of the Open Beginners Coxed Quad.
Coxless Quad. That's
Coxless
right.
Quad.
It's a bit of a tongue twister.
That crew from Exeter, really nice shapes throughout.
I was just about to say the same thing. They've got some really lovely timing going on there, which isn't easy, but they seem to be managing it pretty well.
And that's what it is when it comes to sculling, especially sweep. I mean, you can't really ask me about a sweep. I'm really not a sweeper. But we know when you're down in doubles and quads, if you get that timing, get that body swing, or sort of the motions just generally all in the same place, you get a lot of free speed really quickly.
Yeah, their body positions there are doing pretty much the same thing, which is always helpful to keeping that rhythm and slide ratio. There's that Portsmouth crew getting back in the race. That's what I want to see. Hopefully we've got lots of supporters at home watching these boys. They've been working hard throughout this year, both competing in the beginner doubles yesterday. So they've put all of their skills back together for this quad today. Ready to be our last race of the day, actually. So hopefully the boys put in a fight. You can see, so when I gave you that 500-meter timing, Portsmouth was in 6th position. They have moved into 4th position now. Exeter maintaining a very strong lead. It has shrunk or extended to about 10 seconds. So nice and comfortable. You can see the wash of the launch just there. Don't worry, that is not the conditions. On your screen right now is Lincoln, looking very strong. Nice stroke rate. They all look very calm and collected, actually.
So they do. Oh, they've got some ponies walking right behind them. Do you know, nothing quite throws me like what's going on in front of me rather than behind me. And I've had to do a lot of visualization work to sort of, if I'm racing and something's going on in front of me, like telling myself it doesn't affect me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that makes sense. And especially for these beginners, if I was them, I would be looking at those horses. Nice wide angle of where all the crews are based right now. You can see Exeter still maintaining their lead. They look very comfortable. Lots of people running and cycling along the bank, you can see just in the background there. rowing through your screen now. Is that Portsmouth rowing into second position potentially? Who knows? Obviously from that angle it's a little bit hard to tell, but the rest of the pack are very close together. Rates are all very similar. It does look Nottingham Trent is slightly rating higher, nothing too crazy. One thing you've got to maintain in these beginner races is not going too wild up that slide. We always say don't rush the slide because you don't want to fly and die, you know?
Don't want to fly and die, you got to bring the boat to you, don't you?
Yeah, and especially a lot of these lads will have a lot of power in their legs and want to give themselves the opportunity to put it down in every stroke. There's that Exeter crew again, battling through those conditions like it's nothing.
They have the makings of something potentially very impressive in the future.
Definitely. Yeah, so I can confirm some times with you now. Leading this pack once again is the Exeter University crew. In second place, I was correct. Portsmouth have pulled through from sixth position to second. I just hope they're able to maintain that right through to the finish. In third, we have Lincoln. Fourth, Nottingham Trent C. Fifth, Reading, and sixth, Heriot Watt. And the banks have grown with spectators. There's lots of people here now watching this final. It'll be very interesting to see how things go. With these four crews in the back, it does look like a slight lead being extended from Lincoln.
You're seeing what we're seeing on screen here from our Crow's Nest commentary box. Exeter doing a storming great job of leading this race, and
it's going to be close, but I do think Portsmouth is going to row through for that second position, which they will be very chuffed about.
They need to hold on to every stroke. Every stroke matters in these races.
It is going to be a battle for third, though, if you look over to your screens now. Potentially Nottingham Trent pulling through there. That was very close for those final four boats across the finish line. We're going to have to wait for an official time to come through. But what a good race. We had some very big changes in positions there.
Really excellent racing, lots of different styles. You know, you're looking at a sort of a D final in the beginners categories. Imagine what these crews will be doing in a year's time.
Exactly. Exeter University, though, did sit comfortably at the front of this group for all of the race. So that was only one thing that stayed the same.
So we're moving now on to the C final of the Open Beginner Quads. I'm Will Hampton-Horrocks joining in. Thank you very much to Antoinette Haig for her fantastic commentary over the last hour. So in this one we have Bournemouth in lane number 1, Plymouth in lane number 2, Liverpool A in 3, Strathclyde in 4, Liverpool in lane 5 and Loughborough in lane number 6. Apologies, we've been managing the lane allocation, just slightly switching around, so what you see on screen was correct. I thought we were still dealing with our slightly out of date information. You can see our athletes now coming up towards the 1,000 metre marker here in this C final. It is the Bournemouth crew closest to our camera that have gone through the that 1,000 metre marker in first position, with Liverpool in second, around about a length behind, Plymouth in third, Strathclyde in fourth, and the second Liverpool crew in fifth. And it will be Loughborough who round out this field. There we go, their time just popping up not a huge amount, Nadine, separating those crews at the front of the race.
No, definitely not. One of the closer races that we have seen in these beginner categories, some of the early on races, there was nearly 500 metres between some of the crews. So,
Well, so as we just zoom in there on, I think it was one of the Liverpool crews, just struggling. I think these conditions proving really difficult, especially for the beginners. So you might think that a tailwind is really nice to row in because it pushes you down the course. A little bit of a tailwind is nice, but actually, as the water starts to get faster, it can actually be really hard to get your blades out of the water at the finish. And so for beginners who've only started rowing in the last year, that blade work not going to be quite as precise. And I think that we've been seeing that they're the ones who are probably getting a little bit more affected by these windy and difficult conditions.
yeah, definitely. It's making sure that they're nice and slow at the finish, enough to give them the time to get that blade out without rushing up the slide. And I was talking about this with Antoinette a little bit, is making sure that they're not rushing, they're all following in time. And a lot of the time you find with these open cruises, they're all about the power and sometimes not too much about like the clean and tidy rowing that you sometimes see with the women's races. But it's looking pretty good. They've all dropped their rate a little bit in these choppy conditions, because trying to get up that slide is proving very difficult compared to what it would be normally.
We can see though that Bournemouth in that third 500 have extended their advantage out over Liverpool. It's now up to 6 seconds, whereas it was only a second or so at the 1,000 metre marker. So Liverpool still in second, but a little bit further back. Plymouth in third, Strathclyde in fourth, the second Liverpool boat in fifth, and Loughborough rounding out the field in sixth. So they're making their way towards the finish area, as you can see in the back of shot now. All of the trailers in the background, all of the tents of all the various universities where everyone's been based over the last few days. There was a great zoomed in shot there of the Bournemouth crew as they rowed away from the 500 metre marker, and you can really see that echelon pattern going across from lane number 1 closest to the camera all the way over to lane number 6. You can see why they've seeded the lanes in this way, and we can see that quite a few of the crews are struggling a little bit to keep their boat exactly where it should be in the lake. I've got the umpire's launch behind in the background, just keeping a close eye on these beginner crews. And I don't know about you, Nadine, but even when I've been rowing for 10 years, the idea of steering a 2K race with a rudder terrified me, and I have no idea how these athletes are doing it in their first year of rowing. I'm amazed that they're all so competent that they're actually able to do this, especially in these difficult conditions.
No, and I completely agree, and it's not just that, it's someone being there to take charge, make all of the calls, when you've got to remember, for most of them, this is their first regatta that they've ever done, so no one is more experienced than each other in this race.
Exactly. Bournemouth, they just got caught on the blades on the buoy line towards the finish, but they are absolutely delighted with that. Liverpool coming across in second, ahead of Plymouth in third, and the Strathclyde crew in fourth. You can see the Bournemouth crew there looking absolutely delighted with their performance with Loughborough, and then the Liverpool B crew coming across the line to round out that C final of the Open Beginner Quads.
Race 453, women's beginners 8, final E.
So a huge thank you to Nadine for her work on commentary over the last few hours. Now I've got Elizabeth here joining us in the commentary box. Elizabeth, welcome. Your first, you've been on the commentary that goes out in the venue over the weekend, but I think this is your first time up on the YouTube.
Yes, it's my first time up here. I'm excited.
Up in our fantastic vantage point over the course. We're just looking down at the start now. We're just catching up a little bit of time because we've now got the women's beginner 8s coming up. We've got the E final, which will be our first race. We've got Leeds in 1, Imperial in 2, University of the West of England in 3, York B in 4, Lancaster B in 5, and Oxford Brookes University in lane 6. I'm assured as well that what we have now on our paperwork is absolutely correct with regards to lane numbers, so everything should match up. We've got a good shot down from the start line now, so you can see that this current camera shot is from the start tower. So we have the starter in there, so the umpires whose responsibility it is to make sure that everyone is attached and straight and everyone's in the right place. And then you can see we've got our middle 4 lanes, so you've got lane 2 on your left, 3, 4 and 5. The boats will attach with their stern, so that's the back of the boat, against one of those state boats, and there's a volunteer there. Pretty much all of our volunteers are student athletes themselves who've given up their time over the weekends to take part and support helping the event run, so we're hugely grateful to them. But what we're just waiting for, I think it's the York B crew. You can just see they're starting to paddle across on the right hand side of your shot, so just a little bit late to the start, but it can be a huge thing for beginner crews to learn this art of being around a regatta. It's very different, isn't it, Elizabeth, to just training by yourself where you're just going up and down, where suddenly you've got to make sure you're in the right place at the right time. There's a lot of other boats to worry about. There's different circulation patterns. You've got to get yourself attached onto the state boat, which in these windy conditions can be pretty hard. So it's a lot for a new rower to learn.
Yes, it definitely is. It's definitely something that you can't really replicate in training. You kind of have to just do it when you get here, and it looks like York B are very much newbies to this, and they will be doing their best to get up there. No doubt their athletes will be very nervous about seeing everybody else already attached, so be trying to keep relaxed up at the start.
Yeah, and that'll be the job of the Coxed, just to make sure that they're making the right calls. They're not stressing out their athletes too much, just knowing that it's their job just to focus in on what they need to deliver for the race and not worry too much about all the extra stuff that's going on around. So you can see they're just spinning themselves around because you've got to have the bow of the boat facing down the course. I have seen it before where a crew has very confidently attached to the state boat before realising that they're actually facing the wrong way.
Yeah, we've had one of our athletes last year went up in her beginner single and was facing the wrong way, but those volunteers at the start are very nice and very lovely, very helpful when it comes to beginners and even intermediates. Yesterday in my single they were very helpful when I was a bit nervous. It's quite windy up there, you know, faces you've never seen before. It gets quite nerve-wracking, but they're nice, friendly faces for everyone to see when you're full of nerves before your race.
Exactly, and I think you bring up a good point that inclusion is really at the heart of what BUCS does. There's obviously the elite sports elements, and there's athletes here who are going on to try and do big things within the sport, but the vast majority of competitors that are here aren't athletes that are planning on doing that. They just want to enjoy their sport, take part in it, whether that's for the competitive aspect of it, the social aspect, the coordination and teamwork, and what you can get out of it as all the other things that you can get out of it as a person. So it's really important for for BUCS themselves and for the organisers of the BUCS Regatta to make sure that we're promoting as many opportunities as possible for people to get a race. So it's fantastic that in these beginner events, that these are crews that were down sort of towards the lower end of the time trial, so their ultimate speed maybe wouldn't be the same as the crews that we saw competing for medals earlier, but they are probably going to get just as much, if not more, out of being able to compete in an event like this. So I'm really glad that that BUCS really does its best to cater to all of those athletes, and just because you're a little bit late down at the start, or you might take a little bit of time getting yourself attached onto the stake boats, that's not going to be held against you.
Imperial, Ewing, York, Lancaster.
So they are under starters' orders now. So you can just see all the crews starting to square their blades up and put them in the water, and they're off underway. So it was good that the umpire was able to get them underway pretty quickly. You can see that we've got our 5 boats away, and the York crew in lane 4 just moving towards the centre, towards the sort of stroke side edge of their lane, towards the University of the West of England crew. But thankfully they've been able to correct that, and they've moved back towards their the centre of their lane. The umpire's launch pulling in beside, and all 5 of our crews, it looks like we might be missing the Oxford Brooks crew in lane number 6, but all 5 of those crews now smoothly away from the start.
Yeah, good to see that crew that came up late still managed to get out there, and it looks like they didn't have a bad start, but their Coxes managed to sort them out, so they'll be all good to go for the push that will come to the 250 mark.
Yeah, you can just see as well the amount of coordination it takes to get an 8 up to speed, from complete standstill up to racing speed, and that happens in the course of only maybe 10 strokes or so that you'll be starting to move at your fastest. So it's really different to racing when you've got the boat moving underneath you. The sort of way you have to row to make sure that the blade isn't losing its connection with the water, and you're using that blade to really lever the boat past your current position, using that long blade, almost 4 meters long, as a lever to propel the boat. That's really difficult, and I think especially for beginners that there's so much coordination that needs to go on, but at the same time you're basically doing like a max leg press in the gym and a bench pull at the same time, but you're trying to do that at the same time as 7 other people, making sure you're doing it in time with the right technique, that you're balancing the boat, all this other stuff.
It's definitely a lot to think about, and as beginners, there's nothing quite like the feeling of an 8 all together.
So we just got those 500 metre times up on the screen now. So it was the Imperial College London crew in lane number 2 who have gone through in first position. So they're around 4 seconds up. So that's a pretty big lead, around about a length or so that they've opened up on Leeds, University of the West of England, Lancaster and York. And not a huge amount separating those other 4 crews. So they're into the middle 1,000 metres of their race now. So it's going to be about how they can settle into the rhythm. They've done their big push in the first 500 metres to get the boat up to speed, but now it's about how can you set a really strong, sustainable rhythm that you can hold for. I mean, it's probably going to be around about 8 minutes for this race, but looking at that 1:56 for the first 500 metres. So yeah, around about 8 minutes, which is a long time. You can really go too hard too soon, and managing that pace so that you can push evenly throughout the whole race is really important.
Yeah, that adrenaline that you feel off that start, it quickly goes away when you hit that 500 metre mark, and it's important that you crew remembers you need to settle down and make sure your pace is right and you're rowing together, otherwise you'll quickly find yourself in deep water when you get into that last 500 metres of this race.
A good shot there, zoomed in, of the Imperial College Boat Club crew as they're coming out towards 1,000 metres. It looks as though they've been able to consolidate on that advantage. I think we've got an interesting situation as well with these races, where these side-by-side races go straight from the time trials. So these athletes had one chance this morning to nail their time trial, get it absolutely spot on, and if you didn't, you might have ended up in a slightly different minor final to the one you expected. So we've got Imperial now going through with around about a 5-second advantage over Leeds as they go through the halfway marker. And those 2 crews are a really long way out in front of the rest of the field. We've got Lancaster and the University of the West of England through in 3rd and 4th, and then it'll be York to round out the field. But it can be quite disheartening, and sometimes if you don't feel like you get everything out of the time trial that you want to. but you've then got the opportunity to do the side-by-side racing and really show to yourself, hey, no, I can string a really good 2 kilometre race together. And sometimes crews in this race might then take a look at the times afterwards, especially, I'm sure their coaches will take a look at the times afterwards of the crews that we'll see racing in the D and C final and think, oh, if we just executed that time trial a little bit better, then maybe we'd have had a chance to have been racing up against those other crews. But it just serves as motivation, really, doesn't it? To the next time you're at a regatta to get it spot on.
Yeah, with these beginners, most of these will be their first regatta. Obviously, it's the first regatta of the season, so probably be their first proper time trial they've felt with all those nerves. So quite common, especially with the choppy conditions we've seen today. Something might have gone wrong in their time trial, someone off a seat, crab maybe, that's just the difference that's put them in this final. But just gives them a good opportunity to push off of the other crews that they can see in front of them.
I think what we're going to see in some of these events, and I'm sure actually the next 2 boat categories that I can see on our list, the women's intermediate doubles and the open intermediate pairs, the competition in those events is so tight that actually some of those minor finals, there's maybe 5 seconds separating all the 6 crews. So I think we're going to, as we go through these last events of the day, we're going to see some really tight racing. But interestingly now, as we're coming up towards 500 metres to go, Leeds in lane number 1 have really accelerated in this third 500. We talked about Imperial needing to have a rhythm they could maintain. I thought Imperial starting to look a little bit laboured as they come through 500 metres to go, and Leeds on the right hand side of your shot, as you look at it there, they're going to be sensing blood in the water. Their Cox is going to be saying, right, it's 3/4 of length, it's half a length, give me another seat, take it all the way to the finish.
Yeah, Leeds will be looking to take advantage of the moves that they've made on Imperial. In the last 500 metres of this race, they've closed it down to a 1.7 second close after their 5-second lead that they had at the beginning of the race.
So you can see Leeds there as they're moving away from the 500 metres. And a great shot there of our 2 crews side by side, and I think they look like they're pretty much level. So has Leeds gone too early, or is it they've now just got more speed to carry them through? We can see York, our crew that was struggling a little bit down on the start line, just rowing through 500 metres to go. But back up at the front, Leeds on the right, Imperial College London on the left. One from Yorkshire, one from the Tideway in London, 2 very different rowing locations, but they are finding themselves absolutely locked together here in this E-final here at BUCS Regatta 2025, and I think that Leeds might have just got themselves in front here.
Yeah, we've got those red boys coming up, their Coxes will be screaming at them, getting as much out of their athletes as they possibly can, and as it comes up to us, I think Leeds might just have taken it over Imperial. They look like they've made a push, and it looks like Leeds are going to come towards us in first, but it is super close. I think they might have it. Does Imperial have an extra push they might have?
I think Leeds look like they've done the job. An absolutely fantastically paced race from Leeds University. The arms go up from the Cox, and just looking at their pacing, I think they just absolutely nailed that. They were just really even all the way through, whereas Imperial, I think they had their slowest 500 metres at the end of the race, and I think that's just that's cost them a little bit. We've got Lancaster coming through in 3rd position now at the top of your screen, University of the West of England in 4th, and then it will be York that rounds out this E-final of the women's beginner 8s. Yeah, that's really impressive, because it can be, especially when it's the crew right next to you, it can be distracting if you've got your race plan, you see them absolutely bombing out in front of you, and you're thinking, oh, should we go with them?
Yeah, it's very easy to get caught up in what everyone else is doing, but it looks like Leeds just stuck to their race plan and it pulled through, so that's always important.
So jumping back down to the start now, and we've got the D final of the women's beginner 8s. Manchester, Loughborough, Lancaster A, Kingston A, Southampton A and Sheffield A racing in this one. Through the 500 metre marker, it was Kingston who had the advantage. They were leading by just a second, though, over Manchester, who were in second. Loughborough were in third, around about another second behind. So it looks like we've got a pretty close race, at least through the first 500 metres. They're coming up towards 1,000 metres now, and the fact that we can see all 6 of them in our shot, I think that shows us that there's not going to be a huge amount separating them.
No, it looks like we've got a tight race on our hands, which will be interesting to come through that last. Well, the middle 1K is the hardest part, so as long as we see who can hold on and who might make a move, who might drop back, but it still looks like Kingston holding that lead.
Kingston University with those red and white hoops on their lycras matching the Kingston Rowing Club. You can see they're in one of the Kingston Rowing Club boats, so very good collaboration between the university and the rowing club to allow the university athletes to row out of that institution. But they're coming up towards 1,000, and there is, oh my god, 3 boats really with hardly anything separating them at all. It's got Manchester and Loughborough in our first 2 positions, Kingston in third, Lancaster in fourth, but only 1.2 seconds separating those top 3 crews. And it's Manchester who would have been the quickest crew in the time trial from this group of 6 crews. That's just looking in that second 500 metres, maybe their base rhythm is just a little bit stronger than the others. Similar for Loughborough.
Yeah, it looks like they've just managed to pull up on the Kingston crew that were off the blocks pretty quick. Be interesting to see who pushes off of who manages to hold it together, compose it through their race, and who sticks to their race plan, sticks to their guns, listen to what their coaches would have told them when they boated off, and just believe, basically, just to get through to that finish line first.
See the Lancaster crew in our shot there. You just saw the Coxed. Just take a little look over her right shoulder, just checking where some of the other crews are, just so she can feed that information back to her crewmates, so they don't need to look around. They've got the information they need and they can just go to work. But as we are coming up towards 500 metres to go, it still remains really close here. I think it's the 2 purple crews in lanes 1 and 2, Manchester on your right, and then Loughborough just to their left, who didn't have much separating them at the 1,000 metre marker. And I think we're going to have a similar story to tell when we go through 500 metres to go.
Yeah, here they come. They're coming up to their last final sprint of their race now. Legs will be aching, everything will be going, but their coxes will be telling them exactly what's happening, where they are compared to the other crews, and it's just who has more left to push. So I think we're definitely going to have an interesting race on our hands in those last 250 metres as they're just coming through the 500 metre mark, and now we'll be able to tell who is in front. It looks like Loughborough just got that ever so slightly over Manchester, and Lancaster coming up into third.
Yeah, so
over that Kingston crew.
Yeah, that Kingston's fast start, maybe just starting to slip back a little bit. I think those times in the top left of your screen maybe just a little bit out, because it definitely wasn't 7 seconds that was separating them. I think just our volunteers on the timing team just maybe not quite getting those 2 button presses in, because they were so close together. I really couldn't pick it between Manchester and Loughborough there, so they've been hardly separated by anything the whole way down the course. And as they're coming into the last 300 metres, they're going to be entering the last minute or so of their race now. Is there anything that these athletes have got left? You can see the pain on the face of the Manchester crew now as they're coming up towards the last 250. These 2 crews have been locked together the whole way down the course. What a race.
Yeah, nothing more painful than when you can't push away from someone else. So they'll be in pain, they'll be hurting, they'll be waiting for their coxes to tell them that they're moving, to try to put push on, and just hope and pray that they'll manage to get their bows over the line over the last 200 metres sprint that they're coming into now. It's definitely gonna be a tight one as they come through. I still can't tell who's in front. It looks like from our point of view it could be Loughborough, but it could be either.
Yeah, I think I'd agree with you there, Elizabeth. I think it might be Loughborough that have just poked their bow ball in front of this Manchester crew, but the 2 purple crews still locked together. We're into the last 100 metres now. We've got that parallax effect going on, so Manchester are a lot closer than it may seem on the camera, but looking at the buoy lines, I think Loughborough have maybe a canvas or so advantage. We're coming up towards the finish line now, and Manchester just fading at the end. Loughborough do cross the line in first position and lose a blade in the process.
So
but
tired.
there's arms in the air, they're clapping, and then the Manchester boat, the heads go down. They gave it absolutely everything. Lancaster coming through in third, they look pretty happy with that as well. Kingston in fourth after that fast start, Southampton in fifth, and Sheffield will round out the field in sixth. Oh, that's just
what a race!
What a race when you're just locked together the whole way down. As you said, when you might go for a push, and you think, right, we're gonna get them with this one, and then nothing happens because they just respond, and just you feel like you're just throwing
it's just wasted away
everything you can at them. Oh, so the race is coming thick and fast now. We've got the C final on the course, so our last race in the women's beginner eights. We've got York A in 1, Warwick A in 2, St Andrews A in 3, Exeter A in 4, UCL A in 5, and Bath A in lane number 6. Interesting to noting that all these universities have got
multiple
boats entered into this event. It shows the strength and depth of the beginner scene at the university level. We're coming up towards 1,000 metres. I think we've got another really tight race.
Yes, another one. Looks like between Exeter A and St Andrews, and they all look close.
Yeah,
I can't tell who's not in the race.
We've got York in lane 1. We've got York and St Andrews with frustratingly similar kits. The light blue tops with the white down the side. Then Warwick in 4th position. But yeah, I think you're right that Exeter, St Andrews and York, there we go, they've got the times on the screen.
Between them all.
0.6 of a second separating those top 3 crews as we go through the 1,000 metre marker. I think
Cox's probably won't even know if they're in front or not. That's a mega tiny gap that they've got there.
Yeah, that will just be with the surge of the boat. Depending on where you are in the stroke, the boat will be moving slightly faster or slower. So that's why if you ever look at 2 boats side on, it can almost look like they're just constantly racing each other. But it's just that natural surge in momentum. As you've got your blades in the water, the boat's going to accelerate, and then while you've got your blades out the water, the boat will just slow down just a tiny bit, and it's enough for you to notice if you've got 2 boats who are just out of rhythm. But yeah, another incredibly tight race. I mean, just seeing the timings just as we're getting through these finals, they're just getting progressively quicker. That first race we were looking at just over 4 minutes for the first 1,000 metres. Then we were looking at 3:56 or so. Now we're looking at 3:51. So those crews just stepping themselves on ever so slightly every time as we sort of work our way up towards the top of this beginner 8 event.
Yeah, definitely interesting to see the difference between the people who are in the F finals compared to the C. These guys will be really pushing it on, and they'll be working together, pushing it through to that last 500 meters now they should be coming into. So it'll be interesting to see what times we get through for that 1500. But it looks, it's still really close between those 3 at the front, but they look to have pushed away from the rest of the pack. There's Warwick in 4th there.
Yeah, so it looks like York in lane number 1, closest to our camera, maybe just moving out to a 1/3 of a length advantage over St Andrews and Exeter, but still really close for those 2nd and 3rd positions. And we've seen that quite big changes can be overturned. It's a little bit harder in an 8 where the boat speeds are higher, but also in these slightly difficult conditions, there's a lot for these athletes to do just to manage their blade work in these in this last 500 meters, especially as you're getting tired. You can see that the blades in the York crew just maybe going a little bit deeper in the water than they would have liked, and then sort of their hands coming down at the finish to try and get those blades out the water. And if you just catch one of those little waves just at the wrong point, it can just get that blade stuck, and before you know it, it's caught behind you. You haven't been able to get it out the water, and the blade handle's back behind your head.
Yeah, it's definitely all to play for, especially coming up into these last 500 meters. They'll be pushing on a little bit with the rate, putting it into a sprint, and just got to make sure that you're rowing clean, because you don't want to be hitting that water, because at the end of the day you hit that water and it's slowing you down. You want to make sure you got that tap down and away, and your whole crew's moving together. But it looks like we've got lane 1 in the lead. as we come through to the last 200 metres with those red boys.
Yeah, York have really pushed on in the last 1,000 metres where they were level at halfway, but they've really moved on in this second half. They've just walked away from the field and they've now got clear water on everyone else, but it's Warwick in lane number 2 who've really pushed up in the second half of this race, and they're challenging both St Andrews and Exeter. We've got the York crew coming up to the line now. They're going to cross the line in first position, but it's St Andrews, Exeter and Warwick, and I think so close on the line for third. It was definitely St Andrews who crossed in second, but between Warwick and Exeter I could not call that. We'll need the photo finish judges, I think, to take a look at that one and
Warwick
say for certain.
Warwick with a mega sprint in their last 200 metres. That's all that counts. You know, as long as you can keep your composure, you can really make up some boat lengths on the other people in front of you. And Warwick shooting that proved it.
Yeah, I think they just gave themselves a little bit too much to do at the in those closing stages. They let the other boats get away from them a little bit more than they perhaps would have hoped, and made it a bit tough for themselves. But we're going straight down now to the next of our races. We're on to the intermediate double sculls, the women's intermediate doubles. Bournemouth A in 1, York St John A in 2, LSE A in 3, Strathclyde B in 4, University of the West of England A in 5, and Sussex in lane number 6. Apologies. That's with the graphic for the next of our races. So we've got the G final. So it's Northumbria in B in 1, Nottingham Trent A in 2, Lincoln A in 3, Bath C in 4, Nottingham Trent C in 5, and York B in lane number 6. Going through 1,000 metres, it was York B. So we just saw York winning the previous race, and it looks like they could be in line for another one. We're coming up towards 500 metres to go, and Emily Besley and Kate Rogers, Kate who's been a part of our commentary team this weekend, you may have heard her on the YouTube earlier today, and multifaceted because she's out leading this G final of the women's intermediate doubles as they come through 500 metres to go.
Yeah, definitely got a good lead on the rest of the pack there, so as long as they hold that up and make sure in that last 500 metres they don't get pulled up on there. It looks like they're in for a comfortable lead there. That distance between them you can see on the screen now when the rest of the field come through. There we are, and then we have Bath and Nottingham Trent coming through next. There's the rest of our pack there, so lovely little race going up into the last 500 metres. It'll be how much space can they try and make up in the rest of this race.
I was talking to Kate earlier, and she was saying that they were excited because there was a they didn't have a particularly good boat for their time trial, but there was some friends of hers at a different club who'd got knocked out in their time trial and said they were happy to lend her that boat for the final, and that she was looking forward to finally being able to get to backstops.
Oh, that always helps. Yeah, so they probably feel like they're flying down this course. So
yeah, so I think they've unlocked some free speed in this final by having a boat that's working a little bit better for them than what they had in their time trial earlier today.
That's a perfect example of reasons that time trials obviously don't entirely always reflect crews' abilities. So probably coaches be looking at what the times were for the other finals and going, oh, I could have come fourth in the F final, but absolutely storming away with a win here. Should be really happy with that. Be buzzing off that last 200 metres. It'll still be push on, see how quick they can finish this 2K.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. They'll be wanting to make a statement and just be able to see if we could have maybe been up in the F or the E final and put in a good performance there. But they're into the last 250 metres now with probably about a 50 or so metre advantage over the next crew on the water, and it's still Nottingham Trent and Bath who are fighting against each other. Bath had been leading, but I think Nottingham Trent pushing right up at the end. As we have the York crew crossing the line now in first position. I think Bath are just going to hold on to that second slot. You can see them just coming into shot at the top on the right hand side of your screen.
It's definitely going to be tight, but it does look like Bath coming through to take that second place. over Nottingham Trent there.
Nottingham Trent maybe just running out of a little bit of steam in those last few strokes. We've then got Lincoln coming through in 4th position, the Northumbria in 5th, and then the Nottingham Trent C crew, who will round out the time trial here of the G final of the women's intermediate doubles. We've got the races coming thick and fast now, because already through the 1,000 metres we have the F final. I gave you the lane draw a few minutes ago, but I won't blame you for forgetting it, so we'll go through it again. We've got Bournemouth A in lane number 1, York St John in 2, London School of Economics in 3, Strathclyde B in 4, University of the West of England A in 5, and Sussex in lane number 6. They're already coming up towards 500 metres to go, so we're it's a good thing with these smaller boats. You can usually get them attached onto the state boats and get the races going a little bit quicker. So where you might have some races that take a little bit longer to get started, these ones no such issues. It was Bournemouth leading at the halfway marker, but only 0.37 of a second separating Bournemouth and Sussex. So on opposite sides of the lake, Bournemouth on the right, closest to our camera position, and Sussex all the way over on the far side. Our current of the crews that were right up at the front. We've then got in 3rd position York St John. That's the boat second boat you can see in your shot just behind Bournemouth. But oh wow, what a spread we've got, where we've got crews all the way on opposite sides, and it was actually Sussex and the University of the West of England, UE, who were in 5th position at the start of the race.
Looks like they've moved up and under our noses, so it looks like we've got fights for every position between 2 boats for this race, so definitely be an interesting one for each crew to be pushing on, and have a crew directly next to you, this UE crew and Sussex crew. Nice and easy to see where you're at with them when they're right next to you, so it'll be interesting to see who has that last fight in them, who has that sprint, how hard they want it.
Yeah, really interesting paced race here from the University of the West of England, where they were around about 4 seconds off the lead, even just through the first 500 metres, but they've really moved up through the middle 1,000 metres of the race. Can they take it home at the end? So we've got Sussex on the left in the white kit, University of the West of England with the red and white diagonal stripes across their backs, and I think the University of the West of England may have pushed out into the lead here, but I also still wouldn't discount Bournemouth in lane number 1. This is going to go right down to the wire, and it's just going to be about who's left themselves a little bit of energy left for the last sprint to the line, and who's able to deal with these conditions. I would say the wind's dying down a little bit now towards the end of the day, not quite as tricky as it was earlier. A great wide shot here. You've got University of the West of England second from left, and Bournemouth on the right. Who do we think is going to take the win here?
Oh, I think you are winding themselves up for a sprint, so Bournemouth have got nothing to respond back with. I think you might have it, but you never know what Bournemouth might have left in the bag. It's interesting to see as they're coming towards us. It does. Could be UE coming up towards us. Looks like they've wound up for that sprint. Just really shortened up their stroke and pushing it on for that win.
Yeah, University of the West of England with an impeccably timed race, just motoring their way through the field, and across the line is University of the West of England. Sussex in second, Bournemouth just, I think, running out of energy just as they came up to the line. Then York St John in 4th position, London School of Economics in 5th, and it will be Strathclyde University B. Hands in the air from the University of the West of England crew. They look delighted, I think, just looking over towards some of their supporters on the bank, probably someone who cycled alongside their race. Really impressive performance there from the University of the West of England. Just, yeah, always enjoy seeing a crew that's just able to pace a race really well and execute it. So we're going straight to the 1,000 metre marker. No, sorry, my apologies. The 500 metre to go marker of this next race. The F final now, sorry, the E final of the women's intermediate doubles. We got Bath B in 1, York A in 2, Loughborough B in 4, Loughborough D in 5, Hertfordshire in 5, and Strathclyde A in lane number 6. So they're already through 500 metres to go, and it was Loughborough in lane number 3 who are leading ahead of Bath and York, who are in lanes 1 and 2. Around about a 3-second advantage for the Loughborough crew. We can see the Bath crew there in lane number 1, looking really nice and tidy. They're kind of like how they're driving the blades through together, the bodies swinging at the same time. If we take a look at this Loughborough crew, there might be a little bit more power there, but I think maybe just a little bit out of sync with how those bodies are driving through the water. Maybe the bodies coming open a little bit early off the catch, losing a little bit of effectiveness because you can't then accelerate them through as you're coming towards the end of the stroke and extend that stroke on as long as you can.
Does look like they are in ahead of that Bath crew now. They're coming up to us in the commentary tower, so maybe pushing on a little bit more to make up for that. But it does look like that Bath crew are coming up at them. Does look like they've wound up for a sprint, so let's see what Bath have got in them, see if they can take that Loughborough crew, see if Loughborough can take those gears up and into those last red boys. Looks like Loughborough are just about holding on, but Bath are coming up at them. Yeah, looks like Loughborough have got that. Bath coming up nicely behind them, but it does look like there's a bit of a race for the 3rd place of this final between Loughborough and York A.
Yeah, definitely coming up to the line now, and it is Loughborough with a really strong finish. It will then be Bath, just with their steering just starting to drift right at the end of the race. We're going to cross the line in 2nd, but really tight, as you said, for 3rd between the 2nd Loughborough boat, York and Strathclyde. It was Loughborough just ahead of York, Strathclyde in 5th, and then Hertfordshire in lane number 5, who will wrap out that E-final of the women's intermediate doubles. But a good win there for Loughborough, yeah, showing that they really had the superior form and the fitness there to move away in the second half of that race. But my word, our umpires down at the start and our crews are doing a really good job of trying to catch up a little bit of time. I think we are now basically back onto schedule. The D final of the women's intermediate doubles on the course, and already coming up towards 1,000 metres. We've got Queens in 1, Surrey in 2, Nottingham B in 3, Sheffield in 4, Royal Holloway A in 5, and Birmingham A in lane number 6. Coming up towards 1,000 and just appearing as if like magic out of nowhere, the Queen's University Belfast crew of Sam McCormick and Michaela Galvin going through the 1,000 metre marker in 1st with a 5.5 second advantage over Birmingham in 2nd, and then really close 3rd, 4th, 5th. Surrey, Nottingham, Sheffield is what we've got as we go through the 1,000 metres. But my word, what an impressive first 1,000 metres from Queen's University Belfast to lay down a marker in this D final.
Yeah, definitely got an extra push on compared to everybody else, but might have had a good start and just kept going on that one. It'd be interesting to see as they come through that 1,500 metre if that head start that they've got on everybody else just extends, or if ever the rest of the pack catch up to them. But they look strong in their 1,000 metre mark, and to look strong there, they clearly know what they're doing and they got it strong and got that race plan together. Just seeing them now on that right hand side of our screen, looks like they're rowing very strongly together, very nice, all in sync, lovely stuff.
Yeah, for all these athletes, this will be the last race of BUCS Regatta for them. Many of them, they'll have been doing races, pretty much some of them might have been doing a race every day. I know that there's some absolutely mad athletes who've been trying to double up and do two events in a day, which is something that I could absolutely never think about doing. 1 or 2 2Ks in a day was absolutely enough for me. But all these athletes trying to do their absolute best to finish their weekend on a high. First ever time that we've had BUCS Regatta running over 4 days. So really impressive work for the athletes, having to try and pace themselves over the 4 days, making sure they're looking after their nutrition, their sleep, their hydration, how they were resting in between races to make sure they weren't taking too much energy out of themselves. But with 500 metres to go, this Queen's University Belfast crew is just making, I was going to say light work, but I don't think it's going to feel particularly light to them. It looks nice and easy to us, I think, because they're doing just such a good job extending that advantage out over Birmingham now to 9 seconds. Nottingham stretching up into a more comfortable third, Surrey in fourth.
Yeah, that Queen's crew definitely be hurting, but in our view, looks like they're making it looking easy. So props to them for making it look easy. Here's that Queen's crew now.
God, you can see just how much Sam McCormick in the stroke seat is accelerating it into the finish. That is an aggressive approach. That's not the kind of smooth and finessed way that you might think that it needs to be done. But there's a lot of crews have shown that it's not all about necessarily looking the most finessed as you're doing it. If it's fast and it works for you, then
you're going to get
going
to that end and your legs are burning. You're going to use as many muscles as you can. That's going to help you get over that line in front of everybody else. And Queens will be looking at extending that win as far as they possibly can from the other crews and the rest of the field in these final stages of this race. We might see a sprint from Queens come through, but it might just stay on the legs. But they'll definitely be putting everything that they've got into this race, especially, as you said, their last race of the day, of the whole weekend. The whole university will be watching them. They'll be getting those cheers from the banks, as you can hear. So
yeah, Queens have had a really successful regatta. I'm not sure if they've got any more crews racing in the other events. I can actually see a couple on our start sheet, but looking to finish really strong. The term grip it and rip it comes to mind as Queen's University Belfast come into the closing stages of this D final. Michaela Galvin and Sam McCormick absolutely dominating the field. They clasped hands at the finish. Job done. They went out and executed that minor final exactly as they wanted to. Birmingham, Darcy Nash and Maya Highland coming across in second. Nottingham in third. Then got Sheffield through in fifth position and Surrey in sixth. You see the Queen's University Belfast crew again, just a little show of appreciation between those two teammates. Job well done for them in that D final. But we're going straight back down again, and it is the last of our women's intermediate doubles. It is the C final, and it's already through 1,000 metres. Loughborough A, Nottingham A, Newcastle B, Cambridge B, Reading D and Swansea D are the crews represented in this one. Through the 1,000 metres, it was Loughborough in lane number 1, their A crew, who had opened up an advantage, but really not much, only 0.4 of a second separating Loughborough and Cambridge. Katie Hempson and Mia Freischem. Mia Freischem, who burst onto the scene at BUCS Regatta a few years ago, was a beginner racing for Edinburgh University. Her and her sister Lily, part of that really dominant group of Edinburgh athletes from a few years ago. And really nice to see that those athletes who were once really strong beginners moving on to competing in the intermediate and the championship events, and really showing that to be at the top echelons of rowing, you don't need to have started at school, come from a big program. You can absolutely start later on and work up to performing at a really high level.
Yeah, definitely one of those things that we get to see at BUCS Regatta is that progression through, especially for those who start a beginner. It's nice to see people still coming through in different programs, different universities even, so it's definitely nice to see, but it looks like they've really made a lead on that. Coming through the 1,500 metre mark in a second.
Yeah, I'd say it's still the Loughborough crew and the Cambridge crew, and we've got it as Cambridge just ever so slightly ahead. I think that timing might be slightly off, because I don't think it was quite 4 seconds between Nottingham and Newcastle in third and fourth, with Swansea and Reading in fifth and sixth respectively. But yeah, I think we've got a great race lined up between Loughborough and Cambridge. Cambridge had been sitting just a little bit behind through the first two timing markers, but as we're coming up towards the finish, They're sensing blood in the water. Loughborough there on your screen, just rowing really smoothly away. A little look over there from the bow seat of the Loughborough crew, just taking a look at the Cambridge crew here. Interestingly, we've got a couple of different all-in-ones in this boat. So the bow seat of the Cambridge boat with the gold stripe, that represents someone who's raced for Blondie at the women's boat races, and the red stripe, that is someone who's raced in the women's blue boat for Cambridge. So a very high caliber of crew in this Cambridge boat, but Loughborough are giving them a really good race. You can see there on almost opposite sides of the course in lanes 4 and lane 1, Loughborough in the purple, Cambridge in the light blue, some might even say green.
Yeah, it looks like Loughborough have taken on that sprint. Can Cambridge come with them? It looks like coming through the line, it's going to be really, really tight along the screen. It doesn't quite look like that in person.
I think Loughborough have just held a little bit of something in reserve, and as we're coming up towards the last few strokes of this race, Loughborough at the bottom of your screen, just around about a canvas ahead of Cambridge, coming across the line. Anna Crowe and Maddie Shaw very close for third between Newcastle and Swansea. Newcastle just pipping that, Nottingham in 5th and Reading rounding out the field in 6th. We can see our Loughborough crew there in your shot. They're looking tired but pretty happy with their job there in the C final of the women's intermediate doubles. So that wraps up the intermediate doubles. We've just got 2 boat categories left to bring you now. We've got the open intermediate pairs and then the women's intermediate fours. So the G final of the open intermediate pairs just coming through the 1,000 metres. Strathclyde B, Surrey B, East Anglia B, Imperial B, St Andrews A and Liverpool B going through that 1,000 metre marker. And it was the University of East Anglia in lane number 3 who've opened up a quite helpful 4-second advantage over Imperial College London through the halfway marker of this race, with Surrey sitting in 3rd.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this race unfolds. As you can see, the Surrey crews here on your screen. That water is rather choppy up there, coming almost over their bows and sterns of their boat as they go up and down the slide here. So it'll be interesting to see who can use these conditions to help them, who can get through it, and condition their race plan as per the conditions to make sure that they get their bows ahead of the other crews alongside them.
I was just thinking that these are really not the conditions I'd be wanting to race a pair in, because in a pair you're sweep rowing, so you've just got one blade, you're rotating yourself around to one side, so there's only you on one side and then your pair's partner on the other side, and so you've got to have a huge amount of trust, and that you've got to be doing things in a really synchronized and neat way to make sure the boat moves well. And when you've got these little wavy conditions where it's so easy to get a blade caught at the finish, as we were talking about earlier, or maybe washing out of the stroke, it can be so easy to throw you off your rhythm. You can see the Bath crew there on the far side going for the traditional celebratory pick with hoisting the cocks in the air over on the far side, as the gazebos are being packed down around us as we're coming towards the end of the last day at BUCS Regatta. But through that timing marker, University of East Anglia extending that advantage out over Imperial, 7 seconds now. Strathclyde in 3rd, Surrey in 4th, Liverpool in 5th, and it'll be St Andrews rounding out the field. Yeah, this University of East Anglia crew just going from strength to strength in this race, not looking like they're struggling with the conditions at all. Hope I haven't cursed them there, as the bow maybe just looking like just struggling to keep that blade connected all the way through to the finish. But they're looking like they've done a really good job through the middle 1,000 metres to establish a really healthy lead.
Yeah, it looks like they've really given it their all as they come through to this last 500 metres of this race. It'll be interesting to see if they can hold onto that lead or if Imperial come up behind them. as through these conditions, as when you get tired it gets harder to row, and in those pairs especially, as you said, difficult conditions to be rowing in, and making sure you keep that balance and those blades clear of the water, keeping those blades in and long to make sure you get all that power through and not wasting it. But it looks like they're holding on to that lead as they come through to the red buoys. But it does look like Strathclyde might have made a little bit of a move, so we'll see what Imperial have brought into this final. It looks like they're rounding up now. There's that East Anglia crew rowing through to the last 200 metres of this race. Those conditions you can see on the side of their boat there, but they look like they're working well, making it through to that final 10 metres of their race. Here they come over that line now. Nice big lead they've got there over Imperial, who coming in second. There we go, Imperial coming over second, with looks like Strathclyde coming in third, and a nice tight race for fourth. And
Surrey just taking that over Liverpool for that fourth position. And then it'll be St Andrews that round out the field. So a win for UEA in that first of our minor finals of the Open Intermediate Pairs. So a huge thanks to Elizabeth, who's just stepped out of the commentary box, and glad to say I've got Molly Ann, who's just come up and joined us. You're just doing the commentary downstairs. You're up with us here in the Crow's Nest, overlooking the whole of the National Water Sports Centre. How have you enjoyed your BUCS?
Oh, it's been amazing. I mean, I was racing on Saturday and Sunday, and I had a great time. You know, I've loved coxing here. It's been very interesting with some very tough conditions, so very sympathetic to coxes and steerers for the weekend, but I'm sure everyone has done great.
Yeah, you're definitely right that it's been not the easiest conditions, and I think we were just saying that being in a pair probably not the boat you'd want to be in, either from a steering perspective or just being able to row in a particularly clean way. So we've got the F final on the course now. So the University of the West of England in 1, Nottingham and Trent in 2, York A in 3, Queen's Belfast A in 4, Chester in 5, and Birmingham B in lane number 6. I think we're just coming up towards the 1,000-metre marker now, and at the 500 metres gone it was Chester, and I think it is still Chester sitting in that leading position, with Queen's University Belfast in 2nd, University of the West of England in 3rd, Nottingham and Trent in 4th, York in 5th, and Birmingham in lane number 6 as we go through that 1,000-metre, fairly spread out field in this F final, my apologies, of the Open Intermediate Pairs, but it's Chester who've taken an early march in this one. Into the third 500 then, and we can see the Chester crew on your screen now. They're the ones who are leading our race, just trying to keep those blades clean as you get further down the course. It's one of the horrible things about a tailwind is because the water gets rougher, the more distance it's had to collect itself, that actually the conditions almost get worse the further down you go. By the start it might actually look pretty smooth, but by the time you get to the finish it's getting worse, and then as you're getting more tired, that we've talked about it already, that getting the blades out of the finish, that blade work can start getting really, really tough, and that's when mistakes can happen.
Yeah, it's very important to get that clean blade work in at that catch and out, nice clean extractions. Try lift that blade over the water, over that bumpy conditions.
So coming up towards 500 metres to go, we've got Queen's University Belfast. I think they've maybe closed the gap to Chester a little bit. When they went through the 1,000 metres, it was 3 seconds separating them, and I think by the time that they go through that 500 metre to go, it's probably going to be less than half a length, maybe just a canvas. Yeah, 0.4 of a second now in favour of Queen's University Belfast. So the University of the West of England crew there in your shot. They're sitting in third position, not far behind Queen's Belfast and Chester. They're in the favoured lane number 1, closest to us here in the tower. So they had the better time in the time trial. And we've got Chester and Queen's University Belfast now in the centre of your shot. So I think we're going to have 3 crews here racing all the way to the finish. It should be a really, really close one.
Yeah, it's looking really tight here between second and third.
University of the West of England just almost kind of coming out of nowhere a little bit. I think Chester have really dropped off in these difficult conditions. They've slipped back past Queen's University Belfast now. So I think we can say it's probably between University of the West of England and Queen's University Belfast. I think the blade work from University of the West of England just looking a little bit stronger. Queen's Belfast able to get the rate up higher though. What's going to be able to see what of these crews prevail in the last 100 metres? The steering just starting to go a little bit in University of the West of England. The stroke side blades getting very close to the buoy line. Can they just hold on? But it's Queen's University Belfast who crossed the line in first position. They slumped down the University of the West of England crew. I think just lost a little bit out in the last few stages. Chester in third position, Nottingham Trent in fourth, York in fifth, and Birmingham in sixth position there. That was a really tight race all the way to the line, but Queen's Belfast, they were able to row through Chester and hold off that fast charging UE crew right at the end.
Yeah, they were able to bring that rate up and they got that clean blade work, and they just seemed to push there for that first.
So going back down to the our camera at the 1,000 metre marker, we got the E final approaching us. Again, the open intermediate pairs, Liverpool A in 1, Bath C in 2, Queen's Belfast C in 3, Newcastle C in 4, East Anglia A in 5, St Andrews B in lane number 6. I think there's probably one crew that's standing out there for you, Molly-Ann, as one that you're particularly interested in watching.
Yes, that Newcastle crew. Wishing them all the best, and we'll see coming through here how they're placing.
So at the 500 metre market, it was Liverpool, UEA and Newcastle who are our top 3, Bath in 4th. But again, not a huge amount separating these crews. So we've said a few times, these intermediate events, we get so many really good entries that actually there's not a huge amount separating. Within these minor finals, you might only get 5 or 6 seconds separating all of them in the time trial. But closest to our camera, Liverpool, they've had a really strong second 500 metres, and they've opened up clear water now over Bath, who are in second position. Queen's Belfast in third, UEA in fourth, St Andrews in fifth, and I think Newcastle actually is dropping down into 6th position as we go through the 1,000 metre marker. Yeah, that was a really impressive move from the Liverpool crew, who you can see on screen now. I think, yeah, they're rowing really nicely. You can just see how they're able. We talked about that clean blade work. It doesn't look like that boat is really getting disrupted at all as they're taking the blades out the water. And they're still sitting up tall, and they're just letting their legs do the work during the drive, and they're letting the boat just carry itself during the recovery, doing as little as possible to slow it down and really maximise the amount of speed and the amount of distance they're getting per stroke.
Yeah, they're looking really relaxed there, getting a good pin on that finish. Very clean blade work in tough conditions here.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to find out if they sort of adjusted anything. I suppose the time trials were run in pretty similar conditions, and the wind conditions, whilst today's probably been the strongest it's been, that I don't think it's been pretty much the same all the way through the whole regatta, where you've got this. Oh, and we've given the commentators curse to Liverpool there, because just as they're coming up towards 500 metres to go, they had a really choppy bit of blade work there for a second, but they've been able to regain control of their blades, get the boat back up to speed. I don't think it's cost them too much, but they've still got this Bath crew over their left shoulder. They've got clear waters, so I think they're going to feel pretty comfortable with 500 metres to go, but they're not going to want any more of those little dangerous moments, are they?
Yeah, Bath have a slightly lower rate there. Looking very comfortable. Liverpool as well, looking quite relaxed into that catch. I think that's key as well in these tough conditions, not to tense up. And Liverpool really recovered there after that dodgy stroke.
I think you see it in rowing, and you see it in a lot of cardiovascular, physically based sports, that looking really tense and looking like you're pushing really hard and working really hard doesn't actually tend to result too much in the most effective way of doing things, and actually staying relaxed and just letting your body do the work, not getting too tense in muscles that aren't really going to help you. If you look at an elite cyclist, you look at Tadej Pogacar going up a mountain, he's often got a very calm face, but the legs are the ones that are doing all the work. Got a good shot there of our Bath and Liverpool crews. The bowman of the Bath crew is just taking a look over his right shoulder every couple of strokes to try and check and see if they're making any headway on this Liverpool crew, but I don't think they really are. Liverpool look like they've still got a comfortable margin as we're coming into the Red Boys in the last 200 metres.
Yeah, looks like very tight for third place here. Newcastle are still holding on, very proud. We've got Beaumont and Dauphin. Not that I'm biased, but they are still holding on. Yeah, it's going to be tight for third place for sure.
Definitely. We've got Liverpool coming up to the line, though. They've done a really good race all the way through. They crossed the line in first position, with the Bath crew just coming across now in second. Queen's Belfast are going to come through in third, and I think it is going to be Newcastle, the Blue Star, in fourth position, just ahead of the University of East Anglia A crew, with St Andrews rounding out the field in the Open Intermediate Pairs E-final.
Yeah, that was really tough, but it seems that like the sitting up, being relaxed, tall, it really worked out for Queens there.
Yeah, we're looking at another crew that's doing just the same at the moment as we're going through the 1,000 metre marker of the D final now. So we've got Nottingham B in 1, Bath A in 2, Newcastle E in 3, Durham D in 4, Surrey A in 5, and Sheffield in lane number 6. Going through that 1,000 metre marker, though, it was the Bath crew in lane number 2 who had the advantage, but less than a second ahead of Newcastle, who were in second, and Nottingham sitting in third. And Surrey in lane number 5, they were in fourth, and only just about a second and a half separating the top 4 crews, as we can see. I think that's the Southampton University SUBC just taking a club picture over on the far side of the course. Apologies if I'm misidentifying you. Great to see that all these clubs, the camaraderie of, you've got all the squads working together, senior men, senior women, novice men, novice women, BUCS is probably one of the only times where you get absolutely everyone. The whole club, pretty much every boat in the boathouse will be loaded onto a trailer. Every blade, every Cox, every life jacket. Sorry, I meant to say Cox box, not Cox.
Loaded onto the trailer, like, oh goodness. Yeah, we've got Newcastle here, Bert's last race in BUCS, and JPL, who is our captain. So they are sitting in 3rd place here, coming through to the last 500. 1st place we've got Bath, and 2nd we've got Nottingham. Looks like tight margins for 1st and 2nd. Not too far off is Newcastle in 3rd. 4th we got Surrey, 5th we got Durham, and 6th Sheffield.
Yeah, Bath just holding that 1 second advantage over Nottingham. You can see the Nottingham crew in our shot there. So they were in 3rd place through the first 2 markers. They've moved up into 2nd place, and they've been sitting around about a second behind the Bath crew pretty much the whole way. They've got that lane number 1, maybe a slight advantage conveyed by their time trial results. Their steering is just going a little bit awry now. We can see the umpire on the right-hand side of your screen is just warning Nottingham, advising them to get back into their lane. That's really not going to be helping. You don't want to be taking any additional meters. You don't want whoever's doing the steering in that boat to be stressing too much about the steering when they want to be putting everything into this sprint. But Bath versus Nottingham into the closing stages. The green and gold of Nottingham, the blue and yellow of Bath, and I think Nottingham, closest to the camera, have put on an electric sprint, and despite the steering worries, have maybe put their bow ball just a metre or so ahead of that of Bath University, but it's really close as we're coming up to the line. Bath have pushed back and it's level on the line.
That's going to be a photo finish.
That is absolutely going to be a photo finish. Those timings on the top left of your screen are provisional. Got Newcastle coming through in 3rd, Surrey in 4th. Will then be Durham in 5th and Sheffield in 6th. So we'll check the timings for you to let you know who got that, because that was amazing. Because Nottingham had definitely pushed through Bath into those closing stages, and just in those last few strokes, Bath were able to get a little bit back. White flag up from the umpire. Will it might be during the next race, but as soon as the photo finish team have been able to review the times, we will get that to you. So we'll get back in a second. Provisionally, it's got Nottingham 0.4 of a second ahead of Bath. So I think they might have just held on. That will have been on the surge of the boat, but we'll confirm that for you in just a second. The C final is already in progress though, where we've got another Newcastle crew. You've timed this very well. We've got Newcastle A in lane number 1, St Andrews C in 2, Birmingham A in 3, Imperial A in 4, Queen's Belfast D in 5, and Glasgow in lane number 6. And we can see the Newcastle crew, and it's good news because through the 1,000 metres they are leading by a very slender margin. Just 0.2 of a second over Glasgow, and then another 0.4 back to Imperial, who are sitting in 3rd in this C final of the Open Intermediate pairs.
Yeah, Teeb and Harvey looking very relaxed. Lovely pin on that finish. Not that I'm biased.
If you're just making good quality observations, there's nothing wrong with that. We can see the Imperial crew, who are in 3rd position. They were in 4th through the 500 metres, and they moved themselves up into 3rd. And it was actually the Glasgow crew who were leading through the first 500 metres of the race, and just dropped back a little bit into 2nd position. But these crews really have been pretty close all the way down the course. And we said it does change through this 2,000 metres. The wind will just mean that water just gets a little bit choppier as we go through the full distance of the course, and who can pace themselves all the way down through this 2,000 metres, make sure that they're able to push it on at the end of the race, but also not not start to lose that that cleanness and consistency. But we're coming up towards the 500 metres to go now, and I think the Newcastle crew and the Imperial crew are the ones to who are going to be fighting it out here. Imperial just the smallest of advantages. Our timings haven't updated as they've gone through that 500 metres to go. We can see the umpire's flag is out, warning one of the crews. It's the crew in lane 2. St Andrews have drifted over towards the Birmingham crew in lane number 3. I think the umpire was right to intervene there, because St Andrews have been able to get back onto their station, get back into their lane. So it's not like the boat race or Henley where maybe there's a bit of an advantage to a bit of gamesmanship to how you do your steering on these straight 2-lane courses, especially with the boys there. You do want to take as straight a line as possible. St Andrews just starting to drift again, but we've got Newcastle on the right of your screen and Imperial on the left of your screen, both in the predominantly blue kit. But it's the blue star of Newcastle you can see now in the centre of your shot, trying to finish off this C final of the Open Intermediate pairs on a high.
Yeah, it's great. We can see all the Newcastle club members starting to gather here on the side, and we're coming up to this last couple hundred metres, and it looks like we've got Newcastle have fallen to second here.
Yeah, I think this Imperial crew have had a really strong second 1,000 metres of this race, and Newcastle now trying to hold off St Andrews in the battle for second. It is going to be Imperial up in lane 4 who've really pushed on, really mastered these conditions, and they cross around about a length ahead of Newcastle. St Andrews in third, and after St Andrews having the steering problems, it's actually Birmingham who finished out of their lane. I don't think it affected them too much in terms of their position, but they come through behind St Andrews. They cross over in 4th, Glasgow in 5th, and it will then be Queen's University Belfast in lane number 5 who round out that field of the Open Intermediate pairs. Really good racing there from Imperial to move away in the second half of that race. I can go back, by the way, and look at the official timings from the previous race, and it was University of Nottingham who beat Bath into second position in that D final. It was around about 0.4 of a second in the end, so not the tightest we've seen all day, but still enough that it needed the photo finish to go in and verify.
Yeah, very impressive as well from Nottingham, having had such steering problems towards the end. A quick recovery, that was great.
So we're into our last set of events now. So we finished with the Open Intermediate pairs, and we've got the Women's Intermediate 4s. So where we've got the G final through to the C final. So just 5 races left to bring you of BUCS Regatta 2025. It feels like it was just this morning that we were opening racing on Friday. The first ever 4-day BUCS Regatta. It's a testament to all the competitors who turn up here every year, who meant that we've had the opportunity to expand it to 4 days. There's the appetite here for there to be so many athletes who want to come and race, and great that we've just seen such a variety of racing over the last 4 days.
Yeah, it's been great. It's been great seeing all the different clubs coming out and supporting, and all the rivalry at the last couple hundred metres here. Really good buzz and environment round for the last few days.
You mentioned something during that last race about the Newcastle supporters coming out to support, and I've always found it amazing that no matter what kind of race it will be in, it could be the very, very, very last race of the day, that those Blue Star supporters will always be there to cheer on their club mates. And it's not necessarily something you see from every other club. What do you think it is about Newcastle that makes you guys so bought into that club spirit and wanting to support every one of your club mates?
Yeah, I think it starts with our head coach Angelo. He has a big ethos about staying till the last race, supporting every crew, equally as important. And I think it really just shows, because conversations we have with each crew after the races, they get a real big kick out of the supporting and the cheering and the scream and the blue star chants, you know. So it actually, it gives them a real big boost, and I think, tactics-wise, it's quite good for the other crews, hearing that blue star chanted. I find it sometimes seems to throw people off. Maybe I'm biased.
No, I think it can definitely sort of if it can spur your team on, and even just for a second, it can just make the other crew think as like, oh no, we're up against something bigger than ourselves here. Looking back down to the start, we've got the G final, the women's intermediate fours, due to get underway shortly. I think we're just missing the crew in lane number 5. That'll be Nottingham Trent B. They're showing as having collected their number on our race system, so hopefully they're just making their way through the group of crews you can see on the right hand side. So all the crews, they row up the course on the sort of far side of the lake. So what you can now see on the right, they row up in lane 7.
Yeah, and the other crews here will have the tough job of trying to keep their boats in line and their bow balls in line with the middle of that course, especially these are Coxed crews, so they'll have their cocks here instructing them while they wait for just the last crew to arrive here. And that's been really tricky, I'm sure, over the last weekend, is getting lined up with the strong winds and keeping that boat backed in onto those stake boats.
Yeah, absolutely, for certain. That as we were saying this earlier with the beginner crews, I really wouldn't envy the beginner Coxes who are having to try and manage the beginner rates, where for some of them it might be their first ever multi-lane regatta, and you've got this big wind blowing at Nottingham, and you then got to try and make sure that you're there on time. You've got all the sort of traffic to worry about, making sure you're not falling afoul of the circulation pattern, and all these different things that you've got to do even just before you get to the start line and actually do the race.
Yeah, no, it's not easy, and coming in as well has been tricky. I've seen a couple crews actually capsize as they come in, which has been a fun end to, I'm sure, a hard race.
Yeah, sure, that's the last thing you want. It does look like we've got that Nottingham Trent B crew. They are here now. There might be a harsh word from the starting umpire, maybe a yellow flag, just to say that's really not on, guys. You've held up your competition. They've been able to keep themselves nice and warm, whilst it's not the coldest day, but it's definitely not as warm as it was on Friday, and I'm sure that they wouldn't have the other 5 crews in this race won't have been too happy about having to sit stationary on the start line for maybe an extra 5 minutes than they'd hoped for. But Nottingham Trent are doing a good job now of getting themselves spun round as quickly as possible, getting themselves ready to take part in this G final of the intermediate Cox Fours.
Yeah, it looks like the wind isn't too bad up at the top. Obviously it's getting a bit worse towards the finish here, but up at the start it looks like it's eased off a little bit. Water looks a bit calmer, so hopefully that hasn't been too hard for the other crews to try keep lined up for this start.
Yeah, I think that while the wind isn't helpful, I think a tailwind probably one of the more helpful winds you could have. It's when there's been horrible crosswinds here in the past, that especially with the beginner crews, it can be really, really difficult for them to, even if they get attached, for them to actually stay attached, and sometimes might not even have the amount of force available to them to keep the boat straight. That even if you've got 2 athletes tapping on, trying to do that without coming off the stake boat,
and we can
be
see
really hard.
You can see the hands up here for the Nottingham Trent crew. The stroke seat, obviously the Cox is down in the bow, so stroke had their hand up in the air to let the officials know they're not ready yet, but hand is down. Looks like they're ready, squared up. All other crews trying to make minor adjustments so we can get that race started nice and early.
Yeah, it's really great that we get the chance to see one of these starts, because most of these races we've been picking up halfway down the course, and we are underway with this G final of the women's intermediate Cox Fours, and it looks like a good clean start for all 6 of those boats. You can see that they're just able to all press away from the start really nice and evenly, no big steering issues. Helps, of course, having the Cox in the bow seat, no one having to worry about rowing and steering at the same time.
Yeah, no, they look all pretty in line actually off the start. No one's really pulled away, not that we can see yet. So really strong start from all 6 crews, which is great.
Just because it's been a little bit of time since we first saw those crews, I'll do a reminder of the roll call. So we've got University of East Anglia B in 1, St Andrews B in 2, Imperial College B in 3, Leicester in 4, Nottingham Trent in lane 5, and King's College London in lane number 6. And yeah, we can see all of our crews there just moving away from the start gate. So you've got those big yellow markers at the start line that enables those who are steering themselves without the aid of a Cox to really line themselves up down the course. So if you can see the top and the bottom in line, then you know you're in a good place. If it's a little bit wonky, then you might want to think about moving the footplate around and getting yourselves pointed back in the right direction. All those crews now will be coming up towards 500 metres. They'll have done their start sequences and they'll be trying to settle onto that really good, powerful rhythm, something that the Cox is confident that they can hold for at least the next 1,000 metres, get them to 500 metres to go before they can start to think about building towards the line.
Yeah, and the Cox here will be trying to make small minor adjustments in steering again, not wanting to put it on too hard as not to put the brakes on. Looks like no crews have really pulled ahead. It's looking relatively close together here.
Yeah, hopefully we'll get the timings as they come through the 500 metre marker coming up on our screens in just a second. There we go. We do have those. They popped up for us briefly and then teased us by disappearing away again. But it won't be long before they're with us here at the 1,000 metre marker. We're just zooming in now on the Imperial B crew in lane number 3. It's those black, white and blue blades. The Imperial College London based on the Tideway.
It's looking very close together here.
Yeah, it really is. We've got the Leicester crew just to the left of the Imperial crew, and then there'll be St Andrews to their right. And yeah, I think you're right, Molly-Ann. Really not much separating these crews as they're coming up towards the 1,000 metre marker.
Yeah, very difficult job here for the Cox. The boys, I've noticed, have been, even myself have found, really hard to see actually for some stretches of water in the rougher winds and the rougher water. Sometimes those little yellow boys really start to disappear. So the Coxes will have to stay on top of that. Again, trying to keep as straight a line as possible, not putting the brakes on.
It's a little bit hard to tell from this position until they come level with us with our camera position at the 1,000 metres, but I think it's the UEA crew in lane number 1 who have maybe stolen a bit of a march in this first 1,000 metres. They are coming up towards that mark now, so we'll be able to tell for certain. And oh yeah, it is UEA that have moved out to a good advantage over a length, I think, ahead of the Imperial crew, who are currently sitting in that second spot with St Andrews in third.
Yeah, crews here looking relatively relaxed. Yeah, good length here, especially off that crew in first place.
Yeah, UEA, they'd have had the fastest time in the time trial. See them on our screens now. Yeah, looking really long and relaxed, rotating around the pin nicely. And considering we're in a G final here, I think the quality here of this UEA crew very impressive. Just looking long and methodical, just making sure they're really getting everything out of every single stroke. Which, as we said earlier, if you want to maximize that distance per stroke, really important that you generate that speed through that nice long stroke. And it's getting that gearing right as well to adjust for these conditions that some of these crews might have just added an extra centimetre to their blades. Wind just making it a little bit easier for them to add a little bit more torque to the end of that lever of the lever of the oar, really pushing it along in these
in these fast waters.
These
for
fast
sure.
conditions.
Yeah, trying to get that extra little push.
So coming up towards 500 meters to go. We don't have any times to bring you here, so we can't say for certain where all the other boats are in this race. But I can say with almost certainty that the UEA B crew, Beatrix Collett, Caitlin Fox, Elizabeth Kelly, Molly Knott, and Coxed by Laura Bibby, coming up towards 500 meters to go, and they have laid their marker down in this G final of the women's intermediate Cox Fours. Our last boat class of the day, with just 5 races left to go to round out BUCS 2025, and by a big margin now, probably over 2 lengths, it is University of East Anglia, but St Andrews pushing up on the Imperial crew now in that fight for second place.
Yeah, in first place, looking really long, relaxed, they're confident. Yeah, it seems to be working out well for them.
So into the closing stages now. They'll be starting to wind up their sprint towards the line, and East Anglia will know that they've got that really comfortable position. They can just watch the crews behind them. They don't need to do anything crazy in response. They're not having to unleash the biggest sprint of their lives. Their really strong rhythm through the middle of this race is what has seen them through to this dominant position. But St Andrews and Imperial, I think that's where the interest in this race is going to come, in that battle for second place. And I think St Andrews might have just moved through Imperial College London now. The 2 crews in blue, but it's the light blue of St Andrews over the royal blue of Imperial, who I think are now in prime position to take second.
Yeah, St Andrews there just had a bit of a wobble, but they've recovered well. They're getting their length back. Coming into the last couple hundred meters, it's going to be a very tight fight here for second place. A very comfortable lead here with East Anglia. Yeah, looks like all 3 crews here for second place. Very tight.
University of East Anglia on your screen there, just rowing away with serenity almost into the last few strokes. They're going to come across the line in first position here of this G final of the women's intermediate fours, and it is St Andrews who have rowed through Imperial College London, and with about half the length's advantage, it is the Scottish crew over the London crew, with Nottingham Trent coming through in 4th position, and then the Leicester and King's College London fighting all the way to the line. I think KCL just going to put them their bow ball ahead by around about a canvas, but UEA look pretty happy with that result there, and we can jump straight back up the course to our next race, which you may have spotted the format by now. This is the F final of the women's intermediate Coxed Fours. So we've got Liverpool B in 1, York B in 2, Warwick A in 3, Plymouth B in 4, Bath C in lane 5, and Oxford University C in lane number 6. Once again, we haven't afraid we haven't got any of the intermediate timings for you, so you have to rely on us and our eyes as these crews come past the 1,000 metre marker in just a second to try and tell who's in the lead. But I'd say maybe the Liverpool crew on the right hand side of your screen. It can be when our camera crew is so low down and so close to the 1,000 metre marker, you may be almost surprised that those crews closer to the camera can almost appear out of nowhere. We are zooming in now on the Bath crew and the Plymouth crew in the centre, but yep, there we go, there comes Liverpool, and yet I think Liverpool just, not by much, but I think Liverpool do have a small advantage over Bath, Plymouth and Warwick in the centre of the course. So we're looking in now on that Plymouth crew: Emily Warner, Libby Hudson, Marilyn Hewlett, Phoebe Clark and Mabley Jones. Then across to the Warwick crew: on their stroke side in lane number 3. Alex Marks, Anna Friars, Evie Nash, Antonia Jones and Amelia Davis. So coming up towards 500 metres to go in this 4th last race of the day in the women's intermediate Cox 4s, this F final. So this would mean fought between the crews that came between 31st and 36th in the time trial, but we had such a massive entry in the women's intermediate Cox 4s earlier today that even just getting through to a side-by-side race wasn't a given. And as we can see from the tiny gaps here, there really isn't a huge amount separating those crews in the in this event. Coming up towards 500 metres to go, and you've got Bath in the blue all-in-ones with the pink base layers, but it's the Liverpool crew in lane number 1. Oh my word, we're gonna have a really tight race here. Here we got our times working for us now. So Bath, Liverpool. Looks like, yeah, maybe a little bit of an error there with the timings. I think it's Liverpool, Bath, Warwick, Plymouth, York and Oxford as we go through the 500 metre marker to go. So Liverpool in lane number 1 looking to try and take this one home.
Oh, stroke seat having a bit of a wobble. It seems our crew are backing her up here. Yeah, coming into the last 250 here, we can really see the crew starting to ramp up.
And still not a huge amount separating all of these crews. It's going to be absolute bedlam all the way to the line. I think it's still the Liverpool crew in lane number 1 on the right-hand side of your shot as we look at it here now from the top of the tower that are trying to hold on. But Warwick in lane number 3 have been making a charge in the second half of this race. St Andrews, Plymouth, Bath, they're all up there as well. But I think it is the crew from the northwest who have just been marginally ahead the whole way down the course, and I think look like they're going to take this one home.
Looking like Bath are putting in a big push here, actually. They're starting to push ahead a little bit in their pink all-in-ones. Good, lots of screaming we can hear here. Crews are staying to support right till the end, which is really nice to see. And then coming into the last 50 meters, it is very tight. 5 crews up, coming into this finish line. And it looks like we've just had Liverpool take the win.
Very close behind though. It was definitely Warwick for second, but between Bath and York, I really couldn't call it. Then had Plymouth in 5th and Oxford in 6th. So yeah, really tight margins there in that F final of the women's intermediate Coxed 4s. And already on the course, our 3rd last race of the day. We're trying to catch up. I'm sure the organisers won't want this last race to start a minute behind time. We've got Southampton A, Cardiff A, Exeter A, St Andrews A, Plymouth A and Exeter B in this E final. Coming through the 1,000 metre marker, it was University of Southampton who were ahead. Our total times are looking a little bit off, but the margins should still be correct. So I can tell you that it was St Andrews, probably just over a second behind Southampton. And then in 3rd position, Exeter, again not that far behind. So yeah, looks like our timing system's probably just had a little restart and is getting back going. But at least we've got something, so we can give you accurate results as we're making our way through the last of these races.
Yeah, St Andrews there, we can see on our screen, looking really long, getting the legs on nice and quick. looking really strong. We can just see them still there on our screens. Nice clean catches there. And just poking in here, we've got, oh, the times are gone again. Yeah, looks like in first we've got St Andrews, followed by Southampton there, and Exeter in third.
Just 0.4 of a second separating those top two crews.
Looks
Exeter sitting about another 3 seconds behind.
Yeah, it's going to be another very close race, it seems.
So we're just looking in now on our Southampton crew in lane number 1, sitting in second position through the 1,000-metre marker, but really in a absolutely in touching distance of this St Andrews crew, who we can see now. They've been the ones who have who were leading with 500 metres to go. They've been trading that lead because Southampton did have it halfway through, and to see who has more left to give in the last 250 metres. It is definitely going to come down to these two crews. You've got Southampton on the right of shot, St Andrews in the blue on the left. It's a little bit of a stereotype, but who has got something left in the legs? Who is ready to leave more on the line here in this E-final of the women's intermediate Coxed Fours?
Yeah, it looks like St Andrews have taken a really big push on their rates here. Really nice and nippy in. But it is going to be close for first place here with Southampton in lane 1. Now St Andrews look to be rating a good bit higher than Southampton.
Yeah, looks like St Andrews just been able to execute a slightly better sprint at the end of this race, and I think that is going to take them to the win in this E-final of the Coxed Fours, women's intermediate Coxed Fours. Southampton coming through in second position, Exeter in third, Cardiff in fourth, Plymouth in fifth, and it will be Exeter B over on the far side of the course to round out that field of the women's intermediate Coxed Fours. So already coming up towards 1,000 metres, our penultimate race. Can't believe we're already here. Oxford University A in 1, Birmingham in 2, Lancaster in 3, Liverpool A in 4, Manchester A in 5, and Southampton B in lane number 6. We're coming up towards the 1,000 metres, and it is the dark blues of Oxford University who have taken out a big advantage here. They go through in 3:44. We've got Lancaster sitting 4 seconds back. Then it's pretty close between Lancaster and Birmingham. They are within a second of each other. Southampton in 4th, Liverpool in 5th, and Manchester in 6th. So we're going to be able to finish this race off on a high, this regatta off on a high, as we look in here at the Liverpool crew in lane number 4 in their beautiful bright yellow Vesperli.
Yeah, two crews here are very synchronized with their rates.
Yeah, Manchester and Southampton going stroke for stroke. Very aesthetic of them, very considerate to line themselves up in that way for our camera to see. But it's the Oxford crew on the right hand side of your screen: Charlotte Wheatley, Olivia Ramsey, Erica Dutton, Sian Dennett, and Verity Black, who are leading this D final of the women's intermediate Coxed Fours and looking to finish their regatta off on a high here. Can start to see the fans starting to accumulate on the banks for the last race of the day. I think you might not be surprised, based on the conversation earlier, where those supporters might have been coming from, but it is Oxford in this D final who are going to go through 500 metres to go with the advantage. Has anyone been able to close that down? I don't think they have. It's still 4 seconds in favour of Oxford over Lancaster, so pretty similar to where it was as we went through the 1,000, but Lancaster have been able to consolidate that second position with Southampton in third and Birmingham in fourth.
Yeah, it looks like the crews are really starting to pull apart now. Gaps are starting to widen slightly. But it'll be really interesting to see here how different crews pace their sprints towards the end. Good, that Oxford crew look really long and relaxed. And they're sitting ahead, so something must be working there.
Yeah, definitely looking really together, both around the catch, and talked about that pinning it around the finish. I think Oxford look like they're holding on to the blades really nicely through the finish. And see, I'd say maybe the crew over their left shoulder, the Southampton, sorry, not the Southampton boat, the Lancaster boat, just those blades just popping out a little bit earlier, not getting quite as much run on the boats as they would like, and I think that's allowing Southampton just to continue moving away at the end of this race.
Yeah, Southampton doing a good push there over in lane 6 on the left of your screen, just at the top. Looking like they're starting to fall behind just slightly, and we're having Oxford there pushing ahead, coming into the finish now. Looks like Oxford's taking the win, looking relaxed, long, they're confident.
Yeah, really good performance there from Oxford. Lancaster coming across the line in second position, and it's going to be very tight for third between Birmingham and Southampton. I think Birmingham just took that. We've then got Liverpool coming across in the next position, and it will be Manchester who wrap up that race. So we've got our last race of BUCS Regatta 2025 on the course, and it's coming up towards the 1,000 metres. Newcastle B in 1, Edinburgh B in 2, University of East Anglia A in 3, Glasgow A in 4, Glasgow B in 5, and Bath B in lane number 6. And I think it is going to be the Blue Star that come through the 1,000 metres in first position. And the supporters are already lining the banks just down in front of us here in the finishing tower. Glasgow sitting in second, Bath in third, and then the second Glasgow crew sitting in fourth.
Yeah, Newcastle with a very competitive lead there of about 4 seconds through the 1K. Yeah, stroked by Natalie Ingo. She's on the floor below me in my fresher accommodation. Yeah. Oh, actually, no, sorry, that's Tilly. That's Tilly there in stroke, and she's looking very determined, relaxed. She's keeping our crew on that rate.
Yes, looks like a little bit of a change up in order as what was put through on the initial entry. But yeah, Newcastle looking really strong as they're into the closing stages now. They've got less than 1,000 metres to go to wrap up BUCS Regatta on a high for Newcastle, and it has been an incredibly successful regatta for them. We'll be hearing a little bit more about that later. Coming up towards 500 metres to go, and those two Glasgow crews in lanes 4 and 5 going for those internal bragging rights. It was Glasgow A in second and Glasgow B in fourth, but only a couple of seconds separating them, with the crew in lane number 6, Bath, sandwiched in between them at the 1,000 metres. And we're coming up towards 500 metres to go, so we'll see if that has changed in any way, shape or form. Newcastle coming up towards that 500 metres to go. Doesn't look like anyone is going to be able to catch them in this race.
Yeah, Newcastle there, lane 1, looking very long and relaxed. They're really feeling for that rhythm. And then we've got Glasgow in second place there, 4 seconds off.
And we've still got Bath and Glasgow B fighting for that third spot. I'm sure Glasgow B want to get a little bit closer to their A crew. University of East Anglia coming through in 5th position. And looks like we don't have the Edinburgh University crew in lane number 2. I think considering the distance they've got to go, I think Edinburgh might have taken the decision to begin their journey home early back up to Scotland. But Newcastle looking imperious, rowing away from the 500 metres to go, coming up towards the last 250. You can see the blue star on the blades.
Yeah, and the crowds are starting to gather here, just looking like the Newcastle club are still here. But now they're all starting to cheer out, hopefully, cheering on those crews. Still looking very relaxed on that finish. Rate isn't too high. And it's looking a little tight here for second place.
Yeah, really tight. That Glasgow A crew holding on, and then Glasgow B and Bath in the fight for third. But Newcastle has been the absolute class of this field. You can hear the crowd starting to get louder and louder and louder as our last race of BUCS Regatta 2025 comes up to the line. And I think the last winner of the day is going to be Newcastle University in this C final of the women's intermediate Coxed Fours.
Yeah, taking that rate up. Tilly coming through that finish. Looking really strong. Yeah.
A slap of the water from the Newcastle crew. They look delighted with that. It is Glasgow A followed by Glasgow B who wrap up the top 3 places. Bath just slipping down into 4th, and University of East Anglia will take us through in 5th position. So that is the last race of the day here at BUCS Regatta 2025. We're going to stay on air for just a little bit longer, but Liliane, I'm going to let you go because there's some important celebrations that I think are going to need to take place downstairs.
Yeah, I'm starting to see them gather now.
Yeah, so thank you very much for your debut commentary. I hope you've enjoyed it and got to see a Newcastle win wrap up the regatta.
Perfect end to any day here. Thank you very much.
So that is the end of racing for BUCS Regatta 2025. It's been another fantastic year of racing. Our first ever 4-day regatta. I just want to take a moment to thank all of the competitors, the spectators, the coaches, and all the volunteers who've made this event happen. BUCS is incredibly proud to be at the heart of driving student participation in all sport, but in rowing in particular at this event, one of the largest student regattas in Europe. And it's been fantastic to have so many students here racing in our first ever 4-day regatta. We also have a huge number of students who are involved in other capacities, so our student leaders and all of our volunteers who've been working on our timing teams on state boats over the weekend. A huge number of the commentators that you've been hearing both on the YouTube broadcast and also in the in-venue commentary have been students themselves, often doing it in between their races, in between the crews that they might be coaching. So a huge thank you to them. To all the coaches who managed to train our crews throughout the year and then make sure that all the entries get put in, the boats get to the regatta in time, that any issues are fixed, being that emotional support as well for all of our athletes. We're hugely appreciative to you and to the spectators, for all of you who are here to watch, whether it is family members, friends. We are incredibly appreciative. But as you can see on the screens, we are going to go down to the medal presentation area now, because we have one last thing to award. As you may know, there is the Victor Ludorum at BUCS Regatta. We have 3 different awards that we give out. We have the men's Victor Ludorum, the women's Victor Ludorum, and the overall. And points are awarded across all 4 days of racing, across all categories. So beginner, intermediate and championship, and it really rewards the club that is the has the strongest level of performance across all different categories. So you can't just be really strong in your with your senior men, or just in your sweep side. You have to show that you can really perform across everything. And we're going to be awarding the Victor Ludorum very shortly. We just had some athletes who were in that last race, so I think we're just waiting on them to get themselves off the water, get their boat racked, and then they will be able to join the Victor Ludorum celebrations with us, which will hopefully be happening very shortly. There's been a huge number of highlights here at BUCS Regatta 2025. I think we've seen some incredibly high level racing, but I'm also just incredibly touched by the spirit of sportsmanship and camaraderie that has been on display over what for some has been an incredibly difficult weekend. BUCS Regatta has and will always be about supporting athletes at all levels wanting to get the most out of their sport, and whether we're looking at the Open Championship 8s and Brooks storming down the course in a incredibly fast time, or we're looking at the beginner categories, those minor finals where we're still seeing those athletes from smaller universities for whom being at BUCS is a huge honour and a privilege, and they want to get absolutely everything out of it. We're starting to see now some of our athletes gathering down at the medal pontoon just at the bottom of the finish tower, seeing some of our fantastic volunteers who are so important in making BUCS Regatta happen, as we get ready to award our Victor Ludorum winners for 2025. You can see the boat starting to be carried away. We've seen some trailers, some of whom will be making very long journeys on the way home. We've got universities who've come all the way from the southwest in Exeter, all the way up in the northeast where we've had St Andrews, Edinburgh, Glasgow. We really don't take it for granted the incredible distance that a lot of our athletes have travelled to be here, staying away from home for several days. But we are ready to announce the winners of the Victor Ludorum now. So the men's Victor Ludorum, in third place it was University of Edinburgh on 350 points. In second place, Durham University on 396. But in first place, with an incredible performance considering they just do sculling, the University of Reading, 436 points for them. They haven't had a huge number of athletes racing today because we finished up with the quads, the doubles and the singles for the open weight categories in the previous days, but we've had some of their beginners, some of their lightweights here today. So a huge congratulations for the University of Reading for an incredible performance in winning the men's Victor Ludorum. An incredible performance by them. Congratulations to So So next up, we're going to award the women's Victor Ludorum. In third position with 348 points, it was Durham University. In second place with 378, the University of Reading. But in first position, the winners of the women's Victor Ludorum with 562 points, Newcastle University. Huge congratulations to Newcastle. What an amazing performance by their women's squad. We saw that women's intermediate Coxed 4 take the win in that last race of the day. Absolutely astounding performance. They probably memory of the weekend for them, at least for me, was that win in the Women's Championship 8. A astonishing performance by them. Not expected in the form guide in any way, shape or form. And you can just see the sheer number of athletes here representing Newcastle. Just on the women's side, a huge amount of strength in depth and performing right the way to the end here at BUCS Regatta 2025. Every member of the club down supporting their win in the women's Victor Ludorum. So a huge congratulations to Newcastle. Their coach Alex Lee. Their senior club members being hoisted up in the air. So we've got one more award left to wrap up, as we have a little furry visitor onto the medal pontoon to join in the celebrations. Very, very fitting. But in our overall Victor Ludorum, in third position it was Durham University on 714 points. In second place on 814 it was the University of Reading. But in first place by just 15 points, 829, Newcastle University, the Blue Star dominance. Yes, the senior women won theirs. The men were in sixth position in theirs and combined their strength, especially off the back of their incredible women's performance, over almost 200 points ahead of the second placed Women's University, has allowed Newcastle to secure the overall Victor Ludorum. Their head coach Angelo in the centre, just looking around, surveying his club. Alex Lee on the bottom of shot, just making his way into the centre, arm in arm with Angelo Savarino. And Fiona Rennie handing over the trophy to Alex and Angelo, the overall Victor Ludorum champions for BUCS Regatta 2025 goes to Newcastle University. A huge congratulations. So that is everything awarded for BUCS Regatta 2025. It just leaves me to say a huge thank you again to all of the athletes, coaches, spectators and volunteers. Your support for BUCS Regatta makes this one of the best regattas in the country, and we cannot thank you enough. That is it for BUCS Regatta 2025, and we look forward to you joining us again at the National Water Sports Centre next year.